Attention. Welcome to my sideshow. Enjoy the free admission. The drama club isn't accepting submissions. Done with all that bullshit. This family's nothing to fuck with. Unless you really want it, then we'll add you to that hit list. Tried to prevent these events to such extent. I gave in. I was hell-bent. I still lost you in the end. I take 2 sets forward and I take 3 sets back. You can hear the contradiction. Maybe I really am a psychopath. The meaning in life, it's not a secret that you keep. It's days and weeks of feeling weak, no sleeping and repeat. Lose your mind and then you find it and get buried underneath the happiness, the pain, and you be getting no relief.
Welcome.
What the fuck am I saying? All you faggots paying attention. God blessed you with ears, but you idiots never listen. I guess in what I'm saying, since there is no comprehension, my bleeding heart fell apart. Let it be your intervention. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. I sit back and I reflect and I think.
What's up, guys?
It's set in stone. I have to view it through the glass. Made a lot of mistakes. I'm learning to adapt. I sit alone and overanalyze the aftermath. No straight and narrow, always seeking out a shortcut. And in the further back, see me playing catch up in the days of sin wonder. Are my days really numb? But shit, I don't know, but I ain't getting any younger. Not made up. But
That's actually that's a still photo of me grinding some metal out in the garage.
I can't forget. I take myself a little trip down memory lane. It's as real as it gets. Sometimes I scare myself from what I really might do. I keep telling you, I've got a couple screws loose, but you refuse to believe the things that I say to you. That's okay, you can join me in the institute. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me.
Thank you, Travis. Did you get it?
Better than ever. I survived a little storm and kept my own shit together. But aside my desperation, I was seeking desperate measures.
Oh, I'm guessing. Yeah, I see. You got it. Okay, let me get everything else started here.
Between happiness and misery. Pursue the truth. Life is not a fucking mystery.
I guess you saw the precursor video, huh, Jason? Nah, let me get this shared everywhere. There was a prerequisite video tonight, in case you missed it. It'd come out right before the live stream.
I sent him messages, 1,000 prayers with no reply. Can't call my nightmares with a motherfucking lullaby. So fire up that cigarette, pour a shot to multiply. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Yeah. I've been through a lot of shit. Seems like I got a new outlook.
Yeah, you're not blocked on this channel, man, and I can unblock you at any time on the rest of the channels as long as you interact in an acceptable way. Like, I'm not gonna fight with you all the time. I'm just not going to. It's not worth it to me. But yeah, I can unblock you on the other channels. This is a channel that is. I don't think anybody's blocked on this one. See you, Travis. Have a good one. I think we got it shared everywhere. Let me get ready to switch the audio to the show audio. Alright guys, here we go. Let's switch over to the show audio. No, the show music.
You know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go.
Welcome. I added a timer because everybody says they show up and don't know when the show's fixing to start. So it's fixing to start.
You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
You don't have those guts because you're a pussy. You're a pussy wearing aviator glasses in your mother's basement, and I won't even give out your dime store handle because that's really pathetic. But I can tell you this about if this douche.
Yeah, I got them on a playlist, buddy. They just loop through, so I got them on a full playlist. We'll use them as intro and outro, probably.
Tell them exactly who they are and tell them the rest of the world who they are. You don't have the fucking balls. You don't have the balls.
Okay, Scott.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. Listen off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Listen off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. And they say that I'm a lunatic. Well listen, bitch, I came equipped with a quick wit and a 6th sense for the stupid shit. Where my
I think Trump's coming on to speak about the crisis at the border, for some reason.
fucking profit to profit off of,
Or at least that was the rumor I heard.
for a throat deposit, swinging fucking meat hammers like Thor in a thong. He's strapped to the shaft, beating his chest like he's King Kong. Starving for attention, I'ma make your gut burst. I'll be your huckleberry, I can quench that thirst. Baby eating lizard people, alien sex. What's next? Trump in a dress, fucking Flynn on his desk. A retard in a vest, climbing up 5G towers. Cause you told him if he did, he'd get fucking superpowers. Here we go, I think I started some shit.
All right, here we go.
Get lit, get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. I used to find clues too when I was high on shrooms. I found myself a tunnel that led to jail.
Welcome. I am Will Bird, and this is the Cold Beer Confessional. Thank you for joining us tonight. We're just getting started. Got everybody hooked up. Got a new intro. I threw a timer on it so everybody would stop asking why it takes me so long to start the show. I've got a bunch of stuff that I got to open. I've still got the clown makeup on. I didn't even fix that. So I put a 5-minute timer on there. That's what we'll use from now on. Switch the glasses back around. There we go. That feels better. Right off the bat, getting started, make sure you like and share the stream. Follow the page on Facebook, and we're actually on a backup channel on YouTube. You can subscribe to that channel if you want to, or not. It doesn't really matter. We'll be back to our regular channel shortly, I guess. But we'll see if any of my appeals go through. They actually got me for promoting violence. I never promote violence, but it is what it is. In case you didn't notice from the title, we have a weird situation that Scott McKay's put himself in. I don't mind this lady that's here, Judy Mikovits. She is actually the doctor, one of the doctors from the Plandemic video. She knows Dr. Fauci. She worked under Fauci. She knows what she's talking about. And a lot of times, I can't give any type of medical advice. That's not what I'm here for. Blah blah blah. None of that. She's telling a story about herself in in an airport, and then Scott says something very strange, very very strange, right in the middle of this. So that's where we're going to start. If you want to support the stream, like I said, all you got to do is like and share the video. If you want to go above and beyond that, you can go to KULTKLUB.com, KULTKLUB, KULTKLUB.com. If you want the stickers, we are selling stickers right now, KULTKLUB.com/merch, KULTKLUB.com/merch. And we have one more link in case the Cult Club isn't working for you. Sometimes it freaks out and wants you to sign in, especially if you're coming from Facebook. So we have one more link that I signed up for that some people use. It's buymeacoffee.com/cold beer. That's just if you want to donate, but no one has to. Just like and share, please. I would appreciate that. But other than that, let's hop into this first video. It's kind of long. I'll probably jump around some, but I do not want to miss the part where Scott calls this woman a tranny in the middle of the interview. Says that I might mistake you as a tranny. His words, not mine. Let's check it out.
But I'll give them a little time, and I'm not going to play my intro music. I can't.
How long is your show usually?
Do an hour, but when we roll with somebody like you, we go however we need to. I want to make sure that But our people, I'm going to say hello to them. I'll start coming in here in a second.
All right, it starts off a little bit slow. We can skip some of this.
I see you all coming in, North Carolina, everywhere. It's going too fast now, folks. I can't possibly see where you're all coming from. I see upstate New York there. I know you're all holding the fork in line. I love you for it. Yep. God bless America. Got Wisconsin coming in, Morgantown, West Virginia. Hello, Delaware. Got New Jersey coming in. Texas, of course. We're in the backyard. Good to have you.
Okay, we know people are coming in from multiple states.
Get this link last minute.
Get started.
Indiana, Michigan, Las Vegas in the house. Hello, Arizona, Denmark. Good to
I do think it's messed up that there is so Judy in this story, she's going to tell a story about being in an airport, and there is no type of federal regulation for like type of mask or which masks are acceptable, which masks are not. We see people wearing cloth over their face all the time, which probably, I mean, cloth can be any type of like size that it lets through molecules and shit. Very strange. But also, she's told that her mask isn't good enough. That's the whole premise of her story.
have you back, Denmark, Alexandria, Virginia, Pennsylvania in the house, Indiana, Idaho. Got our folks from Australia and Canada always rolling in here. Stottsy, Michigan. Good to have you. Central Florida. Got to drop it off the dealership. Make it a little prettier. Rucker, Alabama. More PA folks rolling in. That's my home turf.
20 years.
Well, he's definitely a street fighter, obviously. Holding the fork in line in Minnesota. Good to have you.
Okay. Jesus Christ, we're 5 minutes in here, Scott. Let's go.
Maybe have not come across that video. I'd be surprised. Most of us do.
Okay.
Know who Judy is. But when she came forward and outed what these criminals do, how they do it, from the HIV era, how they will take scientists, high-level scientists, and if they don't toe the big pharma line or whatever the Kazarian game plan is, they'll destroy their career. They'll never get published. They'll never become prominent.
Oh, God, New Jersey.
Most of them, if not virtually all of them, cave in because they want a career.
I used to work all the time in Bayonne, New Jersey, and Lakeland, New Jersey.
Fighters back then that absolutely refused to be anything other than what she's wired to be, and that's certainly a crusader for the American people, for the world. So we're going to talk about that just as a basis, a grounding, so you know where she comes from. But one of the reasons that I'm having her here that just emerged since we spoke 2 weeks ago is being arrested at Santa Barbara Airport, not for wearing a mask, but for wearing the right mask, the medically approved mask that wasn't the same as everybody else.
Maybe that was the name of the plant. Hold on.
And were worthless and basically cancer causers. She refused to put a mask on. And they brought the police in. The king shit Santa Barbara rent-a-cop, airport rent-a-cop that came in with a badge and decided he was going to use his badge. Sir, you do not deserve to wear that badge in any state in this country. You're supposed to be a peace officer protecting the people. So therefore, you want to be prominent? This is where people like you become prominent on Patriot Street Fighter. We have 20 million plus followers now around the world. Congratulations. It's the way it works here. So it is now 4 minutes into it. I'm going to go ahead and begin our introduction, folks. Of course, you know Scott McKay here. You're on Patriot Street Fighter 8 still. I believe 7 is ready to go. But I figured strategically, we only have a warning here. And if we have a strike coming our way, believe me, this is the lady that could deliver one very fast, because YouTube does not give her any quarter at all, because she is certainly dangerous to them. But Patriot Street Fighter 7 is ready to go. We will be up on Monday, and we are having Chris Sky from Canada. I talked to him today. He is the Canadian Patriot Street Fighter. I told him today, you are the Canadian Patriot Street Fighter, with what he's doing to share the rights of the Canadian citizens in that country, pushing back on this mask issue, the enslavement issue, the muzzling issue. He's informing people how
I think she's got her mask right there that she wears. It's a triple layer mesh or something is what she calls it.
Pretty hard as well. If you want to find our movement, you can always find us at patriotsriseup.com. That's where most folks go to find the Mobile Connect. That leads to the radio show on Mondays, the tipping point on Revolution Radio. You can jump off of patriotsriseup.com. You know, there's a donation button there. You guys have kept this movement alive that way. You can go to also to scottmckay.us. That's where you can get the gear. This is one Ron made here. And this is kind of this is my narcissistic t-shirt, actually. This is a Patriot Street Fighter shirt Ron made. And there's a new sheriff in.
There is a new sheriff in town. His shirt says, there is a new sheriff in town. Scott Forkin McKay. New sheriff in town.
Scott Forkin McKay. So he made that and sent it over to me. I'm like, I'm never wearing that. I'm like, Well, you know what? Badass Judy's coming on today. I'm wearing a shirt. It's appropriate. There's a new sheriff in town. And anyways, folks, Judy Mikovits is her education, is, if I understand correctly, is in virology, immunology. We'll learn the depths of that, or correct me on that, Dr. Judy. But you have been in the front line, if I remember properly, is back accurately. It was back, might have been in the 80s when we were looking at the HIV explosion in a very critical time. And that's when it all began. That's when you learned how it really works with this cabal control of everything important in the world. And folks, it's my pleasure to introduce to you up in Santa Barbara, California, beautiful place, unfortunately loaded with lefties. This is Judy Mikovits. Dr. Judy, it's a true pleasure to have you here. I'm truly honored.
Well, it's truly a pleasure to be here, Scott. I'm actually in San Diego, California area today. It's not safe for me in Santa Barbara, Ventura area where I live. So I came down to a friendlier place where I'm going to appear tomorrow with Del Bigtree and others at the Awakened Church Heart of Freedom 2 conference. So I came down to be with a lot of other people at Heart tomorrow, heal a little bit from the events in Santa Barbara last week, and try to continue waking people up.
Well, that's an incident I'm looking forward to talking about. I'm quite honestly, my viewers know it too. I've been talking about it for a week. I'm so pissed off about what was done, not just to anybody, but specifically you, and for the reasons why. And I want to go right into that real fast. But can you tell our listeners a bit about like the video when we learned about you and your career and what you've done and what you've taken back in the days when that worm Fauci was back there at CDC and you were, you knew the truth about one of the most important medical situations of our time back then. I think it's back in the 80s, if I'm not mistaken.
Sure. Yeah. Back behind me is my degree from the University of Virginia, which was awarded on May 18th, 1980. I got out of college, applied, read a news ad in the Washington Post. I was from the Northern Virginia area at the time, to go to Fort Detrick in Frederick, Maryland at the National Cancer Institute and purify.
So she's got a pretty in-depth background for sure.
And this was early in the day. So I'm 22 years old. I have an undergraduate degree. I'm hell-bent on curing cancer. And that's what I've been doing since my grandfather died when I was probably 12, 13 years old of cancer on St. Patrick's Day. So I apply for the job. I get the job. I start June 10th, 1980, and I jump right into Fort Detrick, Frederick, Maryland, and just the plague of corruption, which is what our book, our New York Times bestseller, which published, 40 years later, April 14th, 2020, or almost 40 years later. And just throughout this 40-year career, behind me is my PhD from George Washington University, which I defended on
Lakewood, New Jersey. Lakewood, New Jersey. Okay, I finally found the email.
That was 1 week after Magic Johnson was declared to be HIV positive by serology. And so my PhD thesis committee wanted to know, based on my thesis, would he or would he not die of cancer? So my thesis said that HIV was actually latent in monocytes, that the T cell wasn't the target for drug therapy.
I don't know that you're going to understand a whole lot of this, but basically Fauci was convinced that the key to healing people that had HIV/AIDS was the T cell. He had medicine that attacked the T cell. It killed more people than it ever healed because you could only find the HIV virus in the T cell of like 1 in every so many thousand people. This is all her medical claim, not mine. I don't have anything to do with medicine, but she goes through that and how she disagreed with Fauci. But I want to kind of get caught up past that because it's just a whole lot of her medical jargon over and over again.
Regulate how that latency.
It's hard to even understand.
In that monocyte macrophage, that innate immune cell, and how it activates. And if you simply, my PhD thesis committee said, based on your thesis, will Magic Johnson die of HIV/AIDS? And everybody was dying in 1991. We know that we know the movie the band played on. We know in 1993, we know the Dallas Buyers Club, where Matthew McConaughey got an Academy Award several decades later, where they were forcing these young men to get, hepatitis vaccines, anybody in a high risk category. You don't immune activate somebody with a retroviral infection.
I agree. I wish she wouldn't lend her credibility out to people like this, but she's just trying to get her story out. You know what I mean? That's the same reason that I don't like Mike Flynn has been on some of these crazy shows, which I think Mike Flynn's working on a book deal or some shit like that probably. But so people like us who watch this and don't necessarily agree with the majority of it, it brings down her credibility. But the people who enjoy Scott and come in to chat to yell at me and call me a Satanist, they are the people who it probably builds her credibility, I'm sure.
infection, spread it through his body, and kill him with another infection. You don't do that. They were denying the use of peptide T, which the late great, I would say, Dr. myself, and we were just. I at 25 was drinking the Kool-Aid.
I think this kills Scott. She talks for like 19 minutes straight.
They had to watch. Can't metabolize food there that, if we remember from the Philadelphia story, we remember that you're not allowed to touch them. Think about COVID. Oh, don't touch them. You might get sick. I'm isolating virus from people with AIDS, from their saliva. We're told in the Bill Clinton, Monica Lewinsky, oh no, you can't get HIV from a blowjob. Wait a minute. I isolated it from the saliva, folks. And I'm growing up the hard way watching this stuff, and never did I back down.
So what happened when they went out to Las Vegas? From the biggest thing that I can figure is they put together a network of people who would who help get these people on shows. So like if you've ever talked to 107, or you've ever talked to Charlie Ward, or you've ever talked to Simon Parks, or you've ever talked to anybody in that group, they use each other to get other people on their show. So, like, I'm friends with, like, Veritas and M now. So, if M had someone on his show, I wouldn't, but I could be like, hey, M, tell that person they should come on my show. I don't know. I would rather just somebody, like, ask to come on my show, or me ask them and they say yes. But they're using that as a network, basically.
Every time I lost a job, it was because I wasn't going to play that game. And as we told many of these events in our book, Plague of Corruption, and we'll tell a lot more when Frank Rossetti talks for the first time in our upcoming book, Ending Plague. But, the long and the short of it is what we're seeing right now in COVID-19 is the exact same story. Give them the wrong drug at the wrong time, keep them from getting the type 1 interferons, the peptide Ts, the natural products, hyperbaric oxygen at that time, therapy. Keep them from getting the simple things, force them into vaccines.
You're
like
the meat hammer, not the Satanist.
Of hepatitis B. Spread this through the world and blame it on innocent people and murder a population. And this is what they're doing right now with COVID-19. And this is what our books are about. So, Tony Fauci, I told the story in Plandemic, which aired first May 4th, the first part of Plandemic, that 28-minute piece of that probably 8-hour conversation.
That got banned quick, by the way, which made it super, super popular.
Upcoming book, Plague of Corruption. That book was supposed to publish November of 2019. October 12th or 13th of 2019, I gave a talk at The Truth About Cancer, which was entitled Persecution and Cover-Up. And I'm talking 2019. I'm jailed, 8 years earlier in 2011.
Well, she says that, okay? But technically, from what I found online, is it would take the consumption of about 4 to 6 gallons of saliva for that to happen. So, my entire career destroyed, everything, or they thought everything taken out of my office. By the way, chat, there's a celebrity in here with us, Mahino Capital. He knows Charlie Ward personally.
And thank God for, my student Max, who also kind of lost everything. But, he secured the evidence that, but for him, I wouldn't even be sitting here today. And that's what the end of our book, Plague of Corruption, shows, but for Frank Rossetti, we wouldn't have had the solution. We wouldn't have been able, our book, Plague of Corruption, read like prophecy. The government captured it. It was already written in press in August of 2019. And it was delayed from being published. And, I like to say God has a sense of humor. And so, and then I gave that talk, Persecution and Cover-Up, where I
even when there has been cases of, I think, transmission through through kissing. But it was like both people had open wounds, bleeding wounds in their mouth. Like, it's almost always through blood from everything that I could see. Like the spit, someone just said it. The viral load in saliva is too low. Like you couldn't consume enough.
Realized that the journals, the propaganda that are our scientific journals, and Fauci was in control of the whole puppet game. He's Oz. He's the little man behind the curtain beating up a girl, an old lady and a dog, Dodo, or Dorothy and the dog, the little man with no kahuna.
The Oz and the Wizard of Oz was not beating up an old lady and a dog. She apparently watched a different
You know,
version.
really,
Mind if I interject a word in there about Fauci? He's a scumbag, folks. Of course, you know he's he's a consummate scumbag. He's a little worm, as you know. He's slimy. He's the bottom of a swamp dweller. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure they were clear on who he is.
Yeah.
Makes me feel better.
Yeah, I mean the number.
That was just, he couldn't stand not talking for that long. Just so I can interject so chat knows that he's slimy, he's a slime bag, he's scum, he's a scumbag, he's a slimy scumbag. Sorry, I just had to put that in there.
Of crimes against humanity that man's committed, murder of millions. The entire continent of Africa dies as they force these contaminated vaccines. We know those first hepatitis B vaccines were made from humans, from pooled human serum. We realized and we discovered in 2009, published with great fanfare in the journal Science, a new family of disease causing deadly, contagious cancer, contagious AIDS, the XMRVs. My husband's wearing this hat because my sister said it to us recently. And so what Fauci did between 2009, and he led the way, along with crooks like Ian Lipkin, the head of the Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute, Simone Glenn, Michael Bush, our work showed that our blood supply had been contaminated since HIV. So there are people here, other heroes like Peter Duesberg, Charles Ortlieb, and others that said HIV doesn't cause AIDS. Dr. Peter Duesberg and activist Charles Ortlieb, who wrote the book about that scumbag Fauci last year. And like right on. So everybody's like, this causes AIDS. That causes AIDS.
She is not a fan.
Right now,
she is not a
SARS-CoV-2
fan.
does not cause COVID-19. Let's just get that straight. Just like HIV didn't cause AIDS. That's what my PhD thesis showed. You can have HIV and never get AIDS. Look at Magic Johnson.
That's good, Mahino.
I was right. Yeah, can't take my PhD because the data stand to this day. It's not funny because in COVID-19, data don't matter. We're all forced into masks. At least there was, part of the scientific community that recognized a scholar's obligation in an age of corruption was to tell the truth, no matter the cost. Well, essentially only a half dozen people around the world are doing that now. And therefore, what you've got is the millions that have already been killed, the tens of millions that have been scared into getting these toxic shock or wearing these face diapers, and where people like happen in the event. There are.
My woman just went downstairs and she was running her mouth. Hope she doesn't get it.
Are no medically approved masks. There are no FDA approved masks. There's, and I was wearing, no different than anybody else. So I'd worn on several other flights. And here's a militant flight attendant who happened to notice I was wearing my red We the People hat. And it was a clear setup. I sent you all the details of that in your email, and we can post this and we can talk about that officer that doesn't.
To disqualify the truth and make it false. Actually, I said that this woman kind of seems to have some credentials to her name. I can't make any type of medical prediction, diagnosis, suggestion, anything because I'm on YouTube. But what Scott usually puts out is never the truth.
Deserve to wear the uniform as he beats a 63-year-old woman. I can say his name online and maybe people can rough him up there in Santa Barbara if you'd like.
I can say his name online and maybe people can rough him up there in Santa Barbara. Same thing Scott did with the video he just found. Someone sent him a video.
I like you, Dr. Judy. You're my kind of doctor.
But when we start looking at all this, when we look at history, lest we forget it, then it was the gays, the IV drug users, the prostitutes, the so-called what I call the original deplorables, to use Hillary's term. And now when we get away with that, when we get away with Ebola, and I mean they get away with Ebola in 2014, what was that? Oh, Fauci standing next to Obama covering up that the
let's get to her. I neither agree nor disagree with anything she has to say medically. I want to get to her airport story.
She got wheelchair service the whole way through, so there's even more eyes.
Wait. Here's Scott's airport story, first of all. All right, so I've looked up and down and left and right and tried to find this flight he says he was on. Somewhere between February 25th and February 28th, he was on a flight Southwest operated, bound from Las Vegas to Dallas. He claims that everybody was mean to him because he wasn't wearing his mask right, and everybody was a dick, and blah, blah, blah. Even the flight attendant was really hateful and mean to Scott. And then partway through the flight, a person behind him had a full-blown seizure, and he held this person for like 30 minutes straight until he could barely move his arms. He was so worn out that he held him and held him and held him and held him and held his hands, his grips, and he was on his knees. It was the seat behind him. And by doing that, he felt someone come up and start rubbing his back. He looked back to see who was rubbing his back, and it was the flight attendant who had been so mean to him. And they made an emergency landing in Albuquerque, New Mexico, to drop this kid off. A little touch and go, dropped the kid off, took back off, and went to Dallas. Now, I've looked and looked and looked and looked for the... Oh, and when he got to Dallas, he says he thanked the pilot and said, man, you did a good job making the decision to stop and let that kid off. That was getting bad out there. And the pilot said, man, you did a good job back there keeping everybody calm and taking care of that boy. So that's his claim. Now, I've looked and looked and looked and looked. The day Scott left for Las Vegas, there was a flight that was diverted to Albuquerque, flying to Las Vegas with a man that had a heart attack on it. But the day he can't, the story he's telling, I can't find it. I'm not saying it isn't true. I just can't find any documentation of a diverted flight to Albuquerque during those dates. Nobody with a seizure, and not even coming that direction. The one I can find was Dallas to Las Vegas, not Las Vegas to Dallas.
And attempted to have me put. She said, "I don't care if you wear it over your mask, but you're going to say you're."
Let's take that from the beginning. Like, you came into that airport. You came through the airport. You came through security. And this happened to me in Vegas. I left Dallas to go to the conference in Vegas. I didn't wear a mask the whole way through the airport, and I actually got wheelchair service the whole way through. So there's even more eyes on you when you're going through that. And I didn't want to walk that distance. I was having bad leg day, and I go.
Yeah, but even if it's that guy, the dates are wrong and the direction's wrong. So that would have been his flight out, not his flight back, and it would have been on the 18th, not the 25th through 27th.
This is going to shock you. I get on the airplane. I'm flying Southwest, so I really love these people. I go the whole way. Nobody says a single word to me with no mask, not one word. I get out of the plane to the airport, through the airport to Vegas. I get to the Trump hotel, and of course they brought it up, and I said, I've got an irrevocable national medical. What's that mean? I have no forking idea what it means. It's just what I say. I had a limb reattachment, needs oxygen, whatever. So I took a mask from the elevator.
I think Scott might have even been on the flight who had to drop off the heart attack guy, or heard about that flight, and he made it his own story with the guy with a seizure. I'm not sure, but we'll see, because he makes it in the opposite direction about a week later, and there's all kinds of news about the heart attack guy, but there's no news about the dropping off the seizure guy.
Keeper, great people. Hey, you want a mask? And I was going to get into this every time. I'm like, sure. I take it. It's in a cellophane. Go upstairs. Put it on my counter. Before I left, I had 15 or 20 stacked up there. As soon as I come out of the door, downstairs, past the same person, I got no mask on. I'm going out of the hotel. I had a couple of places in Vegas that stopped me from, like, a convenience store, gas station, movie theater where we were seeing Jim Caviezel's film with him. But coming back through Vegas, same thing. I get right to the gate. But guess what? Karen shows up, the gate attendant. She shows up, and it goes this way. So at that point, when I started loading the plane, I'm putting up resistance. Here comes the manager, whatever. They're like, give me the mask. I'm getting on the plane. They're like, no, you got to put it on. I'm like, so I put it on my chin strap. Same thing. No, it's going to be up over here. I'm thinking, I'm getting on the plane. So I get up here. Nope, it's going to be over the nose. I'm like, okay. So as soon as I get up to here, so I get down the jetway, pull down here, come on the plane, and there's Karen, the flight attendant. I'm like, oh, shit.
So this is his flight back. He already went through his flight there, his stay at Trump Hotel, and his flight back, and said, he had to take wheelchair service in the airport. Everybody was staring at him because he didn't have his mask on right and being mean to him. And okay, this is his flight back.
It's going to be a long flight. So this goes on. I sit down, and of course, same thing, back and forth, comes back a couple times. Yeah, okay, pull it down. Hassled me for a while until young fellow had a seizure behind me. So I spent the next 45 minutes over the back of the chair, my chair, on my knees.
The next 45 minutes over the back of his chair, holding him on his knees, holding his grip style. I don't know. This one, like I said, this one is not documented whatsoever. But the one a week earlier is very well documented.
and his hands were, so I was had the, the handshake, kind of the handshake, both of his hands for about 45 minutes because he'd come out of it. And then I would just hang in there, like, hang in, buddy. I got you. Everything's good. Don't worry. I'm right here. His girlfriend was there. So she's laying on his lap. And it was real tough 45 minutes for him in and out of these seizures. But then now I'm a hero, right? Karen, the flight attendant, I feel somebody rubbing my back. I'm like bent over, I look up, and here's the flight attendant. Like, he must be really in a tough, physically. I mean, who can lean over like this? And she's like being nice to me after that.
Who can lean over like this and hold someone's hands for this? He must be in a real physically tough spot. So I'm going to come rub his back because we're now friends.
Incident. I'm the nicest guy in the plane, and they said not a word. Like, for the rest of the plane, I walked up to the captain on the way out. Again, no mask. You did a great job, or you made the right decision, Captain. Landed his plane early to get that young guy off there. Nice flight, whatever. No mask. But it's just a constant bullshit game. So here you are. You get the whole way to the gate, and then let's take it.
I walk Santa Barbara's a very small airport. I walk in. I've got the same mask. It's a heavyweight. It says triple layer mesh, and last time I used silver copper. This time I just used silver because I gave the silver copper to somebody going overseas, and I figured they needed it more. I've got a whole stack of them here that I give to the kids because they're not they're at least not dangerous. They at least can breathe. So this pediatric special needs conference, I'm taking the mask. I'm taking my book, which is behind me, The Case Against the Mask, 10 Reasons Why Mask Use Should Be Limited, which is heavily censored. I'm in the airport. I go up.
Yeah, he's definitely below her pay grade, I'm sure.
I go to security. I've got this We the People hat on. I've got this We the People hat on, and I've got the glasses, and I've got this, silver mask, which basically looks like that. And I have an obstructive airway disease. I cannot breathe out of my nose. So this is a problem when they say pull it up over your nose, because I can't pull it up over my mouth. I've got the thing over my nose and not my mouth because I cannot breathe out of my nose. So the security guard says, take the glasses off, take the hat off, take the mask off, which I do. And then I put it all back on. I go into the gate area. I think I bought a cup of coffee at the coffee shop. I'm flying first class, so I don't stop for breakfast. It's 10 o'clock in the morning. The flight's 11 o'clock in the morning. I sit and work on my computer and give continuing medical education slides to a doctor. She called up and she said, Judy, I can't wait any longer. And I'm like, oops, hey, I'm on my way to this conference. They're CME approved. Just use these slides and change the background, and I'll fix them later because they were pretty detailed. And so that's what you have to do when you're going to doctor's conference. You won't get MD continuing medical education if they're anything but science. So total science, got electron micrographs of all the bad stuff in these different kinds of masks, from the cotton to the plastic to the rubber, whatever that is, and showing the safety of the silver and the silver copper. And so I sit there the whole time and I'm talking just as I'm talking to you now. And several young women off to the right, when I hang up the phone, said, okay, are you Dr. Judy? And I turned around and said yes. And they're showing me on their phone, and they're on their way to Phoenix, showing me on the phone a picture of a friend who, 58 years old, runs 6 miles a day, I believe she said, died 3 days after the COVID shot, and in perfect health, 58-year-old man or so. And so we're saying what bullshit this is. And the entire time they're going over the loudspeaker saying, masking is federal law. You have to wear this. You have to wear that. No bandanas. And we're all sitting there saying it's not a law. There is no law. Show me the code of law. This act, call the sheriff. You can't be saying this over the loudspeaker, but we're just sitting there saying this. But we're wearing the mask the whole time. The same silver mask. Obviously it's no problem. I can breathe through it because and my doctor actually gave it to me, one of my doctors. Anyway, so they get up, they call first class. I get up to get on. I'm the second person on. I stand.
So what's crazy is literally there is no mask requirement. So some people are wearing like neck gaiters pulled up over their face, right? Some people are wearing like those thin ass fucking whatever mask. So because she's wearing a triple mesh with some type of layered silver in it, the fact that they singled her out and said that hers wasn't good enough, you have to wear this one, you can't wear that one, blah blah blah, I think is pretty ridiculous. I mean, I guess it could be their policy, and they are a private business, but I've just seen so many people wearing so many different types, and as long as it's something that covers your face, no one has said anything to anybody.
The line in the jet, go down the jetway. The two ticket agents, one of them on the right's the guy. He's the one over the loudspeaker telling you the law. The other one takes my phone, puts it on the little thing, ding, and they try to say my name. Ms. And I said, Mikovits, have a nice day. Thank you. Have a nice day. Walk through both of them with the mask on. The same story. Let's just call her Karen, is standing at the door. So Karen's at the door.
No offenses to the good Karens out there.
Yeah, my sister Karen, her birthday's in a couple of days. Sorry, Karen. But I get on the, some blonde lady, can't see her because she's got that blue toxic against Prop 65 unlawful mask on, actually.
Prop 65. What's it defined?
Oh, in California, Prop 65.
So she's also saying that the masks that they were giving out, the ones that they were handing, are actually not supposed to be used in the state of California, which is where she was at, because they go against Prop 65, which Prop 65, if you don't know, is the law where California figured out everything caused cancer. So there's that.
Is a 2018 law that Senator Newsom passed that said you can't have organophosphate. So even Starbucks, even some nutritional supplement companies have to say if there's a chance you get these cancer-causing fumes. It's on the gate when you walk in the door. It's on the side of the door of the plane. You may breathe fumes. Again, it's on the trains. Well, you're wearing a mask. You're breathing in CO2 and you're capturing those toxic fumes. And the one you have on, that blue paper surgical mask, actually said, not approved by FDA or anybody else for stopping a virus. And there I've got electron microscope graphs showing the carbon nanofibers, the toxic, everything toxic. We know they're sprayed with Teflon against Prop 65. It's absolutely the worst possible mask you could possibly wear, especially if you're like me and you have a lung disease, pleurisy, and you got infected with contagious cancer-causing XMRV, as acknowledged by the federal government in chapter 8 of our first book, Plague. So it says, oh my God, you mean all those sequences we saw in the 80s are real? Contagious cancer, folks, right through your little mask, concentrated on your little mask as you compromise your immune system. But silver copper is antiviral and antimicrobial. So
they know this. They know what you know. They know that this is the long-term, multi-decade murder machine from Big Pharma side. Not big. Look, like I said, Big Pharma. I beat the hell.
So tonight it's not the juice. The Khazarian mafia. Tonight it's not the juice. Tonight it's Big Pharma.
Because they have overstepped their bounds. They saved my life. I mean, Big Pharma, I wouldn't be here without Big Pharma. But the fact of the matter is they overstepped their bounds, their culture mandate, if you want. But when I call these institutions, even you call them capital.
And by the way, Scott running around out here talking about kicking everybody's ass. He had to get wheelchair service because he can't walk all the way through an airport.
Institutions. This structure is a murder machine. This is the slow murder of humanity. Food, medicine, go down through the list. It is what it is.
Yeah, GMO toxic, genetically modified organisms are what vaccines, today 21st century vaccines, I call it 21st century AIDS, acquired endocannabinoid immune deficiency. And I say unintended in parentheses, diseases caused by an untested, unsafe vaccine schedule, since then President Ronald Reagan removed all liability in 1986. And who stood right next to him? Tony Fauci. Scared him into it when we were seeing all the damage done by the DTP shot. So
now's the good part of the story, actually.
Therapeutics and curative strategies, both from plants, both from targeted therapies for 22 years. I'm not against making drugs. I made those drugs, but you don't use them wrong like you used with hydroxychloroquine, published fraudulent paper. Oh, wait a minute. After it turns out to work, same thing with Suramin. In 2015, Suramin is an antiretroviral therapy, and it's not a natural. It's a 100-year-old synthetic drug made by my.
I can't technically discuss much on that, Robert. Like, not on YouTube. I'm not even supposed to say that word, but yeah. I don't know. If someone asked me to leave a business because I wasn't wearing a mask, I would just leave. Like, it's their choice. Unless there's some type of subsidized or getting some type of special treatment by the federal government. So my whole issue with talking about social media reform is everybody says, oh, well, Twitter's a private business. Go start your own Twitter. Well, we've tried, and you keep shutting them down. First of all, second of all, they have special protection under federal law. So they need to be required to fall under the same federal law that they're protected from, such as the First Amendment.
Monsanto or Bayer, now owned by Monsanto, for African sleeping sickness. Well, a double-blind placebo-controlled study in 2015 showed, oh, wait a minute, people with XMRV and autism, they got their life back. They started talking again. What did Bayer and the government do? Take it away from everybody? When I did clinical trials and patients responded well to a drug, they stopped the study and gave the drug to everybody. So you're right, it's a murder machine. And it goes on. Everything's about denying the contaminants, the animal viruses, not limited to, and bacteria. Think of chronic Lyme disease. It's not Lyme, Connecticut, named after a place. The limes are in my glass most of the time. This is, it's Borrelia. It's Borrelia and Babesia, Mycoplasma, mold, all those things that were associated with herpes viruses that were going through the needle in these shots or as a part of a contaminated blood supply. So these were the people getting sick, and the government's been lying to you. So, I get on this plane and I only thought about this part in retrospect because I get on the plane. And, and I'm laughing as I look at and I've got the mask on and I'm not thinking about it because I've worn it on 2 other flights, one with Robert F. Kennedy Jr., one with Reverend Tony Muhammad of the Nation of Islam. And
Oh, you're about to see Scott compare himself to a Navy SEAL as well, a former Navy SEAL.
I'm not thinking about it. Normally I'm a bit tense thinking I'm going to have to do the mask game. And this time I was just working. I'm just going to a conference. I'm excited about teaching the doctors because I know the doctors want to help their patients. So I get on. She says good morning and hands me the toxic hand sanitizer, and I say, and I'm probably looking at my phone and I say, no, thank you. Good morning. No, thank you. And I go take my seat, which is 2D. And I put my backpack up in the overhead, my briefcase right next to the window in my seat. She comes behind me and says, you're not wearing that mask. And I turned around literally incredulous. I mean, pardon me? And I didn't say, sorry, I won't say it either.
This is where you say it, Judy, right here.
Right here. This is where you say it.
I didn't say, who you talking to, bitch?
Yeah. I love this lady.
But and seat 1A, a guy with 2 masks on, is already in the seat, and I'm looking around me, and think about it. I've already gotten on the plane. You're in an airport. Everybody wants to get to their flight and get on the plane. First class, all lined up. They're all getting on the plane. They want to get their drinks, and it occurs to me nobody gets on behind me as she comes down the aisle after me. And when the gate agent said my name wrong, and I said Mikovits,
that's probably not good. That's probably not good. That no one followed you in the plane.
And I got the hat on. I didn't have the I do not comply button, but I got the We the People red hat on. And it occurs to me, oh no, this just isn't happening. And she said, you're not wearing that mask. And I said, pardon me? I said, oh, yes, I am. And I said, this mask was given to me by my doctor for my medical condition. None of the masks are FDA or anything approved. In fact, that's the most toxic mask you could wear. I'm on my way to it. I just keep talking.
Right. So there is no standard for FDA or even the flight administration. The flight administration hasn't issued a guidance that it has to be this style of mask. They have to meet this requirement. They have to do this, because they're still letting people on with cloth masks, like neck gaiters, pulled up over their faces. So that's what I thought is weird about the story. Why would they single her out like that when they've got people literally wearing pieces of stretchy cloth over their face?
And she said, Ms., and I said, Dr. Mikovits, and you do not have a medical degree. You are not a medical professional. You have no authority whatsoever to tell me what to wear. And I sat down, and she's like, and she came with one of these. She went back up and she got
here goes King Shit Karen.
Yeah. And she goes back up and she gets one of these paper masks and she hands it to me and says, you're going to say that you're going to wear this the entire flight or you're not going. And I said, I cannot and will not ever say that. I'm thinking I'm not a hypocrite. I'm not. And I know at this point, and I practically in my own head, I've got tears in my eyes because I know this isn't going to go well. And I'm like, oh man. And I think, I cannot say that. I will not bow down. I'm going to teach doctors for the Medical Academy of Pediatrics.
So she gave her the option to just say, I'm going to wear that. But she's standing on what she says her principles because she's actually going to speak at somewhere about the dangers of those tops.
Special needs and the International Association of Medical Oral Medicine and Toxicology show dentists are watching people get mouth cancers, their teeth rot out because they've disturbed the microbiome from these masks, all these people. And I can't do it. I'm not a hypocrite and I can't do it. I didn't know it was going to go as badly as it did, but I know this isn't going to go well, but I just hope she backs down, and I'm still talking calmly at that time. And I basically, and fortunately, she goes up and she goes and she gets the pilot and they're going to call security and they're going to do whatever they're going to do. And at that time, I'm remembering what my friend, Dr. Lori says, did you get it on film? So I pull out my iPhone, I turn on and I start trying to tape what's going on that airplane. So I got an awful lot of it on tape.
So now we're recording.
What happens after that in my voice.
And they're going for security.
Going everywhere in my right hand. But I'm sitting in seat 2D next to the window and I've got my seatbelt on and I'm not going anywhere. And I was sitting before she said anything. And it's not unusual that nobody's gotten on the plane in this time. Why are you stopping the people from boarding the plane? And so you've got 1A and me. So, she concurs, the pilot comes out of the cockpit with the blue paper mask on. And I'm thinking to myself, I don't want to fly in a moron wearing that toxic mask. It'll crash the freaking plane. And so I don't want to do that. But anyway, but I didn't say it out loud because
Jack Gambit.
And I'm going to these conferences in Florida. So, And I text my friend and my husband who had just dropped me off and said, they're taking me off the plane, help me. They're taking me off the plane. And they're somewhere in the coast of Carpinteria having breakfast. And they're like, oh no. So they're, so at any rate, so this sweet gate agent guy comes on and he's like, please, ma'am, get off the plane. And I'm like, sorry, can't do it. I've done nothing wrong. I obeyed all the rules. I sat here for an hour. I passed through security. Nobody said one word. Yeah. You're targeting me. You know who I am. I'm Dr. Judy Mikovits. I wrote the book. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not a hypocrite. And you have no idea, and you can't do this. I said, you didn't target me when I'm flying with Bobby Kennedy Jr., did you?
Yeah, Santa Barbara, you're now on the radar. You're seriously on the radar. This isn't going.
Yeah, I've heard of that too, like security gates handing out the paper mask. But this is the first time I've heard about it the other way. Like, she got through security and she got through everything until the flight. I've heard about the first gate you get to, they hand you a paper mask. And they're like, oh, you need to wear this one. And then no one else says anything to you the rest of the way. I haven't flown during all this. I haven't flown since I was working on the road, to be honest with you. But yeah, that's got to be the last time I flew. But still, yeah, I haven't heard about it this way. Like, get through everything, and then in your seat is when they want to start to fuss and make an argument.
Going away.
Yeah,
Oh, here it isn't.
Not here. Yeah, exactly. So Karen, attack dog Karen, calls in the police. She tells the guy in seat 1A to get off the plane, ushers him off the plane, and she and the pilot go in the cockpit.
When there's only two people on the plane, they have an issue with you, and they take the only other passenger off the plane. I'm surprised the SWAT team didn't come through like that, that training mission in Call of Duty.
Well, this cowardly officer Spurlock, Spurlock. Let's see, what's his badge number at the
Milk Coast Pussy.
Here he goes. Here he goes on his little rant right here. Shit King. You just listen. Hold on.
His cowardly officer Spurlock, Spurlock. Let's see, what's his badge number at the
Milk Coast Pussy, the king shit cop, Santa Barbara Airport king shit.
Santa Barbara
another thug.
Airport, ID number
king shit. King shit. That's what it is.
It's really interesting when you look at the actual citation, because it says arresting or citing officer, and there's a squiggle. There's no officer ID number, and then it says name of arresting officer if different from above. So there was no crime. There was
no John Hancock there, because he's a forking coward. You're a forking coward.
And nobody saw me not wearing a mask because I had the mask on. And so what they did after that, so he comes on the plane and he's going to be a big man, and he's going to.
Spurlock's a coward. Officer Spurlock is a coward.
Exactly. A 62-year.
This guy. That's his obvious go-to. Like, you're getting one side of the story, man. There could have been other stuff that happened. You don't know. But to just start, as soon as she says his name, coward, piece of shit, king shit, pussy, he's a pussy.
Old woman, and she's going to teach her. So he keeps going, and I've got it on tape. You can hear the audio.
The story sounds bad, but you're getting one side of it.
There is no law. Everything you're saying over that loudspeaker, call the sheriff. I'm not going anywhere. Don't you dare touch me, and don't you touch my phone as the other one who's behind me the all way. And all I can see, they said he's got dark hair. And they get on this plane, and so finally he comes to attack me, and I unbuckle my seatbelt, and I say, I'm getting up. And he grabbed me by the left arm, and I'm wearing this jacket, by the way, almost is exactly what I got on a professional. I'm a professional woman traveling. The only difference was I'm wearing this hat, and I know they targeted me with this hat, we the people. So he grabs me by the left arm. He twists it in a move that police are only allowed to do if their life is threatened. Oh, I unbuckled the seat.
So I don't know what she's talking about there. Police are allowed to use different control moves and procedures and pressure points and to put your arm behind your back to get you to comply with what they believe they're given a lawful command. I don't think that's a move that you're only allowed to use if you think your life's in danger. I mean, it's the same thing you would do if you were putting on handcuffs, like. And their life's not always in danger when they put it on handcuffs. So, I don't know.
Seatbelt a little too slowly for this little pumpkin coward. So he twists my arm up. He stands me up. He throws me against the window. Thank God I have this hat on, because
I wonder if he would try that move on me if he was going to remove me from the airplane. I'd like to see.
I wonder if he'd try that move on me if he was going to remove me from the airplane. I'd like to see him try that move on me. don't know, man. I there's too much ego. There's too much ego in this Zoom call.
Life is threatened. Oh, I unbuckled the seatbelt a little too slowly for this little pumpkin coward. So he twists my arm up. He stands me up. He throws me against the window. Thank God I have this hat on because
I wonder if he would try that move on me if he was going to remove me from the airplane. I'd like to see how that would work out if King Shit Spurlock would remove somebody like me or Mike Jaco or somebody.
By the way, you had to take a wheelchair to your flight. You had to take a wheelchair to your flight and have a couple orderlies transfer you from the wheelchair to your seat. What the fuck are you going to do if a cop stands you up and puts you in a fucking armbar? What are you talking about, dude? Like, what? I don't understand what you're saying. I'd like to see if he'd push my wheelchair down a ramp and I couldn't stop myself. What? Then he compares himself to Mike Jaco. That's the next part. He quickly sees that I just told everybody I had to take a wheelchair because I couldn't walk the full distance of the airport. I better pull myself out and insert somebody who is maybe has a little bit more endurance, maybe, or strength or stamina. Let me throw in Mike Jaco or me or Mike Jaco. Oh, I didn't mean to do that one. Hold on.
Remove me from the airplane. I'd like to see how that would work out if King Shit Spurlock would remove somebody like me or Mike Jaco or somebody like that. I'd like to see if a guy like that, a coward like that, would bring something like that to a guy like Mike Jaco. Yeah, take him off the plane like that.
Yeah, right.
No, Scott's a blood. That's a common misconception.
Right, and so he shoves me up against the window. The hat.
Nah, Scott had a motorcycle wreck that he described as severing his foot, and it had to be reattached or something like that. He had to learn how to walk again. So he's not crippled, but I guess he can't walk distances or stand for too long. But he is really good at fighting police officers in airplanes, just so you know.
Caught it so it didn't break my glasses into my face and do more damage. I literally see stars.
That's that, Jay Reese.
My iPhone behind me, and I'm screaming, "You're hurting me! You're hurting me! Leave me alone! You're hurting me!" And he shoves me into the handcuffs with my mask. Takes my mask off. It's in my hand.
Oh my God! I need an account that's called King Shit Spurlock, Officer at Large.
So wait a minute. Now you're parading and twist my arm in the handcuffs so that every time they touch the handcuffs, if I'm trying not to, I was trying not to scream, but you would scream involuntarily. It hurt that bad. And I have no idea if he's broken my arm at that point or not, my left arm. So
So basically what she's saying right now is handcuffs are specifically designed to where they're not supposed to be super comfortable, but they're also not supposed to put you in pain. The problem is when you're a bigger, wider person who's less flexible, when they get your hands where they're actually supposed to go, it does put pressure on your wrist. It does hurt, and then when they push on them, it does hurt a lot more. I'm sure they didn't do this on purpose, okay? Especially to an older woman, a 60-year-old woman they're taking through the airport. Are you trying to get somebody's attention, Ollie? Is it time for 99 News, buddy?
Yeah.
All right, come on over here. Microphone.
Hi. Hi.
You just got home?
Yeah.
Wallabies.
Yeah.
Say it.
Lumpy.
Wallabies.
Yeah.
You were jumping and playing and running and everything, right?
I'm not dumb.
You didn't jump? You didn't jump on none of those inflatable places. Jump on the slide or jump on the ground or jump on the...
I'm not dumb.
He didn't jump at all the whole time he was there?
No, because it's...
But you still jump.
No, he doesn't.
Jumps onto the slide. Okay, you didn't jump.
Well, where's my toy?
Look at the toy. Where'd you get that toy from?
At Donald?
At Donald's.
Yeah, I can not have hedgehog one.
They don't have hedgehog toys at Donald's?
No, hedgehog ice cream.
Oh, hedgehog ice cream?
Yeah, I know have hedgehog ice cream. I want one.
Oh, okay.
What's it called? Yeah, like that.
Well, good job.
And I'm gonna new fish. Right here.
I see it.
No, new fish.
Okay, there's
Right here.
Okay, I see, buddy. I see. Oh, it's not Ollie's birthday. It's not Ollie's birthday. Where'd that come from? Telling people it's Ollie's birthday?
No.
Your birthday?
One time.
One time, but not
one
today.
time.
Oh, last time?
Last time we went to Wallaby.
Oh, okay. Last time you were at Wallabies, it was your birthday, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You get the toy
Some people are saying happy Saturday, Ollie.
You get the shot at L.
Okay.
We have fully roll one down with a bit like that.
Okay.
That's the toy. I want one new toy. I want a really cool toy. Don't give me.
Unicorn toy.
Yeah, I don't get down so hot. I'm so happy.
Why is the restaurant called Sonic? Was Sonic the Hedgehog there? Pretty sketchy.
Cause when you argue,
Because they bring you ice cream?
yeah,
Okay.
and I have head on one, and you know, and I get head on not go down. You know that kind why on me.
Oh, okay. I got it. I'll get it. But you got to stay. Onion rings.
So, sorry, what and we go one.
Sonic likes golden.
Golden onion rings.
Yeah.
I think those are just gold rings. I don't think there's no onions in them. Oh.
Everybody call we.
Everybody calls them onion rings?
Yeah, I call it and we go.
They look more like Funyun rings. Alright, tell them where Bubba's at.
Papa, I know. I
Florida.
thought,
Called us at Walmart.
Called Daddy. That's weird.
yeah. Call you. Oh, mommy.
Because I hurt Mommy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, tell everybody.
Who hurt Mommy?
Witnesses.
You.
Wow.
Stay home, mommy.
That's called consensual sex, Ollie.
William.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I
Stop,
can't
stop,
know
stop,
what you
stop.
see. I will.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you going to go play with Mims? Gotta go on. Wait. Say I love you and
Why you
bye.
bye?
Wait,
Oh,
Ollie.
you win that.
Damn. Here. Apparently someone hurt Mariah. I couldn't get a name out of him, but I couldn't figure out what they were saying. But I'll get to the bottom of it. Don't worry. Sometime when we're off stream, I'll get right to the bottom of that. No doubt. Here we go. Back into the video. Let's get keyed up for a officer fighting contest. And Scott has still yet to call the woman a tranny. So
He marches me out up the ramp area, as if I don't have a mask on and I haven't obeyed the rules. And those two young women, I saw them lined up filming on their iPhone, at least two of the young women I was talking to. And I said, please film. The mask is in my hand. Look at what they're doing. They set up Dr. Judy Mikovits. I didn't say that, but I said, please film, get it, look at my hand. And I can't move them because both my hands are handcuffed behind my neck. But, I'm defiant. And by that time, and some of them, men in business suit, were spitting through their masks. How stupid are you? Saying, throw away.
men in business suits were spitting through their mask. How stupid are you saying, throw away the key? Throw away the key this time.
I'm defiant. And by that time, and some of them, men in business suit, were spitting through their masks. How stupid are you? Saying, throw away the key. And I believe one of them said, this time, throw away key. You think they don't know?
No, they get,
You think
Yeah,
they
these
don't know?
business guys in Santa Barbara, I got a very good friend up there. He just can't even stand the insanity. All these people that have, like, again, and he's a wonderful guy. He has people in his household that are exactly this militant, TDS to the max.
Right.
And this is what happens. Like, these people, like Santa Barbara, it's as left wing as it gets. It's an echo chamber. And these people don't look, I was in an echo chamber in the Republican Party. I'm working Republican politics. It was an echo chamber. I'm filling my head with all this stuff. And it took me understanding what happened on 9/11 and then the course of the things building up to that before I said, wait a minute, this is bullshit. All this is bullshit. Everything they're saying that they're going to keep from happening, it just continues to go flow and flow and flow left. Countries keep going in the wrong direction. I don't care who's in power, Republicans, Democrats.
Right.
So people get an echo chamber. Santa Barbara is an unbelievable echo chamber. These people are full on leftists.
Have you noticed anywhere in the world that someone's talking about, if it's a location, Scott has a friend there, including Santa Barbara. Every time someone comes on and says, I'm from, such and such. Oh, I got a friend there. I can tell you all about that place. It's weird.
And for a businessman, and it's hard for me to withhold the milquetoast pussy wearing his sister's skinny jeans.
Whoa, milk toast pussy wearing his sister's skinny jeans. This man's a YouTube bad boy. A YouTube bad boy. He's almost as bad as Tim Pool.
Because you know what I respect? You have to be a tough guy. You got to be a guy that thinks. Intellect is what I respect. I've been attracted to smart people my whole life. That's what I'm interested in. I hung around geeks and people that were, these kind of people, because this is where the
I hung around geeks and people that were this kind of people because I'm attracted to intellect, to smart people.
power is. Anybody can get physical. The weakest person, right, is always the weakest one wants to use physical force, right? The strongest person is always using their brain. It's like in a room, the person.
So Scott, who talks about beating shit out of these people and attacking these pussies and these dime store douchebags, and we're going to shove it down your throat. I'm going to beat you with this meat hammer. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. Meat time, meat hammer, truth hammer, full throttle, scope locked, automatic trigger. He thinks the weakest one is the one who says that they're going to use violence.
Right? Is always the weakest one wants to use physical force, right? The strongest person is always using their brain. It's like in a room, the person that knows the least, they know it the loudest, right? The person that knows the least always knows it the loudest. And it's like, I think
is that why you're always screaming your points? The person who knows the least knows the loudest. Is that why you're always screaming your points, Scott?
That movie, I think it was American Gangster, says, the weakest man in the room. How do you say that? He said, something about the weakest man in the room is the one that is doing all the talking. But it's the same thing. These people get into this echo chamber and they can't think for themselves. They don't have the courage, the true courage, a human or a man to have their own convictions, to understand why they have the convictions. It's easy to pick up somebody else's dialogue and say, oh yeah, me too. It takes balls. It takes absolute.
Well, that whole time that he was weightlifting, he was actually hanging out with all the geeks and the nerds, because that's who he respects. This is such a weird fucking video.
Have their own convictions, to understand why they have the convictions. It's easy to pick up somebody else's dialogue and say, oh yeah, me too. It takes balls. It takes absolute balls to do what you're doing here. I mean, I'm afraid if I saw you walking somewhere, I might even hear them banging together. I'm like, is this a tranny? Is this a badass, like a UFC?
Excuse me, Scott? Excuse me? Don't worry, we're going back. He said, this takes balls. I'm afraid if I saw you somewhere, I could probably hear them banging together. And I would think, is this a tranny? What? What did you just call your guest? Scott, did you just ask Dr. Judy Mikovits from the Plandemic movie? You said that if you saw her out in public, you would be like, is this a tranny? That's what you went with? You have messed up. And then you're going to try to cover it by saying, a UFC fighter turned doctor. But you already went tranny, bud. You can't take it back, okay? One more time for the people in the back, if you didn't catch it. This is, if I saw you out in public, I might say, is this a tranny? Weird, but okay.
to do what you're doing here. I mean, I'm afraid if I saw you walking somewhere, I might even hear them banging together. I'm like, is this a tranny? Is this a badass, like a UFC fighter that, became a doctor? I don't even know. But to hear you telling this story and standing your ground.
Look at the change in her face. Look at the change in her face. She went from smiling and, oh yeah, I'm a beautiful female doctor, to, is this a tranny? Is this a tranny in the airport? Stop the presses. There's some tranny not wearing her mask. That sounds hateful as shit, Scott. Jesus, dude. What's her face?
It takes absolute balls to do what you're doing here. I mean, I'm afraid if I saw you walking somewhere, I might even hear them banging together. I'm like, is this a tranny? Is
Laughing.
This a badass, like a UFC fighter that, is
dead inside? Laughing to dead inside. Is this a tranny?
Became a doctor. I don't even know. But to hear you telling this story and
wow,
I guarantee
she even swallowed hard after he called her a tranny. Dude, what the fuck? Would that make any of you, if you're a female, would that make any of you feel better if he's like, look, you have some balls, and I can't believe you just went up to this man and just told him how it was. Honestly, if I saw you in public, I'd be like, oh my God, who is this tranny? Would that make any of you all feel better about yourselves?
Look, she's holding the fork in line.
Every time her eye starts flipping out, in chat over someone talking some crazy QAnon shit, I'm gonna be like, oh, that's my tranny wife.
Folks, this is what holding the fork in line means right here. Holding the fork in line. And I said this before in a Supreme Court decision, as they defined a conviction.
To be honest, Scott, if we're going to go with your description, this is what surgical removal of the fork in line means. But yeah, okay.
They said a conviction is something you're willing to die for. If you're not, it's simply a preference, right? It's simply a preference. But you are showing our viewers that, I mean, and this, there's a whole lot more, but there's over 10,000 people watching you here and hearing your story, and I'm very happy about that.
Man, I can't believe he said that.
This is what it's going to take on every
who would say that
level from all of us to stop the bullshit. And I want to continue the story because I want to hear the rest. But here, wait till you folks hear the backside of this, what this coward scumbag did. But here's the thing, and I want to get this in here for you, Judy. I was on the phone today with a police officer.
I want to get this in here for you, Judy. I know that you had your testicles removed in the operation, so I want to stick this in here, okay? So no one gets confused with what's going on. Exactly what's going on, okay? We need to know for sure what is going on.
From a certain city here in Texas.
Dude, I can't believe.
Dialogue on this bullshit from law enforcement. And so he wanted to speak to me, got to me through a mediary, to basically let me know about the corruption in the higher levels of the police departments. And it's not just there, it's all over the place. He told me a lot of stuff.
Police department insider came out to Scott to let him know about the corruption that's going on within the higher levels of this. The higher levels.
And I say, here's my belief. Now that you're coming forward, and I'm not going to have him spotlighted, I'm going to share what I know. But I want you other police officers out there to hear this. And if you've listened to Sheriff Mack, if you haven't seen a Sheriff Mack video on Rumble when I interviewed him, your responsibility that you took an oath for is that Constitution and these people, not these scumbag bureaucrat political worms who can't survive out there in the real world where there's ethics and honor and integrity and conviction of what America stands for. They can't survive out there. And many of you guys know who the worms are in the police department that do this bullshit. And I'm going to tell you something. This is another target for me. I'm staying on this issue. And I'm going to draw more of you good guys out from behind the shadows when you see this shit going on from the police commissioners who are bureaucrats. They're politicians. They're installed by your top cop, these DAs who are funded by Soros to do exactly this, to oppress the people. Those of you law enforcement officers out there that know what I'm talking about, don't be afraid to work your way to me. Because we're going to build the same coalition that we're doing over here with the military to get their voices on the battlefield to save this country.
All the Navy SEALs that I'm going to put on school board positions, all the Navy SEALs I'm going to put on the school board, I also need police officers over here to complain on my show. So basically, content. Tammy, I don't have time for you to complain. You're such a fucking dumb bitch.
From this bullshit, you get to me, and I will bring together other people like Sheriff Mack and work with him on that initiative to bring you people you.
I don't and would never support your bullshit channel, but here I am driving it up the algorithm, making sure more people see it and commenting on it. Thank you for supporting my channel. My bullshit channel. I'm sorry, Tammy.
The law enforcement people, they're endangering your safety. This is why they target 6 police officers here at a building downtown Dallas and murder and assassinate because of this shit. We back the blue. But in the masses. But it's these pussies and these cowards that have to be rooted out. And there's a small amount of.
The only person I didn't agree with, I did agree with in this video was her position. You dumb cunt. Oh. I can listen to a video for 15 minutes and get the exact opposite inflection of what's going on.
And then you got the bureaucrats, the police commissioners, the DA funded by Soros, and these other minions that follow them because these aren't real men. These are not George Washington, Jefferson, Adams, Hancock, Alexander Hamilton. The people that built this nation, that's not who they are. That's who you are. And police officers, you need to remember that oath. You are a peace officer, and your job, like any sheriff in the country, and I'm including sheriffs, is to protect the people. This isn't protecting people. This is thug enforcement. Right. This is edict enforcement, unconstitutional, unlawful.
Edict. Oh, no. Ida cunt's back. We already ran you off once, Ida. Bye.
Enforcement against the citizens of this nation that pay your salary. So hear me loud and clear, because this is an ignition point for what's coming. Because now that I got these law enforcement officers coming to me privately, and I will keep everybody's identities private, you come to
private identities for sure. Always private.
And once patriot street fighter citizens get off their asses and start coming out in numbers in protest to push against this bullshit, this will ignite all the other good guys in the department to step up and say, you know what? I agree with them. I'm with them. Just like the Yellow Vest protesters all through Europe. What those police officers eventually do? They took their helmets off, put their batons down, stepped over the line and said, you know what? This is who we're here to protect, not those scumbags in these mansions behind these walls with a bunch of guns and people to protect their asses from us. The tyrants always bury themselves behind walls and behind guns because they know that we won't stand for this to the very end. And
report my channel. See, now that's why you can't claim to be a patriot or anybody else. You can't claim any of that shit. Just because you come out and say shit like report a channel. What the fuck is wrong with you? Oh, I support free speech. Report this channel because it's negative about a guy I fantasize over. That's why we can't have nice things.
We need to make sure we do this now, not later on when the price that we pay as citizens is going to be much higher. This stuff that you're hearing from Dr. Judy right now, this is preview of coming attractions. This isn't just Dr. Judy.
Also, be aware I have 9 accounts now that can all broadcast to this channel, so get to fucking reporting.
Who's a threat? This is you. This is every citizen. This is you. She just revealed to you what I've been saying for a year. This is a murder machine. All the infrastructure to support humanity, support, life support.
That's why we can't have nice things.
Death support. We need to make a murder machine. You're hearing it firsthand from a high-level scientist. And now you see why they want to attack her. This because she's enemy number one. So now you have an army of patriot street fighters, Judy, who now are going to be ready for the cause because of what you're sharing here. So Spurlock, imagine what's coming your way.
Yeah,
you're a disgrace. So now we're going to get back to Dr. Judy, somebody who really counts. So now here we are. Okay. Now these guys take you off the plane.
Yeah. Through this angry crowd, not all
Spitting
of them.
at you. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Just throw away the key kind of thing, and by then I'm like, you moron, you want to kill yourself? I don't care. Thinning of the herd, that's what we need. I'm just not going to stand by while innocent children die, from those toxic masks. There is no law. Call the sheriff. There is no law. Call the sheriff, as they're pushing me into the elevator. They take me out to the curb and the guy I never see, either has a finger in the middle of my back. Remember, they just keep touching the handcuffs. So my left arm, they can get their little scream so they could see if they could get this, this woman, to squeal or scream, whatever, as they're abusing me. And
no one said it's positive, you dumb cunt. It's not supposed to be positive. It's not supposed to be positive. It's free speech. I can say whatever I want. Positive, negative, or indifferent. It's free speech.
And I don't know what's in my back. A gun, a baton, a finger. Who knows? There are 2 SUV police cars. I think it said Santa Barbara City Police. And I resisted saying fucking rent-a-cop, but I did that once before and it didn't go well for me. So I didn't call him a rent-a-cop. That was all the way back in the 80s. I called the military police at Fort Detrick a rent-a-cop when he was stupid enough to come arrest me at work in the lab because I hadn't worn a helmet on my bike into the post at Fort Detrick. So he said, go home and get one. Go ride the bike 6 miles home and get one. Oh, that makes a hell of a lot of sense, you moron. So yeah, it's dangerous. So let's just go ride. Can't I just go to work and remember it tomorrow? Because I wear the helmet over the baseball cap because I always have, and I forgot I didn't have it on at any rate. So these guys take me off to the way side of the airport, not directly in front of the airport where the people could see, where people might recognize Dr. Judy, while people might see these assholes beating up an innocent woman for nothing with a mask in my hand, really, in handcuffs behind me. I didn't refuse to wear a mask, and you don't get to say what kind of mask I get to wear. Thank you very much. And they take me off to the side. And by now I'm realizing after, experiencing the force this spurlock inflicted on me on the plane and since, that they could take me out on the side of the airport, Santa Barbara. Everybody knows it's just a field. Nobody's over there. There's not, 20 people in the airport at any given time. There are 2 SUVs. And they could do anything they want. And they could say, oh, they took the handcuff off and I assaulted them and shoot me. I don't know, or beat me up with the baton. So they spend the next 20 minutes, half hour trying to force me to sign this citation. And I said, I will not. There is no law. Call the sheriff. Call my lawyer. Oh, you could do that later. I said, no, I'm not.
When she does get the citation, she's right. They never wrote down a law that she broke. It only has the cop's signature and that's it on it.
I'm not signing anything. Then we'll take you right to jail. And they start to put me in one of these SUVs, hurting me all the way in. They aren't gentle and kind, as they were a little bit kinder in 2011 when they arrested me. At least they went back and got my.
What airline was that, Judy?
American.
Okay.
And so I sent you by text. Oh, the next day somebody sent me John Kerry, special envoy to the president, sitting on an American Airlines in first class by the window. Looked a little left side of the plane, but it looks like my flight. He's sitting there with no mask on, tie on. Nobody, no mask in sight. It's not even around his neck or in his hand. It's nowhere to be seen. Oh yeah, they didn't take him off the plane or.
You don't. So just so everybody who watches me knows, don't report channels that you don't like. Disagree with those channels. But to report a channel that you don't like, just because you're telling the executioner to kill everybody else first, someone's going to come and kill you one day. That's how it works.
On Saturday, the United Airlines pilot
Idiots.
that had a perfectly see-through mask, one of the ones they listed as unacceptable on their website. Last I looked, you aren't doctors. You're not medical professionals. You can't, none of this has no basis in science and medicine. This is just control. This is, let's just see if we can get everybody down to bow down and kiss my ass. Well, I've said it before and I'll say it again. I don't bow down to anybody but God.
Yeah, she's been, so you can say that it's the evil medical industry or whatever. But ever since, basically her entire career, she's been refuted by quite a few people. When the pandemic video come out, it was a huge success as far as people seeing it. But it also brought out a shit ton of people. It's like, this is wrong, this never happened, this is wrong, that never happened, this is wrong. She even claims that they raided her house once because she had some type of information. Turns out she had just stolen some property from the place she was working at. Same thing with the woman, the woman in Florida who worked for the Florida Department of Health a few months back. She was suing because the police raided her house and stole her computer, claiming that she had stuff from work. Well, it turns out she was stealing stuff from work. She was still logging into her account. She had logged in 300 times over the last 3 months and downloaded stuff that she wasn't supposed to have at home. She had taken home a work computer and 2 work hard drives. And when the cops broke in, randomly just knocked down her door, they had been there for over 3 hours trying to get her to open the door while negotiating through. That's why the camera angle she's got of the police coming into her house is set up perfect and framed to where you can see everything set up. It's slightly behind a flower, but you can see the front door, you can see the stairwell, you can see the top of the stairs, you can see the lighting's right and shit. They busted in her house and they had been there over 3 hours trying to just get her to open the door. So eventually they did bust the door. But 3 hours of negotiating, I think she got more than fair treatment.
happening.
They had a warrant.
So it's, and so this goes on for a while where, finally, I'm hurting pretty bad. And he's like, you're going to jail. And that didn't work well last time, where I don't get out of there for 5 days and I can't do anything about it. And
if you keep hearing that voice, that small voice in the background of this video, Judy decided to lock her 86-year-old husband out of the house so he wouldn't interrupt the interview that she was on with Scott McKay. That's the person going, Judy? Hey, Judy. Judy.
Basis in science and medicine. This is just control. This is, let's just see if we can get everybody down to bow down and kiss my ass. Well, I said it before and I'll say it again. I don't bow down to anybody but God, and I'm not bowing down to anybody. It's just simply not happening. So it's, and so this goes on for a while where, finally, I'm hurting pretty bad. And he's like, you're going to jail. And that didn't work well last time, where I don't get out of there for 5
Do you hear him calling her name?
days and I can't do anything about it. And I know, I hear you, David. I'll be out there in a minute.
She locked him out of the house. She locked him out of the house.
So my husband just came home and locked the door so he wouldn't interrupt us.
You locked him out of the house or locked him out of your office?
I locked him out of the house, which is my office.
Bring him in here. I want to slap him a high five, man.
Okay, I'll go get him. Okay.
She locked her 86-year-old husband out of the house. Sorry, I found that hilarious. Maybe it's just me.
Say hi to Scott McKay? Yeah. Okay, come on in.
That's right. Out in the grifters. That's the plan.
We're on the radio over here. Come say hi. I mean, the Zoom call. So anyway, so he's coming in.
We're on the radio right now. Come say hi. I'm in the middle of a Zoom call.
We're here getting ready to go to dinner or whatever in as I mentioned, in San Diego. But so I mean this and so finally I signed the piece of paper, but I'm not smart.
Well, she said that she's scared to say in Santa Barbara because the police are after her, so they're at somewhere else in San Diego, like a different home or an Airbnb. I don't know what they're doing.
Enough or aware enough to sign UDTF and put my name in a box and under duress and threat of force and put my name in a box such that it's pretty clear that the only thing that was truth on the piece of paper is my signature, and that they forced me to sign that. Honey, come over here and say hi to Scott. Come here. No, come over here. Let him see you. Here, I'll turn the computer. I don't know. It's warm in here. Come on, say hi to Scott.
Hi, Scott.
He can't see you.
Can't see you, Dave.
Hi.
How are you? All I can say is it's like I feel like I need to bow down or be wearing a tie or something. You married this woman? Like, holy Mary, Mother of God.
I'm sorry, Scott. You said woman this time? I thought you was going to go with tranny as you introduced her last time. You said woman this time? I'm glad that you've become more progressive. Thank you.
If she's this tough, I can't imagine what you're like.
When you get to my age, you'll be more tired too. I'm 82 going on 100.
That sounds like me. I'm always saying I'm 56 going on 96.
Okay. So so he's, I don't know why my face is all red. I was out on the beach before I jumped on this call.
She does. She claims that Fauci took her work and that he was treating it wrong and purposely killing people.
Anyway, that's the end of the story. So he says, well, if I take these handcuffs off, you're signing this thing. And I'm like, yeah, motherfucker, you take those handcuffs off and you're lucky you don't get my foot right in the middle of your balls. Oh, wait a minute, you don't have any. So.
I love this lady. This is a Patriot Street. This is a fork and Patriot Street fighter.
Sorry, I threw up in my mouth a little bit. I was just trying to swallow it back down. Oh, wait a minute, you don't have any balls. I love this lady. All we need now is somebody to jump in the scream and say, Patriots! We are street fighters.
Oh, you beat up women. Sorry, you don't have.
Oh yeah. This I'm not gonna go off anymore. You know what, folks? What do you think, folks? This deserves the tomahawk. This is a Patriot Street Fighter tomahawk. I don't know if you've seen it. Somebody was on here. Scott, get out the tomahawk. So this is of course our brand logo, but we got a prototype. It says "We the People" on. I don't know if you can see it, but this is our.
Like
yeah, there you go. We the people. So I told our folks, look, here's what we're doing from now on. This is for my Native American heritage. We're going to do it the way that they used to. This is a peace pipe. Okay, we'll offer them the peace pipe, right?
For your peyote.
These tyrants don't want peace. There's only one other alternative. But at the end of the day, yeah, we're a nonviolent type.
If these tyrants don't like peace, there's only one alternative, and I'm selling the weapon to do it. And YouTube protects my channel while they ban people who make fun of me and say that I'm inciting violence. Okay.
Only symbolic until we have to defend ourselves. But these people like this need
Patriot product placement. That's it.
It does. Look, it doesn't take a tough man to push a woman around. I mean, come on. Look, if you're attacked by a woman or something like that, that's one thing. But to come in using physical force on a woman because you got a badge and you're going to use it.
Physical woman force.
Well, congratulations, sir. I think we made you famous tonight. You want to be notorious, or you want to be famous? Well, now you're notorious in Santa Barbara. You target one.
So already, my guy that's in his Telegram account already, they've got the dude's name and badge number and picture and his supervisor's name and phone number, and they've already started a phone campaign to call and get the guy fired. All with one side of the story, no video evidence, no other testimony, just this piece right here. They've already done it. So they're doing what they do. I mean, like they claim free speech, they claim they want the truth, they claim they want this, they claim they want that, but then it ends up a lot of the time it's just one side of the story, and let's push cancel culture as hard as we possibly can. I don't know how else to put it, but that's what's going on within their bullshit they got going on right now. They're on his Telegram account. They're trying to get this guy fired, and his partner. They've named his partner finally, trying to get them both fired. And I don't know if it's the way it went down. Maybe it didn't. But we at least need to get the other side of the story. No.
One of our friends, man, we're going to let everybody know. Nobody's going to escape this bullshit anymore. It's time people to say, you know what? This is enough. It's enough of this bullshit. We're going to put an end to it. We're going to spotlight every one of you cowards that want to conduct yourselves when you're supposed to be protecting Dr. Judy from this bullshit. And you're coming in and bringing your badge with you to use it in a way you think is appropriate. Well, not anymore. Congratulations, Spurlock. Well, Dr. Judy, it's been a real pleasure. I'm glad you came on here because listen, there's a lot of police officers out there that are pissed off because they're the good guys are outnumbered these pieces of shit. It's probably like 95% to 5 or less, probably way less than that. It's always these kind of guys that are making the police officer in general look bad when it's not. It's only a couple of these pussies and cowards that will conduct themselves like this. But right. I'm hoping a lot of you guys come forward like the one did today, and we start having this conversation because it's these worm bureaucrats. It's these bureaucrats in the law enforcement community that are forcing you to do these things under the threat of losing your job or whatever else. Believe me, we the people rise and back your play. We'll drive these bastards out. We'll drive them out. We'll recall them. And people talk, I heard this yesterday from David, he had a good idea, but you know what? What we need to do is go to these city council meetings or any of these other meetings where these people are held responsible, and we tell them how it's going to be, or we're going to recall them. We got to recall these bastards, drive their asses out. It just takes, the law is on our side. Every part of the Constitution and the law is on our side. They just made us believe that it isn't, and they have the power and control as a dictatorship, and it doesn't work that way. And when enough of you stand up and say, this bullshit's over, I'm going to get my friends, we're going to go to the next meeting, we're going to tell them how it's going to be, because they work for us, we pay them, we tell them how to govern us. It's that they derive their just powers, not just their power. They derive, the founders knew every single word in that Constitution and why they put every word in there. They derive their just powers from the consent of the governed, that's us. This is how we end this bullshit. And if they don't want to do what we tell them, then we recall petition these bastards and run their asses out. That's where it's going to end. Anyways, Dr. Judy, I'm going to turn you over to Mr. David. I'm honored that he gave us you this for this long, and I'm honored to have you here. And I am truly honored that my Patriot Street Fighter Army got to hear the original Patriot Street Fighter. That's what it takes. So thank you for being on the show. My hat is up. My tomahawk is off to you. I salute you.
My tomahawk is off to you.
After the event and said, I heard what happened. How can I help? So there's
the only hat I'm ever glad that you actually took off was that leather beret. Why did you wear a leather beret? That was the strangest thing, Scott. That was very strange.
So many people who reached out to me, other people who sent me these pics of John.
I know Scott just said he's 56, but I know for a fact, maybe he was making a joke or maybe he was lying, but he also said he was 61 one time. 61. So I don't know.
And I want to shout out to the Buffalo Bills football player who stood up on a plane and defended, another black man on the plane who was being bullied by the stewardess and said, no, this is your problem. So I'll send you this text by text.
Yes.
We can make it public. I believe his name. I don't know his name, so I won't say it yet. But anyway, you can do that. There are people standing up everywhere. I know a short time later in a bank in Texas, another innocent elderly lady like me, a 68-year-old, was kicked by a police officer in a bank. I know right there in Hawaii, on Del Beatrice, the High Wire show yesterday, they showed the police in Hawaii attacking a family. So we're going to end this as we make it known and we all stand up together. They can't attack us all.
You're right. And we're going to do that. I might be spending a little time this summer with Sheriff Mack on the tour that they're putting together with Robert David Steele. We may be combining the Patriot Street Fighter tour with them in some way, shape, or form. We'll see. But my folks are ready to go to war over this. We're not going to let this go on anymore, untouched and unaddressed. We're going to address this. So God bless you. Thank you for letting us know who these criminals like Fauci are and keeping us clued into what's going on. We'll certainly have you back again down the road. And thanks for all of your time and thanks for your warrior spirit.
Thanks so much.
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
Your warrior spirit.
Great.
You are appreciated here, even though you're bigger, more well-known, more well-educated, more respected, more well-distributed. I'm going to pretend like you're one of me instead of me being one of you. You're a Patriot Street Fighter. Come on over here. You're part of this. Maybe we'll give you the old meat hammer. Oh, no. All right, let's see. Let's see what else we got here. I've got a couple to choose from. Let me see what I want to watch here. Hold on. We've got I know what that one is. I've seen that one. We've seen that one. We basically got a couple different things to choose from. So we could try to go to let's try this. Hold on. Sorry. We have Brad praying for us, so that's always good. We have that going on. We've got David Nino. David Nino had 107 on tonight. They were live. The Frogs are I'm sure they're going to do a show tonight. Probably already did a show tonight. But we can do that from there. Let's see what Brad did tonight. I'm sure Brad had a show or is currently having a show. Oh, he hasn't started his show for tonight yet. He's still got the one where he prayed for me in it. But we haven't seen any of that show. We've only seen where he prays for me in it, by the way. So we've got that one. We've got, they're on a backup channel. What is the name of that channel? Hold on. David Nino Rodriguez is currently on a ban, so he's on a backup channel. Nino and 107 filters today. They're premiering a video today. Michael Jaco. Who did Veritas hopped in and said Michael Jaco is with somebody as well. Brad's followers are pissed. Oh, I think he takes weekends off now. Yeah, they were talking about how they couldn't depend on him anymore. I guess we need to, since we saw that Brad's praying for me, I guess we need to at least watch the rest of his video. I'm not too interested in like him showing videos and shit. I just like his commentary most of all.
Communists.
This is from yesterday. I'll be pulling up other stuff as well.
Good evening, friends. Enemies, patriots,
Enemies.
communists.
What makes you think there's enemies
Whatever
here?
else we have on here.
Jeez.
All righty. I saw that, Andrew. I'll be talking to you. Hello, Moorhead. Hello. From Lick Skillet, Alabama. Larry. Hello, Larry.
Lick Skillet, Alabama. Oh, is it? Who did you guys see who Tony said was on Michael Jaco's channel tonight?
Name Miss Billy Faye Weedman, Sean Moore from Oklahoma, Woodland, Alabama, Shane Crenshaw. Welcome. Hello, Miss Kathy from Alabama. There's MIL and KT.
I've never commented on there. I've sent him a couple messages, but I've never commented on there.
Family. And there.
Typically, when they block you on Facebook, well, that's probably for like a group or show page. I don't know about personal pages. If I have a group page and I block somebody, they can still watch. They just can't comment.
There's Aunt Candy. Can always count on her. I don't know about Uncle Tommy, but I can count
I also have some messages sent to me. Hold on. I need to check those as well.
Longview, Texas, Mr. Jerry Shipman. Hello, Miss Sandy. Right here in Tennessee. Bert from Oklahoma. Marcia Road, Dustin Moore.
By the way, somebody sent this into my comments. Let me just read this. This is pretty fucked up. Somebody sent this in and says, "Hey, you should read some of these comments that are in Brad's videos. Like some of these people are getting really bad. This is one of the comments, and it says a woman commented on the Facebook page. It says, "I'm about to lose my husband over this. I'm having a problem being with someone whose views are way closer to liberal than I'd like. I get so frustrated because he reminds me of a child with his ears covered and throwing a tantrum every time I try to tell him anything. I told him before that I wouldn't marry a liberal, and he said he wasn't. I told him I wouldn't marry someone who didn't believe in God, and now I don't believe he does. What am I supposed to do? The Bible says infidelity is the only excuse for divorce. He's definitely cheating on God with Satan." That was an actual comment from their live stream. These people are down a rabbit hole, guys. Like, not only is the QAnon stuff so far away from biblical stuff and attacking Jewish people and away from constitutional stuff, they want a fucking dictator and shit. But now, if you don't believe it, then you're anti-God, you're anti-democracy, that's what they label you as. The same way they do with, somebody sent me an article a while back where there are fake news websites popping up that try to have fake doctors talk about why we don't believe the QAnon conspiracy and they're right and we're wrong because we don't believe in the aliens and deep underground military bases and this and that and blah blah blah. That there are literally fake news sites popping up all over the place, and that's what they're using to legitimize their beliefs. It's getting bad in some places.
Kay Coffer's in the house from the high country in Texas. Charlie Hastings. Hello, Karen. Hello, Shelley from Iowa. Yes. My good buddy Bob Dubois from Golden, Colorado. That's what I like to see, man. I had to. We're down a few today. We're going to get more than we lost, but we're probably down a few today because I had to kind of show a few the door, if you know what I mean. Okay, so they're not with us tonight. Okay, all right. And, Senator. Yeah, I don't know about that, buddy. I don't know about that. But hello from Oklahoma, the Bowler Jacks. And hello from Kansas City, Vonda. And there's my good buddy Donnie. And there's an old friend, Cindy Gio. They don't make them like you no more, Cindy. Some of us good friends stick through.
Good friends stick together, with sweet tea.
Oh. Tonight's tea is sponsored by Wendy's. Wendy's. They don't have the best tea, but that's where I went to eat. So it is what it is.
Wendy's does not have sweet tea. Ugh.
Yeah, that's my dad's brother, I'm sure. Mr. John, Regina Simmons in the house, along with her friend, I'm sure. I can't remember her name. What's her name? I got to meet her soon. You can tell me, Miss Regina here. Hello from Edgerton, Ohio, not Idaho. And Pandy Wilson.
Brad's romper room.
He said he wanted to be in a cult. Didn't you, Bill? If that's what it is, count me in, he said.
Ooh.
Howdy, Lisa.
If this is a cult, count me in. That's how you want your followers to be. No sarcasm intended.
A late night. That's why it's called the Late Show tonight.
The late Brad show late.
Started here. And merchandise. It's coming.
It's coming.
You guys know. Now, let me tell you something. Speaking of that, I was going to say, I know I told you this week, but it's been delayed a little bit. And
a lot of cute chicks.
You know, it's kind of like if I say 10:55, it's really going to be 11 or 11:05. Okay. So if I said this week, it's going to be probably like next week. Okay. So anyway, but we've got some unbelievable stuff coming. I mean, you ain't going to believe some of this stuff. You're going to love it.
Woo! Hot dog.
If you have any ideas, send them to me. Okay? I'm always willing to look at them. But I'm going to tell you what, we've got some humdingers for you. And I mean, this going to be some
humdingalingers.
Nice shirts. I mean, this is going to be on like Donkey Kong. Okay? So anyway, all right. So, hey, those of you that saw my rant this afternoon, you know, here's the thing, man. I don't, you know, don't worry about it. They're not going to bother. These people don't bother me. The only thing that bothers me, if you want to get me, because I don't care. Like I told you before, I don't care. I'm going to be me. Okay? And, you know, that's the thing about me. And I think anybody that knows me really will tell you this. I'm the same guy on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday that I am on Sunday. Okay? I don't change. I mean, you can call me a lot of things. And trust me, I've got a lot of faults. But you can call me a lot of things. But one of them's not a hypocrite. I can promise you. Because I'm going to be the same person no matter what day it is. And it's just the way it is. So, and I'm not PC. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm going to tell it like it is. And obviously, that is too much for some people. Okay? So, with that said, but here's these people. Here's the problem. These people are, you attack my family or my faith.
Come on. Who the fuck's attacking your family? This is always a go-to. This is always a fucking go-to. I can't if Brad puts himself on the internet, I don't give a fuck if Brad worships Jesus or Baal or this fucking beer bottle or that flag behind him. Once you put yourself on the internet, I can say whatever the fuck I want to on the internet, Brad. But to try to hide behind, if you attack my family or my kids or my dad, the general, or my friends who served in the military or my faith or my God, hell no. You don't make the rules to the internet, Brad. It's called free speech. Someone else already made the rules for the internet. Someone else already made the rules for the country. You don't get to make the rules. First of all, I didn't say shit about your family or your kids, and I've never seen anybody else say anything about your family or your kids. But you put yourself out there. You put yourself out. I put my kids on the internet. I guess it's fair game if you want to talk about them. I don't personally attack kids, so I'm going to ban you if you talk about my kids. But I'm not going out and attacking anybody else's kids either.
I don't care. Hey, Beck. That's my good buddy Beck. I hadn't seen her in forever down in Texas. So anyway, other than that, we're going to be good. And it doesn't matter. But
you say proof like there's proof, but I think you're using that word very loosely.
Do it on your board. Okay? So, that's the thing, is a guy's got to have something he stands for, and that's my thing. So be it. Again, don't let the...
There wasn't any proof. There isn't any proof. There isn't going to be any future proof. There's a shit coming. 4 years of this presidency, whether it be Biden or Kamala or some type of team, he already said he's running again. Trump already said he's running in 2024. What's coming? I hope fucking Armageddon. Dyslexa, bring Armageddon, please.
door hit you where the good Lord split you, because you got to go, okay? Or as my buddy said, you gots to go. Gots to, okay? All right. So here's where we're at, okay? I am going to show you some good news tonight. I've got some good news for you tonight. I've got some shocking news for you tonight.
Ooh, shocking.
Yeah, that's right. PC has destroyed our country. I've been preaching that message for the last 5 or 6 years at least, or longer. I've been preaching it.
Nope. You're not. You're not. You're not. You're not. You're not. If you were preaching PC, you would say, I can say whatever the hell I want to on the internet, and you can say whatever the hell you want to on the internet. But instead, you're preaching, I can say whatever the hell I want to on the internet, but if anybody says anything bad about me, they're attacking my family and my faith. Just like Scott McKay. He told him to shut down my fucking channel. We laughed when he made fun of me. We all got together and laughed. Dime store douchebag, Bobby socks, and saddle shoes, or whatever he said from, I don't know, the 40s. The insult from the schoolyard from the 40s. We all laughed. I don't want you to report his channel. I don't want you to take him down. He's got a right to be there. But I made fun of Scott, and he mass reports my channel. You're not worried about the PC culture. You're not worried about free speech. You're not worried about any of that shit. Instead, all we're worried about is I get my voice, and if you disagree, well, then you did something to me hurtful.
And probably 10 years. And because when you are PC, you don't tell the truth. And the truth, the word says, John 8:32 says, you shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. Now, we know that's talking about Jesus, but we also know it can be used in a common sense kind of way too, CS, okay? And so anyway, all right, so let's get right into it. I want to get on here. I got some stuff here. Mike Lindell
Yeah, and they like to point that out too, Hick Chick. Oh, that channel is just, he curses, and he's got some little bitty channel that no one pays attention to, and I never pay, and it doesn't affect anything, but I've got to talk about it multiple times a week.
He come out with some good stuff today. And, okay, and so Mike Lindell here, and he is talking about what he has going on, folks. And I can't wait.
Meta Access.
I saw him in D.C. A couple of times.
Meet Access. Metaxas. Me tax as.
Okay. You know, on the 6th, and then before that on like the December 12th, I think. And yeah, no spankings and everybody gets a trophy. That's also ruined the country. You're right. My daddy said if you get a whipping at school, you're getting another one when you get to the house, and it's going to be worse. And we didn't have everybody gets a trophy either. No, you either win or you lose. You see, and they say, you know, and I'm a sore loser. You know, that's my motto. RTL, refuse to lose. And people say, well,
they see channels blowing up. They see channels making money. They see multiple people were able to quit their jobs selling hopium. And then suddenly they become a hopium dealer too? Weird. Oh, I just thought that I needed to start a channel to get the truth out there. Oh, really? All these other truth channels that are making a killing, that are quitting their jobs, that are retiring, that are making money hand over fist, that have all this fame and fortune selling hopium, they weren't enough. You figured you had to be the voice of reason. You didn't have nothing to do with the money they make, or the fame and the fortune, and the grifts they got going on. Seems weird. Seems weird.
You need to be a good loser. I mean, no. My motto is show me a good loser, and I'll show you a loser. Okay? Now, I'm not talking about pitching a fit and acting a fool out in front of people, but I'm talking about you got to want to win, and everybody can't win. I'm sorry. They say, well, somebody's got to lose. Okay, well, let that be you. I'm going to win. Easy enough. Okay? So here we go. Mike Lindell. Let's see what he's got to say about President Trump.
Now, what I'm going to do to my influence, I'm going to say, as soon as you get kicked off of YouTube, you're getting a bonus. Because why? Because then you're actually speaking out free speech, and you're not worrying about what Mr. Alphabet and Mr. Google say about us or suck.
At least he said free speech instead of the truth. You can't, Scott can't keep saying, or people, I mean, Brad says it too, the frogs say it. You can't keep saying that you get kicked off YouTube for the truth, and I get kicked off YouTube, and you claim that I'm lying. We can't both be kicked off the YouTube for truth, and we have opposing opinions. They just kick people off fucking YouTube. Free speech is a much better basis than truth.
Buck or Dorky and all these people that try and control us here, and they're all going to prison. They're all going to prison, I'm telling you, by the time this is done. And then I will finish here. What we're going to do then for 5 to 6 weeks, all the evidence, by the way, that I'm going to dump. We're going to dump, it's going to make WikiLeaks look like a Tinker Toy. We're dumping all this evidence that we have. Now, you just seen a little bit of it in absolute proof. We're filming a whole nother documentary this week showing the foreign interference. And I hired investigators for millions of dollars to investigate all these people. Who's behind bots and trolls? We're going to find out. Who's behind the attack that's attacking our country and our good people? Who's hiring for cancel culture? We're going to find that out. We're going to drop all the evidence of the election fraud. The Supreme Court will finally see, and they will accept this. I'll tell you right now, in 6 to 7 weeks, they're going to accept this. It's going to be a 9-0 vote. You heard it here first, that this election was attacked by foreign countries. And when that happens, now I don't know what they're going to do, but I did tell quite a few people that by August, Donald Trump will be back in as our president.
Holy shit. It's August now? It's August now? If I can find a sports jacket, a blue sports jacket, I'm going to come on and just make a grifting video. I'm just going to come on and be like, and I'm just going to go all the way from the top. Pelosi eats babies, all the way to Trump has been the president since 1964. I'm just going to do it.
He has been our president. That's my.
Now, you just said some crazy.
Okay. Now, don't come on here saying, oh my gosh, he's moved the goalposts again. First of all, Brad is not in charge of any goalposts. Brad is not strong enough to move the goalposts, okay? All right?
Brad is just making money off the back of the goalpost.
Okay. Now, I think you're going to see here in a few minutes when we get on into this that maybe we misinterpreted some of the things that 17 was saying to us because it didn't happen like we thought it should.
Maybe 17's a made-up fucking hoax to get you hopeful, to get you interested, and for other people to sell merchandise. Maybe that's it. Not maybe we've been wrong for the 146th time. Not maybe we misinterpreted again, guys. He meant August of 2068. Maybe it's just a lie. Maybe that's it. Maybe we went too far. Maybe it's all fake. Maybe it's all fucking bullshit.
Okay, so let me keep going here. All right, let me go to the next one. Now, this was him talking to Steve Bannon.
Or do you have actual lawyers on your employee that you've retained that are working on this, that have told you that with the evidence you're about to present in the film and otherwise, that you will have the ability to actually get standing to get to the Supreme Court, and in that process will be able to reverse the outcome of the November 3rd, and that Donald Trump will be in the White House in August? You have lawyers telling you this?
The August part is me. The lawyer's part is it. Yes, we have enough to get the election pulled down. And there's two other things that go along with that, which I can't say right here. But yes, these are lawyers. It's not just me. I'm the one paying the lawyers and getting them there and getting all this gathered up. But there's going to be a lot of things involved. Attorney generals, if we could find a Secretary of State that's not crooked, then we'd have a couple of them. But anyway, these are real lawyers, a team. I have a massive team. This is what I've been doing, is getting everything ready. And what we're going to do, we're going to dump. This is part of the plan. dumped for 6 weeks of evidence. Just keep dumping it so everybody can see it. And the Supreme Court. When it gets to the Supreme Court, if they don't take it, Steve, when everyone in the world has seen what we have, and you're attacked by a foreign country, this is a cyber attack on our country. You have to protect us. I'm going to tell everybody one more time, there's no statute of limitations on a crime of this magnitude, on any crime like this. Election, there wasn't an election. That's not called an election. That's called a crime against our country. So when they take this down, now that's my part coming in. I'm telling you, I would think between April or May when they pull this down, that it wouldn't take them more than 2 to 3 months to say, let's see, Donald Trump got 80 million votes, Biden got 66 million. Should we have a new election? You don't have to have a new election when you can see all the real votes are right there because we have the cyber footprints to prove the actual score of the game. When you have a fixed football game and it's fixed and by outside entities, both sides should want to go, hey, we got to bring this down. And what's going to happen is it's going to be a great uniting of our country. And I still believe that. Even Democrats right now are going, we didn't vote for this stuff, what's coming in here. Democrats didn't vote for this. Democrats are going, what is going on? Everyone's getting canceled out. And, they're taking away jobs, union jobs, and all this stuff going on. A traditional Democrat doesn't want that. I mean, this is craziness. And you know what? Anyone that says, like, Laura, let's not talk about the November 3rd election, give me a break.
Even at this point, if you can prove that people from all over the entire world got in there and messed around, you can't prove anything at all. Like, you can't prove numbers, you can't prove amounts, you can't prove this, you can't prove that. What are you talking about? Fucking oh my God.
Okay, hang on for 1 second. Are you going to show
another fucking hopium hook?
That's irrefutable. That Trump got 80 million votes, you're saying, on November 30th in that election in 2020. That you will show that Donald Trump got 80 million votes and that Joe Biden got 66 million votes?
A little over 66 million. Donald Trump was a little under 80 million. That's correct.
All right. You heard it right there. He says he's got irrefutable evidence. And,
Steve Bannon is going back Neanderthal. I don't know what to say about it. He's going all the way back.
Again, yeah, I tell you what, I got one of those pillows. It took forever to get in, but boy, it is good.
Woo, that's some good pillow.
Now, I want to shift gears here for just a second. And I want to take you, tonight's we're going to have kind of a hodgepodge. We got a little bit of everything here tonight.
Okay.
And I want to take you over to
hodgepodge
now.
Me.
We're going to go over here to
Orson Welles meets Greg Allman.
I've got a couple of spots off of And We Know. I like to watch him a lot of times.
Oh, God. That's Scott's friend, LT.
And
LT was a former PR person with the Marine Corps. A press officer with the Marine Corps who spun stories about what was going on in the Philippines to make press releases, and now suddenly, he's a Marine, so he's got to have all the intel. Let's do this, let's do that, let's pass this around, let's pass that around. Scott will give me validity, this and that, and it is what it is. None of it's true. Lin Wood has lost his fucking mind. I used to like Lin Wood a lot. Lin Wood's lost his mind and admitted that he had no idea whether the stuff that he was spreading around was true or not, but he had been given it on a hard drive that used to belong to Cappy.
But it's a great show, kind of like X-22. And so it's And We Know is what it's called. But here's a little part. Now, I'm going to cover on a couple of things about this, and then we're going to get to the big news today that we're going to go over. A lot of you, I'm sure, have seen it already because you have learned how to find things yourself, and that's the whole purpose of why Tim and I first started doing this. It wasn't for you to trust us; it was to get you to be an American, to get you digging, okay? Each individual, okay? So anyway, here we go. This is...
They all say that. They all say that. Like, this wasn't about you believing me. This is you. I'm trying to convince you to do your own research. But their viewers never do their own research. And suppose you do some research and show up and say this isn't true, they kick you out of their fucking chat and call you a shill. So why the fuck would they want you to do research? They want you to do the same research they did and come up with the same conclusion they did. Or you're a shill. Get out of here.
This is a fellow right here, and we're going to see what he has to say right here. Now, before we go, look at this over here to the left. I don't know if you can see this good or not, but that's a lady right there. Her first touch with her baby is through a plastic sheet. Okay? The stupidity of all stupidity. Okay? Anyway.
I used to love Lynn Wood. He wasn't afraid to say shit like James Woods. Then he went too fucking crazy.
Who was very upset to notice what was in the nose deal when they test you for, COVID.
Hello, it's my second video of the day, and this one is mega, mega, mega important. I need everyone who views this video to share it with everyone, especially people who've got kids going to school. Share it with sheep, share it with awoke. This is very important. Last week, a friend come to me. I can't go into too much detail, but his father was receiving treatment over the last 6 months from a hospital. Over that 6 months, repeatedly tested with the swabs up the nose to the back of the throat. That man has just died of a brain hemorrhage. Okay? He's just died of a brain hemorrhage. The problem he had wasn't in his brain. Since hearing that story, I've heard about 5 or 6 other stories, and it's spreading like wildfire, that people are dropping dead with cancers in the brain tumours, brain hemorrhages. And I can tell you why it is. They are purposely killing us. Now, I've got one of these COVID-19 self-test kits, empty. I've took all the shit out because I don't want nothing to do with it.
Somebody just asked about Kyle. His last I heard, his trial had been delayed all the way until like, what was that? Oh, somebody subscribed earlier. Thank you for the subscription. His trial had been delayed all the way to the fall, like October, November, somewhere around there.
On the back of it, and please do this yourself, research it. On the back of it, it says sterile EO. Sterile EO. Now, sterile EO stands for sterile ethylene oxide. Ethylene oxide. Now, what they're doing, they're spraying the end of the swabs, apparently to sterilise them, in ethylene oxide. It's there. That's a swab packet. It's empty. Now, if you go and Google ethylene oxide, it is the biggest cancer-causing chemical listed on cancerresearch.com. It's a carcinogen. It causes brain cancer. It causes lymphomic cancer, leukemia. It's one of the worst chemicals for causing cancer.
Yep, he is not happy. He's putting that information out, and let's hope that this goes viral and it continues to spread. So you can see that. Okay, now, along with that, I wanted to show you this, and I came across this. I thought this was very disturbing, to say the least. And I saw this, this was published about a week ago. Mother pleads for help after son removed from her care over Facebook post without a mask. Are you kidding me? All right, here's the lady and her son that got taken from her. Melanie Joseph has been fighting with the courts for the past year after her son was removed from her care over a Facebook post where she was not wearing a mask. Okay, this is her there. Speaking to the Gateway Pundit, Joseph explained that her case set a dangerous precedent, one in which the court system can coerce parents into relinquishing their medical freedom of choice and bodily autonomy or risk never seeing their children again. Last year, Broward County Circuit Court Judge Dale Cohen indefinitely suspended parental time sharing of Joseph's 14-year-old son, Logan. The shocking move was because his father brought the court a photo of her not wearing a mask prior to an oral surgery appointment. Her son was not with her during the appointment, and masks were not even yet mandatory in her area. Okay? To make matters worse, Joseph says that her son... All right, so anyway, I won't read that, but I want to show you what he says right here. Okay? This is...
By the way, ethylene oxide is a carcinogen, most commonly incurred either with people who work in the sterilizing industry or sometimes in major factories and production. It is a sterilizing agent because it breaks down DNA. That's how it kind of causes cancer. So what cancer is like a cell that just keeps reproducing with no control. Okay, that's why it forms tumors. That way, as it goes on, it takes over body parts. It's a bad cell that keeps reproducing out of control. So it's damaged DNA that produces these cells. But EO, ethylene oxide, is one of the most commonly used sterilization things in the medical field for sealed devices. So sealed needles, sealed swabs, sealed everything. And it's very, very tightly controlled. They do this at the factory. They do ethylene oxide at the factory. They make sure that there's no residue left over after the sterilization procedure. Then they seal it up in airtight containers, bags or modules or airtight something. So once it's sterilized, then there's no residual, then it's sealed. 6 months later, you might fucking use it. You know what I'm saying? It's not like they're spraying it and then sticking it up your fucking nose. That's not the way it works.
What the man said. Okay? And if you get kicked off, just come back in. All right? Now, again, it's like I told you yesterday or the night before. It's not about COVID. It's not about a V. It's not about any of that anymore. It's about control. And if you can't see this, wake up. Listen to this.
Cohen had to say about Melanie Joseph.
I believe that your client poses a danger to the child. She's first of all, her credibility is very low. I don't believe a lot of what she testified to. She's one of these anti-mask people, and she's got the audacity to put that on social media that she's an
This is
anti-mask
the judge
people.
talking.
And to expose the child to a flight to North Carolina and risk the child's health over that is not acceptable to me. The 7-hour meet in the middle is not acceptable either. The mother took it upon herself in violation of the relocation statute to just pick up and move, because it talks about a parent moving, not a child moving, and she needed to file the relocation. She didn't do it. If she wants to see the child, she's coming to Broward County. She's going to wear a mask. She really should be quarantined before she sees the child.
If she wants to see her child.
She's going to have to be supervised, because I don't trust that she's not going to wear a mask.
So first of all, she moved. Okay, the mask thing's a little bit overkill, right? You ought to be able to make decisions about your own family's health within your family at the time that you have your family. But she moved 7 hours away without filing the proper paperwork with her while her son was in her custody and didn't tell anybody.
The social media picture of her with the gun is very disturbing. This whole thing is disturbing, and the father shouldn't be inconvenienced by the mother's actions. So I have no problem with the child speaking to the mother on video every night for 10 minutes. They can set up a convenient time, 7:38, whatever they pick. That's fine. If the mother wants in-person time sharing, it's going to be in Broward County. She's going to come down, and she's going to pay for a supervisor, and she's going to wear a mask. And if she doesn't, the time sharing is not going to happen. When this pandemic is over, and there's no cases, and there's a vaccine, and there's proof, well, the father will get a vaccine for the child, but, you know, the mother's going to need to get a vaccine as well. And when I have proof that everybody's safe and the child's not at risk of danger, then we could talk about, you know, a long-distance parenting plan. But right now, her time sharing suspended.
You see what he said? Now, when she gets a vaccine, that V word, when she gets it, then we'll see about letting her see her child again. Yeah.
Shut the fuck up, Cheryl. He blocked people who were saying that he was fucking wrong. We have some people here and the screenshots. Don't come in here and tell me I don't have facts. I've got the fucking screenshots of some of the people who were blocked, who were saying that's not true, Brad. That's misinformation, Brad. You're spreading misinformation, Brad. Were some people being mean to him? Sure. Pick your pussy lips up off the ground. It's the internet.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to tell you right now.
I don't owe Brad a goddamn thing. Just like I don't owe you a goddamn thing. Welcome to the internet.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what people don't get. You don't get it. You think it's, oh, it's just, well, it's just, you just do what you want to. No, they ain't going to let you do what you want to. Okay? You don't understand. This is about control. I've said this from day one. From day one, it's about control. And everybody's like, no, it ain't. It's about a V word. It's about a virus. It's about a, oh, give me a break. Okay?
You owe Brad an apology. Okay. Yeah, I apologize to people on the internet I don't fucking know because they're dumbasses. I got you.
Wake up, America. What is it going to take? Okay?
Blocked me for asking a question. Wow. People that were mean to him and saying he was a Satanist cult.
A couple weeks ago, I missed the meeting we had this week, Miss Pappas, so I'm sorry. But we're looking into what we can do to make a difference. And I'm going to tell you something, because when this gets going, it's going to be hard to stop at some point. And it's a matter of time. So we've got to take a stand. We got to organize, and we got to say, heck no, not here. Not going to happen. Okay? And so you better get ready to fight. And I don't mean with your fists, but I mean you better be ready to stand up. Okay? Or you're going to get run over, honey. I hate to break it to you. Okay? So now I want to get into the big news of the last 2 days. All right? This started happening yesterday or the day before.
I don't know who you're talking to, but I preach that religiously. But thanks for, you've been in my channel talking shit about me before and then try to come in and act like you're giving me a tip. Gotcha.
And of course, we weren't on last night, so I didn't cover it. But, you know, something that 17 has always said, you know.
That's right, Joseph. Somehow you got to stay in the middle.
Why do they do HBO specials? Why do they do all these, put so much on this if it's make-believe?
Why do they do HBO specials? Have you ever heard about Jim Jones in Jonestown? Have you ever seen a special on it? What about the drinking of the Kool-Aid and the white sneakers, waiting for their meteor to come around? That was their spaceship to take them home. What about all that shit was make-believe, Brad? You would agree with me that these cult members who drank Kool-Aid to kill themselves while they all wore white robes and matching tennis shoes, that was make-believe, correct? Have you ever seen a documentary on it? Because they're out there. They exist. There's one on HBO. So why does HBO do a documentary on it if it's fake? Doesn't fly here. That's not a valid argument. Heaven's Gate. Yeah, I could not think of it for the laugh of me. Thank you.
If it's not true, why would you waste a bunch of time on it? You wouldn't.
If it is true, why the fuck would you highlight it so more people would believe it? Yeah, you might turn a bunch of people away, but the people that were leaning on the edge would say, oh, God, they're wasting time on it. It's got to be true. That's what Big Bad Brad said.
But I think we have taken what 17 has said, and we have basically, we got in our mind what we thought it should mean, and we didn't really decode it right. And here's the thing. Here's why I'm saying this. There's a couple things that he said over and over on there. I say it's a he. I don't know. It's a bunch of people, I think.
I don't know if you're tagging somebody. You didn't tag anybody. You're more than welcome to send it to Brad. I don't give a fuck.
The water. Now, we thought that was...
Brad owes Rita an apology. Brad owes people he kicked out of his chat an apology for asking a question. That's who owes an apology. Assholes.
And he kept saying that over and over. He also kept saying, this is going to be what?
Brad's praying for me.
Biblical.
While you all are in here trying to fight.
Biblical. This is going to be biblical. That's what
Biblicky.
Now, I don't know if you've kept up with, and I don't watch the mainstream news, but I don't know if you've kept up with what's going on right now, but we have a situation.
Take the link and send it to his inbox. He'll get it.
We have a situation over there. We have a cargo ship stuck in the Suez Canal.
What do you want to bet? Evergreen is the Secret Service code name for Hillary Clinton, and the call sign was H3RC. She has been known to put millions of children in shipping containers, and this is the Space Force knocked the Space Force knocked out their navigation system and ran them full throttle into the mud.
Stuck in the Suez Canal. And it's holding up 10% of the world's goods right now. Okay? And I want to, let me see here. Let me show you this right here. Okay. Let me show you this right here. And I'm going to tie a bunch of stuff together right here. So you need to be...
Ooh, get your knots out.
Get woke up. All right.
Get your piece of rope that was provided by the Boy Scouts to teach you how to tie a bowline. Get that shit out. We're fixing to go. Go team.
I've seen it. You're going to love it anyway. All right. But here's the thing. This boat is known
the name of the nursing home fire. Coincidence?
I guess that ships things. Okay. Let me just show you this before I get to the video. Okay. Here we go right now. Well, look at this. Now, this guy's, I mean, he's pretty blunt about what he's saying here, but okay. Just to reiterate, about 10% of world trade has been at a standstill for 2 days because a cargo ship drew a giant penis in the Red Sea, then wedged itself sideways in the Suez Canal. This is what it did, right here.
That is true. In the middle of 40-some-mile-an-hour winds, a sandstorm with zero visibility, and pitch black darkness. That is true. That's what it did. It lost its navigation. It drove around in circles for a while. It fucking hit a bank. Well, I'm not positive that's exactly true, but yeah, it did make some pretty crazy lefts and rights going on.
Okay. And you can see right here, you can see the drawing. Okay. And then it does all of this. And then of course they come out and said, hey, no, that's all conspiracy theory. We had a direct line or something. We stayed within on our timeline, and we didn't do all of this buzzing around stuff here out in the water. Yeah.
I'm going to check its route right now to make sure I wasn't fooled by some shit.
Okay. And let me pull it up. It said 11 minutes. I'm going to let LT here on the and we know. I'm going to let him talk about this right here. He does a very good job of explaining this. Okay. So here we go. Pay attention.
Stuck in the Suez Canal. Another evergreen coincidence that came up in the news was resident dies, firefighter missing at New York nursing home fire. And that was at the Evergreen Court Home for Adults. Just kind of an interesting coincidence there. Whiplash 347 said this very interesting thing. First, you must understand the event to trigger events that triggers EBS, or the emergency broadcasting system. When the event happens, it will be like a domino effect, rapid fire. The ship being stuck in the first trigger.
Wait. Hold on just a second. Give me just a second, guys. So it didn't just randomly draw a dick. Okay? First of all, it was on drop anchor waiting for... Oh no, misfortunes unerring, aim touched. Heavy construction has departed anchorage and steamed in the canal. Okay, vessel finder. Hold on. The Evergreen is setting right there. Okay, 1 minute ago, but let's go back in time. Give me just a second. You guys take care of the trolls and shit. How do I go back in time here? But. I also checked the weather for that day, in case that's of interest to anybody. But, I agree. How do I go back in time? Ah, shit. I clicked the wrong one. Where's the Evergreen? Evergiven. Not the Evergreen. Evergiven. All right, I think I got it. So, a portion of this was on anchorage. So, on anchorage, it just... like, it was... Okay, the way the Suez Canal operates is you get there, right? And then you wait on permission to enter. You don't actually just go in, right? You don't... It's not just like first comes... It's not like being at your lake, okay? It's owned and operated. You have to radio in. It's like taking off at a fucking airport, okay? So, it's on anchorage for a large portion of this. Okay, let me show you this picture. So a large portion of this, where it drew the big giant penis, I would say that it's on anchorage for the majority of this. So whatever the wind's blowing, so the wind can blow it this way and then in a loop because it's on anchor. And then the wind can blow it this way, then on a loop because it's on anchor. Then on this way and on a loop because it's on anchor. All this is on anchor. All of this is anchorage. It is tied to the bottom of the ocean floor. Okay? Then it looks like it deliberately made these moves. And when it come around, it knew that it was not making it's not going to make this angle correctly. So instead of coming around and then coming back to port, instead, it does another loop to line up and get going. By the way, actually, it might not be on anchorage. It might be trying to, no. Okay. Anchoring prohibited area over here. These are all anchoring berths. So you have an area that you're supposed to anchor in. It looks like it was outside of the anchoring berth, but it was still anchored. Unless it dropped anchor here and drifted that way because the wind was blowing it that way. Anyways, so it came back around here, made a hard turn left, come back, lined itself up, and went for it. But don't act like it just randomly did that shit. Damn it, I shouldn't have closed that. Don't act like it just randomly did that shit. Because it, after it does all that shit, it gets straightened out for a long ass fucking time. Hold on, let me show you. There is a long time where it is straightened out before it ever runs aground. It's not like that's clearly on anchor or something happened there. Boats. Hold on. The duties of maritime pilots. Shipping route. Hold on, let me find that picture we were just looking at again. You have to give me just a minute. Because it made a straight shot long after that. It's not like it did a dick and then immediately ran into the Suez Canal. It goes straight for a long while after that. If we can find it. Dig, move, Suez. Yeah, here's the full vessel path. And when you zoom out, it doesn't look like that big a deal. When you zoom out like this, I'll have to move it around so you guys can see it because it's behind my donation goal. But this right here is, see, it doesn't look like a dick or whatever. You can just tell it was on anchor waiting with all these other ships, right? So then it comes out, it makes its line, its course, it lays out its course. Here we go. Anchor, anchor, anchor. And then it enters the canal and then it gets stuck way up here. So I don't think it's a big a deal as they're trying to make it like it was planned or some shit. That doesn't make any fucking sense at all. It's clearly not planned. It looks like it was on anchorage or it was treading water and just randomly made what you guys see as a fucking dick or what everybody sees as a fucking dick and then took off. Anyways, here we go.
Okay.
Is the first.
Give it a few hours for it to hit market prices. Oh, it will. Come on, Joe. P.S. I know we all want our lives to go back to some sort of normalcy. Well, we won't ever be normal again.
Yeah, it made a meat hammer. It was listening to the show. Got lost in it.
I think I wrote this on my first post on Facebook, January 2020. We are not going back to normal. And so here's just a cool little meme I saw. Somebody put together that evergreen.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. I'll grab it.
Trying to get out of that canal.
Austin Powers.
Cool. So if you look at this, we saw some drops in... I was going to try to figure this all out, but man, Mal Q just did a great job getting all these anons together to talk about it. And you can see there the map on the right. You'll notice the...
Yeah, here's the weather of Suez Canal that day. Taiwanese officials say a sandstorm and high winds caused the ultra-large container to run aground Tuesday morning. The Suez Canal is a major gateway for global ocean freight. The Suez Canal said in a statement Wednesday that a 46-mile-an-hour, 40-knot winds and a sandstorm caused low visibility and poor navigation. The accident may have resulted from a combination of those factors it had when the ship was en route. There is also a possible claim that the navigation computer went down and to reboot. It could not be brought back up, and it was 46 mile an hour winds across the canal. It's not great. You know what I'm saying? Like the ship. That ship is a giant kite, basically. And in 40-knot winds, that thing's a giant kite. It's going to move around all over the place, especially if you lose your navigation computer. And you don't just make the change on a dime. That's just not part of it. When you start going somewhere, it takes a while to make a change. So if you see you're running aground, you can't stop. You can't turn around. You can't hang a hard right, but that's basically what's going on. Suez, Egypt. Oh, here's the 10-day weather forecast. It ran aground 3 days ago, I think. Was it 3 or 4 days ago? The Ever Given, blah, blah, blah. 1,300-foot large cargo ran aground at 7:40 a.m. local time on Tuesday. So we're probably talking daybreak, I guess. I don't know. I guess we can look when the we'll have to look when the when sunrise was. But it ran aground 4 days ago. Extremely high winds, sandstorms in the area. Jesus Christ, that only good. When is sunrise that day was at 6:44 local time. They ran aground like an hour later, so the sun had been up for an hour, but it said extremely low visibility until 11 a.m. So maybe they never saw the ground. They didn't. The only thing I want to put out is they didn't drive in a dick pattern and then into a wall. They drove in a dick or they floated around in a dick pattern on anchor. Then they drove completely straight all the way up the Suez Canal. Then they hit the ship. They didn't have any pilot vessels on it. They probably should have, but that's not their call. That's the call of of whoever's operating the canal. They didn't have any pilot vessels on it, as far as I know. That's what I heard. I asked the same thing the first time because I've seen ships like navigate small ports and shit in the Mississippi, and they always have pilot vehicles on it. They'll put six fucking tugboats on it and push it where it needs to go, and the ship only uses its motor when commanded by the lead tugboat. But I don't think it had any pilot vessels on it.
Now, when it's stuck.
That's the first question I asked, and I was told no, but I can look.
Look at this. You got from August 15, 2018, that the access to Saudi Arabia will be closed. Epstein Island will be closed. Haiti closed. Look at this. You got China closed, Russia, Cuba.
This was in 2018.
Sudan,
what do you mean Epstein Island?
Yemen, access pending, government. Saudi Arabia, U.S. Bush. Libya, access pending, main port closed, limited. Somalia, access pending.
Now, this is in 2018. Look at all of these ones that were closed, and then look at all the ones that are pending. And they just so happen to be all the ones right there circled in yellow.
Oh, God.
Here we go.
Saudi Arabia, U.S. Bush.
North Korea, Haiti, Epstein Island, Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is right there. It's not pending. Somalia. I see Sudan, Libya. Somalia is not there. Cyprus, okay. Libya is there. Yemen is technically there. Close enough to there. Syria, okay. Sudan, yeah.
Huh. So all this pending seems to be, I don't know, seems to be happening. Kind of weird, right? And then you've got, if you're new to this, folks, Evergreen is HRC's Secret Service name. It's been speculated Evergreen shipping is a front for human trafficking. And
why?
DOD watched.
The only reason that's been speculated is because you have accused anybody you don't like as a child trafficker. You have accused anybody you don't like as a child trafficker. So then, when her name comes out, you search any company that has to do with her name and say, oh, it's a shipping company, blah, blah, blah. That has to be it. Has to be it.
Okay. Well, I'll let it keep playing right here.
The water post yesterday, that's right, Department of Defense said watch the water in their post. And for new folks, the Secret Service name also related to remembering Wayfair. They were listing prices for items at $10,000 for a pillow. You see that picture on the right? I put the link in the description box below to that.
Okay, make sure you see this.
Full video.
Well, I got it big as it can get. Okay, look at this right here. A pillow, $10,000 for a pillow. Boy, ain't that something? That's a mighty good pillow. You can't, I mean, they must be better than my pillows. Okay, now I'm going to take a break from this right here for just a second. And I want to...
At Tommy G.
I want to take you over to something else I have here that I want to show you. Okay. If you remember about Wayfair, remember the thing about Wayfair? It was a big deal about trafficking. Okay? Remember that? Now, I'm not going to show you much of this, but look at a little bit of this right here.
So we're going to go to trending here.
And I'm going to tell you, this guy's got some language, so forgive me, but we got to show you this.
Wayfair, 176,000 people talking about it. What are they talking about? They're talking about this. Before we go there, here's a history for Wayfair from last year. They had an issue where employees planned Wednesday walkout after learning they are making beds for migrant detention centers. We know where most of the kids who get trafficked are found. They're found in the detention centers. So that is a red flag right there, a bloody glove, whatever you want to call it. Darian found this. See that cabinet? Keep a note of that. Samaya cabinet. $13,000 for that cabinet. What these people.
So this was all proven to be a big-ass hoax, Even some of the missing children came forward and said, hey, I'm not missing. I don't know what that's from or why they claim I am, but that's my name, and I am not missing. This is proven to be a big-ass hoax. I don't know why their prices are fucked up on their website, but a lot of these kids that were attached to it were not the kids that they were trying to say they were.
I'll tell you in a second. Samaya is a girl that actually went missing not too long ago, just months ago, and in Ohio. What they do is when they're selling these children on these sites, they hide it, and they make astronomical prices for cheap goods, and they change the names exactly like you're seeing here.
No, you just made that up. You just made that up.
How's that possible?
They don't do it in online auction places. Like, goddamn.
Missing on June 10th, 2020. This could be coincidence, but seems a little odd. Annabelle Wilson went missing May 13th, 2020. She's 14 years old. And we have a cabinet here called Annabelle 5, $10,899 for what appears to be a shitty cabinet. Same cabinet as the first two. Kyla, different name, different price. And when we dig here, Kyla went missing January 25th, 2020 in Ohio, which was the same as the first one. Now we will go to Explore. We did that. We'll go to Wayfair. We got about a minute left. So if we go to Wayfair here, you can see them on Wayfair's website. I've been squatting on this page for 2.5 hours trying to catch the price changes, and I just caught it. So I'm not refreshing or doing anything with this. First, pillow. Forget cabinet. It's a fucking pillow for $10,000. Really? And guess who it's by? Ellen DeGeneres, none other. So we go here. Ellen's price is still the same. She's holding strong.
It was absolutely a hoax. Most of the missing kids were not even missing. It was absolutely a hoax.
At $10,000. This is probably still a kid. Now we go to the other ones, though. We're going to watch these prices drop right before our eyes. $10,000. Twitter went nuts. They started trending. Now the pillow's $47. This is what Anons do.
How convenient.
And if you go to the next one here, $10,000. Now this one's $46.99. Go to the next one here, the Gianna pillow. This one's $10,000. Price dropped to $46.99. This is basically all dropping because people are exposing them. These people.
This is insane. These people are sick, dude. This is real shit that's going on right now. This is not a joke. This is not a game, okay? And the only people covering this are us on the internet, the conspiracy theorists, the people that you guys seem to talk shit about. Meanwhile, this is what we do all day, studying this stuff, and we're cracking codes that the TV will not report to you. So here's a bookcase from Wayfair that I found. So I can't imagine anyone else has seen this because I'm like autistic with this stuff tonight. Wayfair.com. Here's a bookcase. Notice that book, that picture frame right there.
Wayfair said it was something messed up in their pricing model, but it seems like that first they tried to say that these were industrial. They were like for industrial use. I think they were. I don't know if you've ever seen this, but like if I order something from Grainger, not this crazy, nowhere near this crazy, but let's say if I order this from Grainger and I want this bit, okay, I'm ordering a milling bit. I might pay $40 for it. If I order it from Grainger as part of a larger order and order it for General Electric, sometimes it's $300 for the bit because they know that these companies, when they access this website for large orders, that they're not penny pinching, they're not shopping around, they're not shopping for the cheapest price. Sometimes they actually fuck these big companies because no one goes back and checks it. Somebody just signs off on it and says, yeah, that's a bill from Grainger. That's what it sounded like when the first time they were trying to justify it as industrial. Did they come out and said there was something wrong with their pricing system or some shit? I don't know. But why? The whole question is why? Why would we take and name cabinets after missing children that just anybody can find on the internet and sell them right in front of God and everybody? So somebody that's been methed up for 3 days scrolling around Wayfair can figure out our whole plan. We own the internet. We own Hollywood. We own the elite. We own the world government. We own everything. Why don't we just set up a secret website? Why don't we just set up a secret Zoom call? Why don't we just fucking meet on our private jets on the tarmac? Then I'll have a whole cage full of kids. and we'll start a live auction. If you believe the deep state cabal, why would they put it right in front of your face to where you and some lady from Chicago who's been awake for 4 days can figure it all out in a matter of minutes? It's amazing. Glad you guys got to the bottom of it. You simultaneously claim that they are smart enough to rule the entire fucking government secretly, to rig stuff in their favor, to set people up, to have people assassinated, murdered, killed, disappeared. But they're so fucking stupid that they did this. And some person named Beth Ann from Southwest Kentucky caught them in the act live. Okay. They can't be both, you dumb fucks.
Haitian friends.
Either they're evil geniuses or they're idiots and they're not capable of doing all this. One of the two. Evil geniuses wouldn't do this. Idiots can't do this.
It's located right next to Epstein Island.
Where did
Anyone
Hillary-
who knows anything about Haiti, it'll take you a 2-second Google search to figure that out.
Where'd Hillary go?
If you go here,
Haiti.
there's another book, That Justice Shall Be Done, Rural Children, blah, blah, blah. This isn't the bookcase I want to focus on. I want to focus on this one. This one has two of my things I'm digging heaviest into. Eiffel Tower, there's books at the bottom, haven't got into that. But we have the Haitian Friends picture here, and we have this book, which appears on multiple bookshelves on Wayfair. It's called Bloody Harvest. You could put anything you want on these bookshelves, right? Like, I assume most of this is somewhat photoshopped or staged. So why would you put a book called Bloody Harvest? Why would you write Haitian Friends? You could put like a
Stage, not photoshopped.
with like a heart under it, or like
Don't
Jack
do
and
the
Jill,
angry
happy
faces,
anniversary,
just do
but you
the
decided
wow
to put Haitian Friends
or
and
sad.
Bloody Harvest when you could have put Think and Grow Rich, or a cute kids book or something like that. This is really strange, okay, that they chose those two things. Now, what I'm going to bring you to here, this is an app site.
You come under my chat and you tell me that they have secret satellites that they launch that are able to go into a machine and flip a T to a B and take over the most secure process in the fucking world as far as naming a leader. But they also forgot to monitor their internet prices and their names, and they lined them up with a database. And everybody on the internet found it. Everybody.
That I use. It's called photo forensics. This is giving away a little bit of my tricks here, but I'm doing it on purpose because I want you guys to be as good at researching as everyone else. All have the same tools. We're all on the same team here. This isn't about being cool or first. This is about unearthing this stuff. So photo forensics, what it does is it takes a photo and it basically enhances. You can see the difference.
And it's not always right.
When something is
not always right. It can just be retouched.
Every Trump Epstein thing that you'll see out on the internet. But we see here, Kim Jong-un is a normal picture, right? And then you see this. So what that tells us is Kim Jong-un wasn't holding a disc. He was holding something else. I'm sure you Anons online have better tools and stuff. If you do, please link them in the comments so that I can start using them. So you guys get it, right? The disc was fake in this picture. Go to another example. Weed Jesus here. This circulated the internet for a while. You could tell here that Jesus is fake. You see that? Obviously, Jesus doesn't appear on weed. All the drugs I've ever done in my entire life, I've never had Jesus appear on the drug, maybe in my visions, but not on the drug. So that is Photoshop. You guys get the point? Good. Okay, now we go to photo forensics and we look at the bookcase.
Look at
This
this.
is very, very strange.
Look at this.
All right. So if we look at the picture in the middle, the Haitian Friends.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not always accurate, ever. You can't use that alone. Does it sometimes tell you? Yes. Is this just showing everything that had highlights added to it? Yes. This photo's just been retouched.
Notice it's all black, which means there is a real picture frame there. But notice you need to research this book above it, the Justice, I can't read right now. I'm reading through the phone. It's too small. And the Eiffel Tower, all right? To justice.com or whatever the hell it is. Now the interesting thing here, I went to Amazon and I wrote in Bloody Harvest, Killing of, okay, which is clearly noted on the book here. Bloody Harvest says Killing of. On the bookshelf of any book in the world that they could feature. This wasn't just on there. This was featured on that bookshelf, wherever the hell it is. I don't know where I went with it, but it's featured on the bookshelf, which is insane. That is ridiculous. Now, the biggest thing here is it's 901. 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901- 901-
I'm here. I'm getting, people are telling me that it's got cut off. Okay. All right. So we've seen enough right here. Okay. All right. So let's, so if you need to, go out and come back in. Okay. And I'm going to go back over here to where we were on
at the trafficking that Mel Q posts on her YouTube site, and it gives you a breakdown on how they were selling things at enormous prices, and they were all related to what appeared to be children. So if you take trafficking, you take children, you look ports, you take movies and TV shows that have actually showed children inside of evergreen boxes and more. It all seems like, they program our minds to see what they're actually up to. Hidden in plain sight is what they call it. And so just more information. It's kind of interesting. The call sign for the ship is H3RC. It's almost like HRC, right? What happens when a blockade threat is dismantled and removed? The calm before the storm. Maybe. And so then you got interesting, because if you look at this picture here, you've got, it looks like a tugboat is called Baraka 1, Ever Given, and then you've got Mossad. So there are tugboats trying to help H3RC get unstuck. Some are called Mossad, M-O-S-A-E-D, or Mossad, laugh out loud. The big one is called Baraka, cognitive carbon. So it's just weird, right? Like those strange names trying to help out Evergreen that's stuck. And some pictures that appears to be bulbous, the bow under here, it's impaled into the shore. So somebody sent something to Mel Q. Katie Clarkson said, our family has been in the barge and ship line business for generations. The ship is run aground. The tugs might be able to pull it out, but it's going to take many, many hours. Eventually, they will have to unload cargo to get the ship to floating again. You have a wartime operation in play. If you ask me, what are the chances of this ship with evergreen cargo running aground? Very slim. Interesting, right? So if it runs aground, you have to start unloading all of these objects filled with whatever they're filled with to lighten the load. And you also have a military exercise happening in that area also at the same time. And then you got DOD saying, watch the water. And then you have folks saying, just interesting things playing out. Could it be? I don't know. We'll soon find out. A lot of times when we get excited about these things, like a year ago when I thought we saw a lot of information being pulled from New York City and all the kind of traffic and stuff that we talked about and tunnels, just didn't seem to pan out exactly the way we thought it did. But it's still interesting to look at for sure. Also,
okay, so here we are. Okay, so here
Hold
we
on,
are.
I'm looking for a picture right quick, guys. I'll be right back.
We know that Hillary's Secret Service
I'm
name.
trying to test a theory here.
Ghislaine Maxwell, the madam for
Ghislaine.
Her secret husband also owns a shipping company. Large shipping company, where he's the CEO
A large shipping company? How large?
The Clinton Foundation owns part of Evergreen Shipping. And we also know that Hillary had a lot to do with children in Haiti. Yeah. We also, I could just keep going. Do you understand what's going on here? Can you sum it all up? I'm summing it all up, man. Put 2 and 2 together here,
Ooh,
guys.
I'm summing it up, man. Back off.
That boat didn't say Evergreen. It said Ever Given. I realize that. But if you look at it, I'll show you a picture where it says Evergreen as well. Okay? Let me see here.
So interesting.
I'll show you this.
All right, so check this out. This is that photo. Now this photo has not been touched by anybody, okay? So he said what's black is there and what's white has been added. Yes, what's black is there and what's white's been added. This photo has not been edited. It's a photo of Scott McKay on his motorcycle while he's riding back, meat hammer in the wind. But if we scroll over this photo, look at everything that has highlights on it. Well, the sky was the only thing that was there, is what you're telling me? He took a picture of nothing but the sky and a motorcycle seat and put everything in this, including the background vehicles. Is that what you're telling me? Is that what you're telling me? That's what's going on here? Come on. It's not how that works. It's not how that works. I was looking for the one where I edited myself in his video, but I couldn't find it. I'm actually currently still looking for it, but I missed a bunch of chat and I got nervous. Oh.
Okay. There it is. Okay. Ever Given is over on the left in little bitty writing down there. Evergreen is across the side of it. Okay. You can, and I'm not going to waste your time by going through this more and more. Just look it up. Look it up. You'll see it. What in the world just happened? Okay. Tried to put little frazzle drips or something. I don't know what it tried to put up there. Glitter or something. Okay. So anyway, you go look it up. You'll see what I'm talking about. Okay. All right. So, but regardless of what it said, Evergreen is involved. Okay. Regardless, Evergreen's involved. Watch the water. This is going to be.
Watch the water. Watch it. You got to watch the water.
Do you know where the Israelites crossed the Red Sea? This is what we're talking about. The Suez Canal, we're talking about the Red Sea, people.
Oh, now look at this. Look at this. This is clearly a fully edited photo. I did this photo myself to show that I supported Scott and his new husband. Okay? I did this photo myself to show that I support Scott and his new husband. Now, the only thing edited, apparently, is the logo on my shirt, my sunglasses, and the very tip of my headphones, my Bluetooth headphones I wear all the time. I don't wear them to the show, but I'm usually wearing them. And the background. But I was really there with Scott. I really put my hand upon his shoulder. This is all real. I know you guys know this. I was really there. Trust me. I don't know why you wouldn't. It was me, Scott, and his new husband. And we were all hanging out talking about their brand new marriage and how happy I was for them. Now, the glasses were not real. I only wore those so he would recognize me because they are my dime store aviators in my mom's basement. But the rest of it is real. We were all there together, right? You can tell from the picture. This is even poorly edited. My hand doesn't even go over his shoulder. It's just like... Oh, no. And this is clearly my set where Scott has never been. Yet. That software does not just show you what they added to the photo. It's not the way it works. It's not the way it works. This was a meat hammer presenting ceremony. I gave him his first ever meat hammer. I said, bend over, touch your toes. And... with the power invested in me by the Meat Hammer Society of the world.
They're going to have to unload those boxes. They're going to have
those kid boxes.
The lady said.
Ooh. Actually, they're digging it out right now.
And 17 said the whole world will see, didn't he?
They're not actually unloading it right now. They're trying to dig out the bulbous hole.
Wow.
If you know what the bulbous hole is.
You know, it's something else I saw that Suez, the Suez Canal is Zeus spelled backwards. Suez.
You had to.
S-U-E.
You had to see that somewhere else. You had to see that somewhere else to realize it. That's weird. You think you could just understand that as like a human or whatever. See, they got this. They got a bunch of. They got a track hoe around it. They're trying to dig out the bulbous piece of the hole. So there's a big round ball down there in the bottom that's buried in the mud. They're actually trying to dig it out right now. They are not unloading it. Hell, it might take months to unload that with like helicopters and building a crane pad and building an area to store the cargo. That might take a while. Damn, I don't know about unloading it. They might take some of it off, I guess, and maybe the best thing would to be pull up an empty cargo ship beside it and unload some of that. Maybe, I'm not sure. Unload onto the empty and hope that it doesn't run aground as well. But yeah, it's not a quick solution at all. It would be much better if they could get it dug out enough to where she's back floating on her own and put it to it.
Z, and if you spell it backwards, it's Z-E-U-S, Zeus. They like to put this stuff right out in front of us. We're starting to see some things, okay? I also read that evergreen is also an occult symbol for Baal, an ever young Baal.
Evergreen is an occult symbol for Baal, an ever young Baal.
Watch the water. Red Sea moment.
Yeah, just launch the rods of God right at the bank. Done with it.
I'm saying it is, but there's some crazy stuff going on, and it also has to do with some of these submarines, Russia over there. They said the last time this happened, where there was a stoppage like this, was right before the 6-day war in Israel. Okay? That's right.
That was a blockade.
Right there. Whitney, let me stop that. Whitney Richmond, 17 posted in 2018, define evergreen. When do you call a plumber?
Actually, short of intentional blockades, it literally says this is the first time that it has been blocked like this in the canal's 150-year history. Short of intentional blockades for like war or a trade war or starting a war, there's been blockade attempts, but it's a 150-year history. It's never been blocked by a ship like this. But yeah, whatever you said, Brad.
When something is stuck. That's right. 17 said that in 2018. Okay? So again, you have to understand what all is happening here. Okay? It's a lot bigger than we think.
They're dredging all around it to remove the sand and the mud around the port side of the bow and hoping that it'll float away that way. That would bring the nose back around the way it was going.
I want to show it to you. We're on here together. I want to show it to you because I want you to understand how big this is that they're undertaking. For all you saying, where's Trump? Why ain't Trump doing something? Wasn't it? Man, this is we're talking about taking down a satanic Luciferian order, a cabal that's ruled the world for hundreds of years. Okay? And we're all like, why don't we want it done right now. Popcorn, instant coffee. Okay? Now, that's right. Kim Clement prophesied that in the spring things will be revealed. He sure did. And we're in the spring, friend. Okay, so let me go to this.
Ask Charlie, when do you call a plumber? I guess when you spread your legs and you're ready.
Okay, so I want you to understand what we're up against, and this has to do with the other constitution. Okay, watch.
Won't flush, don't cuss, call Gus. You shit it, we get it.
This.
Now we're changing subjects here for a minute, but I want you to see.
This is all probably protected. I can't do it. We'll just listen to his commentary on it.
In the type. It's called coming up small now.
They're going to claim that they changed the Constitution. It is not the same document you might think it is. Suez Canal, one of the largest shipping lanes on the planet, blocked with mega container ship, creating a traffic jam of ships waiting in the Mediterranean and the Red Sea and the canal itself. The name of the Norwegian ship is Ever Given, Ever Given is the name of the ship. Evergreen is the name of the company. It's not or. The boat call sign H3RC and tugboats also called Mosaid and Baraka. One.
Container ship, creating a traffic jam of ships waiting in the Mediterranean, Red Sea, and in the canal itself. The name of the Norwegian ship is Ever Given or Evergreen. Boat call sign is H3RC. Ain't that a coincidence? And tugboats are called Mosaid and Baraka 1. Evergreen.
Mosaid is a common. I've heard. I don't know if it's a name or a word, but I've heard that so many fucking times. When I was anywhere that speaks Arabic, I would hear it all the time. I don't know what it means, but it means something.
Is HRC's Secret Service name. It's also been speculated that Evergreen Shipping is a front for human trafficking. Theory: ship gets stuck. International aid offered. Containers opened on live TV. Boy, ain't that something. All right, I want to end with this. Okay, and this is really strong. Well, I guess I'm... Well, where is it? General Flynn. It's at... Okay, I'm on the wrong one. No wonder. Must be on this one. 35 minutes. All right, here we go. 35:23. Here we go. It's a great thing to close with right here. I can't wait to shake this man's hand here in a couple of weeks in Tulsa.
Oh, Brad's going to Griff Fest. Let's see. When is Griff Fest? I think I got it here. I didn't know, Brad. Maybe I'll run into you, buddy. That should be fun. Griff Fest 2021. Come and join us in Tulsa. Scott McKay's going to be there signing autographs. April 16th and 17th at 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. DriveTimeShow.com/April-conference. April 16th and 17th. We got Griff Fest going on, boys. How do we get there? What would be the funniest way to show up at Griff Fest? Buy a hot air balloon that looks like it's stitched together from human flesh. An Abrams tank with a blow-up doll of Trump in the turret. We could find some funny ways to show up. Dude, Pry, I'm telling you, the one time, you might have been here, show up as a fact, they'll never see you. The one time I played along and made it so over the top, I thought no one's going to believe this shit. I even made it like the deep state cut my internet off. I had like 2,000 people watching on Facebook. I had like almost 3,000 people watching on YouTube. And D-Live was, at the time, I couldn't see how many people were there, but I couldn't even read the fucking chat at all. It was just like it was crazy. It's easy to grift when they want to hear it.
From him once again from a recent town hall. Here we go.
a lot of people in this country. You're one of them.
Yeah, but we're going to troll him, Mason. Can I stay at your house?
You hook and jab, you do the kinds of things that you need to do. You talk to people and you encourage them and you make them feel good about who they are. What
You meet their hammer with a bigger hammer.
I'm telling you, do not give up. Do not go to the Lord one of these days and feel.
I'll give somebody $50 if you can make Brad say meat hammer. Meat hammer and cold beer confessional in the same show. I'll give you $50.
Like you have not done everything that you can for the beliefs that you have. Okay? Don't go to those dates and say, I wish I'd done this or I wish I'd done that. You're alive. And there are thousands and thousands and actually millions, but certainly thousands of men and women who have sacrificed their lives, who are babies and had children and will never see.
I'm going to show up with this full microphone, this whole microphone right here, just kind of haphazardly down my shirt with the foam sticking out the top, and then I'm going to walk up. I'm going to walk up to all these grifters, and I'm going to be like, yeah, so Scott McKay, when did you say we were going to D.C. to take it over? Can you give me the exact date and time? And then just like lean into them like the most obvious person wearing a wire in the whole building. Oh, shit.
Those children grow up, and they did it because they love something greater than themselves.
Fucking Tony from the Veritas machine got invited. He said no. He didn't want to go over there. The crazy people.
So that's the sacrifice that we have.
I told him I would have went as +1 his date.
For each other. So all I'm just telling you is that I don't have the answers that everybody needs, but I do know that I will never give up. I will never give up. They will bury me before I give up.
The next Grift Busters, by the way, guys, is April 1st. I just saw somebody say that in chat.
All right.
April 1st.
And things are happening, people. Things are happening. And the naysayers can say whatever they want to. They don't make monuments to the naysayers. The people that sit on the sideline and whine and complain and wham everything. Okay? They don't make monuments to people that got their widow feelings hurt over every little thing. Okay? Gee whiz, man. Okay? And somebody made a comment, go to cold beer confession.
Oh, we're getting ready to get mentioned, but let me explain Veritas. So Veritas knows a person that knows people within the community that's actually one of these truthers, even though he makes fun of them. So he didn't get invited to be like a speaker or to be like the person that shows up or to do this or to do the, an event. You want an event, like a meetup, like an event? I don't know how we do that because 2 of them's in Europe, but Veritas knows a person who knows a person who's like in the community. So he didn't get to like speak or be a headliner or be on stage. He was just like, hey, yeah, I can get you a ticket if you want one. But he wasn't interested. All right, here we go. We got to do it. Somebody said go to Cold Beer Confessionals. That guy's like cussing a bunch and stuff.
The people that sit on the sideline and whine and complain and wham everything. Okay? They don't make monuments to people that got their widow feelings hurt over every little thing.
Widow feelings hurt. But I made a video in my car for 35 minutes because somebody said I was weeding a coat. Oh no, Brad. If you haven't seen the video I uploaded right before I went live, a response to Brad's in-car video, you just got to check it out. I don't know what to say.
The people that sit on the sideline and whine and complain and wham everything. Okay?
Go up as Beer Man Meat Hammer, baby.
People that got their widow feelings hurt over every little thing. Okay? Gee whiz, man.
Okay.
Gee willikers.
I saw somebody made a comment, go to Cold Beer Confessionals or something. Some idiot is on there making fun of me and Scott McKay and cussing up a storm. Yeah,
Cussing up a storm.
Yeah.
I'm going to listen to that guy. He says words that are bad, okay? Well, Brad has even spun the lies that shit stands for shipment high in transit, and fuck stands for fornication under the consent of the king, and says that those words are supposed to be used. Clay, that Clay guy that's hosting Grift Fest, is the one who actually told Brad that and spread it to Brad. So that's the narrative they're going with. If that's the narrative they're going with, I can run with that. What's the guy's name? Clay Clark. Clay Clark. By the way, both of those are not true. Both of those are not true. Shit behind transit and fornication under the consent of the king, not true. But still, I'm a grown-ass man. If anybody is allowed to cuss, it's me. If we have people underground breeding farms of children to consume, to stay young, to stay virile, to sell, to profit, they are breeding children for money and physical attributes. Do you think God gives a fuck that I cussed on the internet? Come on now. Priorities, Bradley.
So anyway, I don't even go over there. Okay, I'm not gonna.
Don't say you don't go over here, Bradley. Bradley. You can't say I don't even go over there, because clearly you've seen my show at least enough to know that I said a curse word. By the way, I have been trying to. I know tonight's show hasn't been a very good interpretation of it, but the last two shows I tried to cuss a little bit less. But I'm doing what I can. But I'm never going to stop. It's just not going to happen. It's not something I can do. It won't let me donate. Don't know it's my end. It keeps coming up blank. Oh no. I'll check it right quick. It's your end. Unless you're doing the, hold on. Buy me a coffee, cold beer. It's your end. But anyways, adults can cuss. I'm sorry. Adults can cuss. That's part of it.
And somebody saw somebody made a comment, go to Cold Beer Confessionals or something. Some idiot is on there making fun of me and Scott.
It's not very
McKay
Christian-like.
and cussing up a storm. Yeah, I'd really listen to that guy. Yeah. Okay. So anyway, I don't even go over there.
Have you ever heard your Lord and Savior Donald Trump speak? You gonna tell me he doesn't cuss or say pussy? Y'all made great allowances for when he said it. I did too, because that's the way guys talk. But I didn't have to live a lie afterwards.
There. Okay. I'm not gonna. It's some of those, what we call them, intelligent people. Okay. So let's pray for those intelligent people right now.
Intelligent people?
All right. So here we go.
Pray for me, Big Daddy Brad.
Lord, thank you for tonight. Thank you for these people. Thank you for this platform you've given me. Lord, thank you for everyone that is tuned in tonight. I pray you'd bless every one of them, including the haters.
God, he wanted to say including Cold Beer Confessional so much. Thank you, Steve0614, for joining the cult. We appreciate it.
And I pray you'd open their eyes. Lord, let them have a tall Saul of Tarsus moment. Not just
Saul of Tarsus.
And Lord, I pray that you would help us to stand strong. Lord, as we said last night, you don't need panty waist Christians right now. You need warriors.
Woo!
Warriors for Christ.
You don't need them panty Christians right now.
Let their voices be heard. And yes, we can do it in a loving way, but we have got to be forceful. And we've got to stand for the truth. And Lord, so I pray that you'd give us boldness. If we don't, Lord, we saw what's happening down there in Broward County, Florida, and that was reported a week ago. God forbid, Lord.
By the way, I am going to make the stickers and stuff for D-Live. I don't fully support D-Live after what they did after the 6th. But I know people will subscribe there, and I don't want it to be like you subscribe for no reason. So, yeah, I will make some stickers and stuff.
Help us to organize and to stand, and help us, give us wisdom on how to do that best. And so, Lord, I pray that you would bless the president and his people, their inner circle, give them supernatural protection, supernatural courage, supernatural wisdom, supernatural faith. Lord, give them everything they need to accomplish this job, and let the evil be
I got it
for what it is, and let your name, ultimately, Jesus, be glorified.
I was going to read it after this.
We ask it in Christ's name. Amen.
Bradley.
All right, man. Well, I tell you what, guys.
I'm all hopped up on Mountain Dew.
I'm not sure when we'll be back. It may be Monday. If something comes up big, we may go before Monday. But right now, just plan on going on Monday. And I've got some great news for you next week. We're going to have some nice shirts and different things. If you've got an idea for a shirt, write it on here. Let me know, okay? And tag me in it so I can see it, all right? So anyway, with that, I hope everyone has a great weekend. God bless. Love you guys. Good night from Chattanooga, Tennessee. This is Brad signing off.
Brad from Chattanooga. We got a comment inbound. This was sent earlier while I was talking about it. Someone commented and said, Brad Barton, but I went and checked out the man you spoke of, Cold Beer Confessions, Will. He seems like a nice dude. Do you think maybe there is some truth to what he says? He answers questions during his live, even! ! Maybe you should go and chat with him. Ask him why he thinks you are wrong, or whatever he said. Just a suggestion. Unity, right? And then this. Oh, and then the very next comment says, Brad, anytime you acknowledge these idiots on your live broadcast, you are giving them a reason to come back next time and make more stupid comments, knowing they are getting under your skin. Give them no airtime whatsoever. So, you win some, you lose some, I guess. That's where we're at right now. Thank you for sending that in. Patsy, I appreciate it. I got it early. I was holding it till the video ended, but thank you for sending that in. What are we supposed to say Monday? What are you supposed to say, Mariah? Did you see the Jordan Sather video calling out the grifters? I did not. Where is it? Jordan Sather's the original QAnon guy. Where is he at? Cold beer's blowing up the internet. Meat hammers on every webpage. Is it in the R room? Ooh, I found it. Let's put this up here. This is from Jordan Sather, one of the original Anons.
About a subject that I've discussed before, but I have to bring it up again because people just can't stop grifting with it, and that is Nazara. Nazara in this so-called quantum financial system. I'm going to give you the punchline first. Straight up, it's an absolute scam. It's a crock of shit. Both Nazara, Jazara, Trump Zara, the QFS quantum financial nonsense, all of it is a giant piece of fake news. So how do I want to get into this conversation? First, I'm going to tell you what
Jordan Sather was so OG that he was considered one of the elite voices of the QAnon movement. So much so that on a Monday, they invited him on Comedy Central to make fun of him. I put Meat Hammer in every chat I go into. Spread the word. That's right. Spread the Meat Hammer.
Nazara is
not just the word.
Claims to be what all these influencers and personalities are hawking it as. I'll tell you how I got into it, and then we'll talk a little bit about how these influencers and personalities.
He's made enough money. He's made enough money to buy that $400 microphone set in there. I'd love to have one of those. That's a Shure SM7B, $399. But damn, it's like the standard in broadcast mics. That's both professional and at home. They're more expensive ones, like the RE20 or whatever it is, or the AT20. I can't remember. There's a better one than this one, but it's like professionals only. You don't ever see people from home using it. Damn, it's a nice microphone. I wonder if I ordered one, if it'd be here by Monday.
Personalities are just absolutely grifting to shit with this. So first of all, NAZARA is claimed to stand for the National Economic Security and Reformation Act. You have the so-called JAZARA version, where the N is replaced with G to stand for Global Security and Reformation Act. And then you have this QFS, this Quantum Financial System, okay?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a little low. Let me turn it up some.
Behind NAZARA, and it really depends on who you're listening to, based on, you know, what you're going to get about this story. There's kind of different variations and versions of it, but the basics of it is that it's claimed that decades and decades ago, there was a bunch of farmers that got together and created this act that was secretly signed by Bill Clinton, because a bunch of like Navy SEALs got into the White House one night and made Bill Clinton sign it in like the year 1999 or something like that. And then it was going to be enacted the day before 9/11.
He's not even exaggerating. The Dove of Oneness claims that Navy SEALs broke into the White House and held Bill Clinton at gunpoint and forced him to sign the NAZARA bill.
But then 9/11 happened, and then, oh, that's the reason that we didn't get NAZARA. And then ever since then, it's been this endless, like, it's coming tonight, it's coming tomorrow, it's coming tonight, tomorrow, next week, you know? In fact, I first came across NAZARA back in 2000 and...
By the way, people were talking about spreading the meat hammer and stuff. If you ever have any questions about, like, if you're trying to, like, reach out and shit to people, damn, what's his name? Keith Paget. He goes out and, like, tries to reach out to people on an actual level and say, hey, like, you can check this out. This isn't real, but he's still in it for the good cause. Like I started out trying to tell people it wasn't true and be nice about it. And he's out there doing work, dude. He's on Facebook all the time trying to convert people from the Anons.
Like 11 or 12. It's nothing new. You know, in fact, the QFS thing is new, the Quantum Financial System, which that's a whole other, you know, box in and of itself. They claim there's going to be this like digital currency and quantum financial, something that's going to replace all the central banks. It's weird. That's new. Okay, the QFS thing has only been around the past like couple of years. It's like this modernized way that all the NAZARA LARPers out there are trying to wrangle in a new audience or something, like update their PSYOP. But I came across NAZARA 10 years ago, a decade ago, and back then, it's like the exact same thing that you're hearing now. The exact same story, right? Oh, we're going to get millions of free dollars and a bunch of free gold to the public and all these technologies released and the end of the deep state and everybody's free and happily ever after, right? Same claims, and it's essentially the same sort of hope porn with it. You got people out there like, oh, it's coming tonight, tomorrow, next week. Literally the exact same thing that I was hearing 10 years ago. Next week. The difference about 10 years ago is that you didn't have the influencers and personalities that you have now promoting it. Back then, I just heard about this stuff on written blogs and forums and really ghetto websites, right? Now, you have this whole network of people that are all parroting each other's rhetoric. They're all saying the same basic stuff, the same lines. And there's this whole network of them. There's like dozens of them that are all promoting this. And so that's new, but it's still kind of the same thing. Next week, tonight, soon. So again, it's just like this carrot being dangled on a stick for people. But my God, does it bring in the views? Like, holy shit, some people are getting hundreds and thousands of views on videos that they literally have zero proof, zero evidence for, okay? When it comes to NAZARA, or this quantum financial system, next time you listen to some influencer out there talk about it in a video as if it's fact, notice if they source anything, if they have any solid evidence. Do they have some links or some quotes by officials or anything? Every single time I make a post on Telegram or Gab or talk about it in a video or something like that, every single time I naysay Nazara and tell people out there that it's a clickbait bullshit hoax scam, I guarantee you, and it'll probably happen after this video too, I always get one person at least that emails me or messages me a website or a PDF or something that they claim is proof showing Nazara is real. I look at it every single time, right? Because I'm like, oh yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Let's see. And I look at the blog or the PDF. I got one from somebody a couple of weeks ago that was like 20 pages long of a PDF. Again, nothing cited in it. No citations, no outside links. It's just a story. It's like a fan fiction, a fantasy that somebody just tappity-tap drew up.
The whole thing is a fan fiction.
And it's been that way for years, okay? And now you have...
If I make up the most vague predictions ever, and then I claim that the only way they'll come true is if you interpret, or the only way you'll understand it is if you interpret it right, but it's all true. And then I leave it out there for 3, 4, 5 years. Of course, eventually somebody's going to be like, oh, blue, 7, 9, 13, astronaut. Well, that relates to this right here. And it also relates to this. Eventually, if you work hard enough and thousands of people review it and are trying to solve the riddle, they're going to relate it to shit. The whole thing is fan fiction. The whole thing. Code Monkey Z even admitted it was fan fiction. Good job, guys. We did what we could. Never forget the good memories. See ya in 2024. He was...
have a ton of influencers out there like Charles Ward, who even claims that he's been in contact with the creators or the founders of this QFS, and they want him to be chairman of it.
He cut out Charlie Ward?
Are you on drugs, bro? Or are you just trying to LARP the shit out of people and, I don't know, manipulate them or something on the internet? You've got Santa Surfing out there, who, again, goes on and on about Nazara. She calls it Trump Zara because she claims Trump is signing Nazara, and he's going to be the one to bring in our wonderful future with Nazara in this QFS. It's crazy. Charles Ward, Santa Surfing. You got David Nino Rodriguez pumping it too. Scott McKay. I've even heard Mel K do interviews. Like I said, they all do interviews together and like network together. They've all promoted either the QFS or the Nazara thing. And again, no evidence or proof. And it's kind of funny. They like lecture their audiences to do their own research and find the evidence. And yet they don't have anything for at least this particular subject, Nazara or the QFS, quantum financial system. It's pure hope porn. It's pure hopium. I wish I was wrong. I wish it would be true, right? I would love if all this magical gold and money got released to the public and all the free energy technologies and magical mass arrests with it all. I wish.
That's exactly right. I wish that the part about someone coming and taking over and being the new guy and this and that and blah, 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 and this president's coming. I wish all that was true. It's just not. It's just not.
But I like to live in reality. I don't like to live in fantasy land, okay? And don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not here saying that our financial system absolutely sucks. Like, it does, for sure. And I'm fully confident that in the coming years, we're going to create some sort of restructuring for our financial system, right? But Nazara, I don't think that's going to be it. I think that has been just pure clickbait for a long time. And it is very dangerous, okay? That's why I'm doing this video. That's why I talk about this and all the other clickbait that's out there so much, is because it is dangerous. Number one, it wastes a fuckload of people's time. Imagine the amount of man hours that people have wasted listening to these videos and believing this shit and doing all the research, right? That's a lot of man hours. Trust me, I was there 10 years ago. I totally ate it up. And I spent ungodly amounts of hours believing it, okay? So it's leading people down dead ends. They're wasting their time, okay? They're also, I mean, some people are actually getting caught up in like the scams associated with it. I know a few people that have spent hundreds, if not thousands of dollars on dinars and Zimbabwe dollars and these other international currencies because they think this big revaluation is coming.
That can't be good.
Next week. 10 years goes by. Next week. So I know people that have lost some money into it. I've heard stories of people losing a lot more than that, like hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars into these particular scams. Plus, you think of the mental health of people. 10 years ago, just thinking about myself, I was like really nervous. I was super scared. I thought these big mass arrests were coming and this blackout and this Nazara thing was going to happen. Luckily at the time I was broke as a joke, so I didn't have like any money to invest on the particular Nazara scams out there that I was seeing. But I thought big blackouts and things like that were coming, so I stocked up on candles and whatever the heck I could afford, and it wasn't fun. And then, of course, it doesn't come, right? Ends up not coming, and then people get into this sort of state of, it's like a Stockholm syndrome. You know, they get all excited about this Nazara thing or this QFS. They hear next week. They're sitting there waiting for months. It never comes. Then they get really, really...
Yeah, I wish the arrests were true as well. If the criminal activity was true, I wish the arrests were true. If you just made it up because you disagree with them, then I don't want anybody to do that. I don't know. But I wish the arrests were true. I wish they were happening on Monday.
Opium sends them into this depression. That sort of happened with me. That's how I can see it happen with people out there, and how I can see that these psyops will harm people. There's just various ways it does. And then the fact that people are out there claiming this is fact and looking like fools doing it. I mean, just imagine. You're out there, you meet a stranger in the grocery store, at the park, or something like that. You're trying to red pill them on the deep state and all this stuff. And,
that's true.
Oh, you know, the deep state.
Zimbabwe dollars and dinar.
Round them up. They're really fighting back at the deep state, and soon this Nazara thing's coming. And that stranger at the park or in the grocery store is looking at you like, what in the absolute hell, dude? And then guess what? They go home, they Google it, and they find all these just random clickbait blogs, and they're sitting there thinking like, God, this guy is absolutely crazy. And then they...
On Tuesday, I was reading one that was way over the edge.
Throw away everything. They throw away everything that person was saying, even if it was more truthful and not about Nazara, but the baby goes out with the bathwater there. So there's a variety of ways that it's dangerous. It can make people look really dumb and make really bad mistakes. And I think there are some either useful idiots out there on the internet that just continuously promote it as if it's fact. Maybe they're just new to all this stuff and not that good at researching, or their discernment isn't quite as honed yet, so they can't tell the Nazara crap is clickbait. Or maybe they are, or don't care, or are malicious.
To be the OG granddaddy of the Anon movement, he is really busting their balls, and
putting out false misinformation just because they want clicks or getting paid to do so or something like that. I don't know, but I'm just telling you guys what's real here and what I've personally found. I'm more than open to being wrong about it, but...
Dude, he's calling out the QFS, dude. This is the original OG. This is the first person I ever heard pushing the Anon shit in 2018, early 2018 on a video. This is the first person I ever heard say it. Jordan Sather. And he's busting Charlie Ward, Simon Parks, Santa Surfing, and Scott McKay on the QFS.
So far, Nazara, scam, quantum.
Very good find, executive. Thank you.
Sorry. Just be careful. Be careful out there, everybody, with what you believe and who you follow on the internet. Don't blindly believe anything from anybody just because you hear a few different people talking about it, or this video has
right. We'll be all made up by Sunday.
500,000 views. Maybe there's something.
Oh, it is Sunday.
That doesn't mean it's true. Doesn't matter how many people are saying it or how many people have viewed a video. Those are common logical fallacies.
He's still full QAnon. Don't make that mistake. But at least he's saying the QFS shit is bullshit. And he's also saying the same thing I've said. It's been around for 10 to 20 years.
You just, you got to be careful. So that's it for this Sather Fact Check, everybody.
Right, it's Sunday morning, and you're back here bitching.
Nazara, question them. Question them and make them explain themselves. Can you prove it? I'd be hard-pressed. That's it for this one, guys.
Jordan Sather. What's his name? It's JordanSather. Jordan
What's
Sather.
up, guys? We're out here in the nature, listening to the birds sing and the waves crash.
He always looks like a meth head in the appropriate lighting. Like, it looks like he hasn't slept in 6 to 8 weeks. He hasn't slept since the election in 2016. And since then, he's been doing nothing but heroin. Thank you for that ice cream, executive. I appreciate it. There's one more thing I want to check tonight. Oh, it's just 12. It ain't 1 yet. Oh, okay. Did Douglas Kuzma come back with a video yet? Will the real Doug Kuzma please stand up? That's not it. What about this one? That's 2 hours ago. He shared something. What is this? Ken Walls was live. At higher level plus, we're doing a giveaway. Just talked to Mike. We're moving the show to Sunday night at 9:30. See y'all there. Damn it. That's okay. We can look at some old shit, I guess. I did pull this one over. I know what we need to watch because I promised the man I would. I wanted to watch to see if Gene Deco did any new shit, but we need to watch M. Seeker's response. M. Seeker of Truth. His response to the claims made against him that he was a police and was into sex trafficking or something like that. I can't remember what he said. No, he didn't say that, but he was called out by the Charlie Ward grifters, and he responded, exposing con men, disinformation, and addressing the attacks on me. Here it is.
Hi guys, M. Seeker here. So yeah, I'm going to show you guys how misinformation can easily be weaved. I want to show
Doug Face
in action. So thanks to all my new subscribers. As you guys may know, I have been working on exposing con men within the truther community, and I've been doing that for a while. I've just had a couple of numpties make a video trying to discredit me. So I'd like to quickly talk about that. I don't want to be on here long. I haven't really got time for it, but I thought I'd better set a few things straight and just show you them weaving misinformation in real time. It's David Mahoney and Lee Dawson made a video called The War of the Two Charlies. I've recently made this video, 30 Reasons Why I Don't Trust Charlie Ward, and that's what it's all about. To be honest, I don't want to carry on getting mixed up in this. I don't want to be part of a massive divide in the truther community. I've just put that video out there. I've put these facts, evidence, things that he said, compiled them all together, put them out there. You guys make up your own mind. If you want to carry on following these guys after I expose them as cons, that's your prerogative. If you think that there's still some value there, you can get some truth from those channels. You don't want to look elsewhere for other truthers that are saying information in the same realms.
Oh no,
that's your decision, guys. Just come and watch my video, and then make your own decisions from there. So anyway, this video has come out called The War of the Two Charlies, and David Mahoney and Lee Dawson start talking about Charlie Freak for a while. I don't want to go into that. It doesn't concern me. But then he obviously goes on to talk about me, and they kind of say come out of nowhere, and he's obsessed. He's been obsessed with the last 12 months, which it hasn't been. It's been 6 months. He's been debunking Greg Hallett, the fake king. So firstly, I'd like to say, yes, I did put a lot of work and effort. I made a lot of videos regarding that, and I made a lot of videos regarding yourself, David Mahoney, and that would obviously upset you. But at the end of the day, if I've caught a con in action, and back when I started, the popularity of Greg Hallett and his fake king thing, they were making, David had 50 grand, he says, into making these documentaries. So someone goes and debunks it with hardly any, so it wasn't just me, others as well, but I did put a lot of work into that. You're going to be upset. That's 50 grand down the drain. Whereas Greg Hallett today, no one cares because he's not relevant, because it was a con. I'd lastly like to say on that, David, everyone's still waiting for an apology for you promoting a con, yet another con.
Does this work?
So, moving on. One of the main
Is that
things
the right eye?
is that I don't share my name and my address, which you seem quite obsessed with. You've asked a few times where I live. You've asked to come and see me face-to-face when you come to England. And you're kidding no one, David. Everyone knows what face-to-face, I want to come and see you face-to-face means. And it's the same with the Charlie Freak message. You showed your side and you said it, in a nice, calm manner.
When you come out and say, I'm going to come meet you face-to-face, someone on the internet who's calling you out, it's clearly a threat.
And I'm hoping that people will wash over that face-to-face part. I just wanted to come and speak to him in person. It was all the way over in Mexico. Just so happened I was going to be in Mexico. No, guys, everyone surely can see what the intent was behind that. So, yes, he's threatened to come and see me face to face, and he's also put out a tweet before, literally putting a hit out on me, saying so share your real name and address.
Publish your real name, then M. Seeker of Truth if you're all about truth. 250 euro or pound, I don't know what that is. Euros, pounds, I think, for anyone who sends his real name and address. You don't do that shit on the internet.
250 pounds for anyone that gives me M. Seeker's name and address. So with that in light, and then your pal Charlie threatening Chris Rice and saying that he could have sent the boys round to shut him up, it'd be wise to not be sharing. Why do I need to share my name and location? I'm not claiming to be anyone's king, like the guy you promoted. I'm not claiming to have some amazing insider intel and then asking people for money. I'm not asking people for any money. I'm not set up no donation pages to me. So, guys, you have to question, he's saying, well, obviously he's a deep state operative because he hasn't shared his name and location. Now, any wise person, any person that's really fighting the cabal and is not actually mixed in with con men, criminals, and,
That's the wrong pounds, brother.
Would be weary about speaking the truth about certain people, especially when they're throwing threats around and talking about their boxing, fighting, and training all the time. So there's that. There's the
top of the pops, Charlie. That's right.
The need to share my name, and I think that anyone with any common sense and logic will know why. Another thing I was accused of, David said he's got intel. David or Charlie has got intel that apparently I'm an ex-disgraced police officer that was disgraced for 4G.
I know this to be a fact. M was one of the most decorated police officers to ever serve in Shireland, his hometown in the UK, and then it turns out he was actually the local drug dealer. Disgraced, ran out of office, almost tarred and feathered, and he went into a life of hiding behind a camera since then.
Papers, I think he said, and was also involved in getting drug dealers off the hook. Firstly, I can categorically say I've never been a policeman. If I was an ex-policeman, it wouldn't harm me to actually share that. I wouldn't mind sharing that. There's nothing wrong with being a policeman. Yes, there's a lot of injustice going on with police officers in today's world, especially around this whole pandemic situation, and these lockdown restrictions. But yeah, I'm not. I have to question if he said he's got, I think, 3 witnesses, and they're still waiting to verify this information. I can tell you guys categorically he will not verify this information.
Somebody's out here balling. Oh no. Solitaire sending 1337 to tithes for the cold beer cult. Some people have started calling it the cult of the meat hammer. That is not accurate. It is the cold beer cult, spelled all with K's. KULB, KULT. I don't know how you spell beer with K's. Thank you for the donation. Thank you for the donation, Solitaire. Did you catch up on all the videos?
Proof. I'd love to see him try and put some proof out there. There will be none.
I'm Douglas Kuzma.
It's fabricated. It's fabricated to try and discredit me because he's annoyed of what I have uncovered about certain cons going on, certain money-making schemes that have happened. So, yeah, and, I have to question if some people have come forward and said, they've got some drug dealers off the hook. I have to wonder what company you keep.
Cult of the meat hammers.
What friends are telling you this? What's their activities?
Mama Ray actually has a website that I need to port over that she went out of her way to make for me. I need to grab that. I keep forgetting about it.
To be saying that, but to be honest, I think they're probably just pulling your leg, David, to see how much of an idiot you are. So there's that, and now that I've put out a video of your friends and about your friend, and also that I've spoken to the financier of the Hidden King books, about to put a nail in the coffin and all of that whole con, which you spent a lot of money on and made documentaries on, and also I've been sent an email exchange of Greg Hallett showing that he actually did, despite what David was saying before, turn his back on David, and is now saying that he was drinking with his buddies, the whole thing. That's what he turned.
I'll check it out. And thank you. Thank you, Mark.
He's just trying to cover up his crimes. So please read that. But yeah, this whole getting hold of the Hidden King books and getting hold of the financier and hopefully getting hold of Francisco Bell.
By the way, some of the people he was calling out, like David Mahoney and shit, they're the people who are really pushing all that. If you don't know what the Greg Hallett situation, most people in the UK will, but if you're American, if you didn't see it, he claimed that he was the true heir to the throne and had all these people backing him. Even Charlie, who later claims that he knew the whole time it was fake, promoted a GoFundMe for Greg Hallett to get him to the throne. And the guy made tons of money, a movie, book deals, all this shit. Then the story changes, then something else changes, and of course it was all bullshit. Charlie Ward was in on it. David Mahoney was in on it. Of course, Greg Hallett was the guy it was about. The whole thing was fucked up. And M and Justice are the ones who outed it all. Like they're the ones who, I mean, other people were talking shit about it, right? But technically, they were the ones that I found and that a lot of people found that shined a spotlight on how fucked up it was.
Well, to completely discredit that whole con, because that's what it was. You were taking money. Maybe not you personally, Greg Hallett was. You were supporting that. And you knew about the fact that someone else was in line to be king, and Greg Hallett took that role. You knew that from the beginning and didn't think to share it in your documentary. That is a con.
They also, so the final claim I think they made before they all started disappearing was that it wasn't actually Greg Hallett. It was Greg Hallett's friend who had a claim to the throne. But the friend told Greg, you go be the face person and blah, blah, you go make this, you go do that. And I'll stay behind the scenes.
That is a con, okay? So, guys, I think a lot of people can see right through you. A lot of people can see right through others around you. People are waking up quickly. The video I did recently is obviously...
Mahoney's all over the place, but he's real good friends with Charlie. They live in the same like town in Spain. Here recently, Mahoney's been down in Mexico at the Aztec pyramids and shit.
Opened a lot of people's eyes. And you guys are worried, and that's why you're putting out this, as much as you say, you know, I'm not interested in MC Seeker's work, he bores me, trying to play down the whole situation, why make a video about me? Not only that, why put in a defamation complaint to YouTube about one of my videos? This was all about...
After reviewing your legal complaint, the content in question has been blocked from view on the blank country domain. That's why he has a mirror. Damn, he was supposed to send me a link. I was supposed to put the link for his video up, and I forgot in the description yesterday. I'll fix that. But so in the UK, over in Europe, he can't even show like his Charlie Ward 30 Reasons and shit. He has to show, and some of his Greg Hallett stuff. He has to mirror the link somewhere off YouTube that doesn't follow these rules the way that YouTube does, and that's the way you're allowed to watch it.
Me showing a lot of things that were found on the internet when you research his name. And guys, you know, it has been banned, or I think temporarily banned, in the UK at the moment, or Great Britain, but you can watch it all around the rest of the world, and everyone's mirrored it. You can find it anywhere. It's on Rumble, BitChute, it's on my website. Check that video out. I think it's number 16 or something, regarding himself. And what he's done in the past and what's on scam awareness websites. So there's that. There's obviously hundreds of people on the internet calling him a con.
Oh shit! Oh no!
I don't know how you do it, but you and Patsy make me get all in my feelings. G.R.R. Biden.
I don't know how you do it, but you and Patsy make me get all in my feelings. Grr. Biden. That was a good donation. That was a very good donation. Thank you for that donation. I appreciate it. That was from Brad, the notorious Brad Barton.
He said that he had psychologists. Yeah, so obviously he doesn't like to care too much, but he's had psychologists analyze me, and he said.
He did say that. He did claim that in the video. He said he had psychologists look at the memes that M was sharing that weren't even his, that Paul Jackman had made. Make sure you follow Paul Jackman. He does all the logos and stuff, or a lot of the logos and stuff for M. A lot of the movie title memes about Charlie. He does all that shit. It's funny as hell. Paul Jackman on Facebook is where I follow him. I'm sure he's got a Twitter too, but yeah. He had a psychologist analyze those. And said that he had homoerotic fascinations with Charlie and just a bunch of crazy shit.
That they had said that I've obviously got some sort of some sort of sexual attraction or something, that homosexual erotic fantasy. Of course he would say that. I'm sure he just made up these psychics, and you know, I'm sure he would love to plug that in there. And you know, he thinks a lot of himself, I know. And he also said that they said that I might have daddy issues. I have a father. I have no daddy issues. Don't really need to go into that too much. But the reason
I do, daddy,
analysing me was they were psychoanalyzing some hilarious memes that are on my Facebook page, guys. And if you guys have seen them, actually, David and Lee found them hilarious. Lots of people do. I find them brilliant. The man's a genius. But anyway, so
So the guy Paul Jackman takes all these movie trailer posters and plugs Charlie Ward and the grifters into them. They're really funny.
Shows you on this video, he's going through my Facebook page and he's showing you these memes that I've shared.
Sneaky grifters.
Right. So
Goldfinger.
That just shows how much of a complete, either a bullshitter, con man, misinformation artist you are. Either that or you're just a really, really crap researcher. Because, I mean, you're about as much use as a chocolate teapot when it comes to that, mate, because anyone could see, if they went on my page and go, oh, look, there's some guy sharing these memes and MC could share them. They're hilarious. No, you went on there, it's like, oh, this guy, oh, he must love me. That just says more about perhaps your your psychology, that you think that, I don't have time to make those. And I'm certainly, have you seen my editing skills? They're not that great. So with Photoshop, I'm pretty useless. But yeah, big up to the guy that made those. He is a genius, and actually he made my M Secret Productions graphic. This is how I know him, for my Allegedly King docuseries, all about the fake king. So that's how I met him. And funnily enough, David, I'm not the only, as much as you'd like to think so, I'm not the only person that thinks you're a con man and is calling you out for it. There is hundreds of thousands, actually, thousands of others. Actually, this guy is not the only guy that makes memes about you. So I'll put a couple up on the screen. There's one which you talked about in a previous video that you'd seen. Guy mocked you up as a clown. There's another lady that does a lot of them, and she's hilarious. And what the charm about it is that she's not professional about it. She just quickly puts them together. So yeah, the memes, they weren't me. I shared them because I found them hilarious. They weren't me. And for you to say they're me and make this big thing about it, just shows more about you, your researching skills, your misinformation, your intent, your agenda.
You left out "circle back" in your porn title there, Jason.
To try and discredit me, and it was poor. Yeah. So the last thing I want to address in all this is you say, oh, I bet he wears a mask. I've never worn a mask. I'm exempt. And I also, I agree with you. I agree with your work around masks and whatnot. In fact, you said, oh, why don't I do something useful like call out Matt Hancock or do something about masks? Again, you're just, the whole research fails you, or you are a complete misinformation artist. I made a video called Taking the Needle. This was 9 weeks ago on 9th of December. It was banned from YouTube within 20 minutes of me dropping it.
Wow.
Especially my loved ones. How this will affect me in my professional and personal life as I try to carry on living day to day in a society of the future, I am not certain. Hopefully enough voices are heard that can stop hindrances and loss of freedoms in mine, my family's, and anyone listening's lives. The vaccine is here. Time has all but run out. Help inform people, stand up, be heard, and I strongly advise you to not take this vaccine. So there's that, there's that video. It's clearly me talking about vaccines.
Good for you, Em. I like that video. Good job. I know I can't say that shit on YouTube, but good video.
Talking about our own civil liberties, our own, fighting for what we think is right in terms of, not having forced experimental biological agents forced upon us, or having to conform to things like mask wearing. But then also I made another video, I think around 18th of December. And this one was called Have Yourselves a COVID Little Christmas. And it was about Boris Johnson and Matt Hancock and the tier system. So there you go.
Well, I like your popped collar as well, Em. Thank you for that.
I have been doing. So again, you're just completely wrong. It's
just M, Seeker of Truth. He's got a YouTube channel. He's one of the grift busters.
So guys,
it's just this guy.
With the guy with the
M, Seeker of Truth.
Right? With less of a following, that being very careful that actually his research, not like this Muppet bringing up stuff that's not true.
But if you, no matter how you type in M, Seeker of Truth, no matter where you put the spaces, I think it brings him up.
Video evidence of that, and you can go back and look at the originals and match up and find out that it's all very true.
Little known fact, M, Seeker of Truth, the M stands for Meat Hammer. Meat Hammer, Seeker of Truth. Little known fact, guys.
Puts a lot of work into it and does it because of people's mental health and knowing and proving that people are conning you. Would this guy be the operative? Or would it be the group of people that are expatriates living in Spain, is in Costa del Crime, Marbella, you know, where a lot of criminals go to live and leave?
Yeah, he's the one who got us all together for Griftbusters or whatever, which there's another episode of April 1st, by the way.
Because they can't live here any longer, and you know, probably surrounded by more criminals, con men, and maybe the cabal. You know, and who would they go to for this sort of
the evil cabal?
Not scared about sharing their name. I'm sure they're not, because they're probably protected, because they probably are the deep state, or that may be giving too much credit to them. They're probably just really rubbish researchers, and that's why all this bad intel's coming out, and that's why this attempt to discredit me was just so half-assed and just pure disinformation, just muppets. So, you know, would them guys be the guys that you should be looking into? With all the information that I've brought to light, with the obvious con of the fake king, which they all promoted, which you all know now was a con. Ask yourselves who really is trying to have you hoodwinked here. So lastly, you know, Lee, for you said, well, this is the first time you've ever mentioned me talking about something that someone else has created. I'd never mentioned you. You know, I know you're probably up to cons like those other guys. You know, you promoted the fake king, which was a con. But to be honest, I haven't bothered really looking into you, because the feeling's mutual, mate. You bore me. So yeah, that's it, guys. So take my information for what it is. There you go. There's a couple of guys weaving a load of misinformation to try and discredit me. So lastly, the last thing I want to say is that
I was wondering what she was bitching about. I have no idea what she was saying.
Giving you proof, evidence of you know, very dodgy things, cons and people asking for money. I don't ask you for money. So take that as you will. I'm not going to get roped into anymore. I don't want to be part of the divide. I don't want to talk about these guys anymore unless they commit another, you know, big con, in which case I'll be all over it and I'll share it with you guys so you know. But really, I'm not interested. I'm not interested in a war of the words anymore. I just wanted to state my case to show you guys where people spin bullshit.
Yeah, the donation come in meant to say Rita, but it said Patsy.
They spin bullshit, and if they're going to try and spin bullshit on me, of course, I'm going to show you what Muppets they are.
Muppets.
And yeah, I don't really want to talk about Charlie Ward anymore, David Mahoney anymore. You know, I've got a bit of work to do around putting the final nails in the coffin, even though people say it's a dead issue. But it's not a dead issue if there's still people out there pinning hopes on a fake king and still pinning, giving them money, you know. So it's not a dead issue for me. People are, oh, you're obsessive. Yeah, I am, but look at the results I've produced. If I get my teeth into something that I know is hurting people, I will stop it and I will save people. So last thing I'll say, guys, is go back over my work, look through the comments, and just look at the sheer amount of people that have thanked me for my work and have really helped them, said that I opened their eyes, said that I've, you know, saved them from giving any more money, saved them from giving any more time, saved them from giving any more hope, and saved their mental health.
See that? Rusky's husband has blue-green hair, and he's hot.
That is why my work is important. That is what keeps me going. That is why I seem so obsessive and so passionate about it. So that's my case, guys. Take it as you will. Carry on following these shills if you like. Follow me if you like. I'm really happy to have all the new subscribers that have come to my channel, and I promise you guys I'll carry on being truthful, and I'll make some more quality content for you, and definitely look into some.
I have no hair
that have been brought forward to me.
I tried to put some on my printer, but it didn't stick.
That is not my my description of who I want to be, a guy that goes around exposing people for being con men. But it is a very important task, and I will carry on doing it. But I do want to make some different content, so perhaps the next video will be something on a bit of a lighter note. Thanks for listening, guys. Follow MC Good Truth.
Only scams and con jobs. That's a pretty good one. They have a cunning plan. The King's Speech. The guy does good work when he does the movie things. They're funny. A Christmas message from our king. Sod you lot. I'm off to Coconut Grove for the winter. Thanks, DM. DM for mates rates. My Jacob's pillow. Oh, that's funny. There's really no denying. We just keep bloody lying for our financial gain. And he's replaced them all. Oh. Yeah, I mean, I don't make fun of Rusky's husband, but like I said, he's hot. So what are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do with Rusky's beautiful hot husband? All right, let's see what else we can talk about. What haven't we covered that I had laid out here? I guess we could hop in. We can't watch this full video. Full disclosure, we can't watch this whole video. But let's check out this crazy bitch. Might be something I need to cover in the future. Hey, you're crazy. Her name is Cynthia Breed, third culture patriot.
Hang on. Right here.
Mariah got mad as hell on Sunday. Somebody said something about her hair on Sunday.
My husband asked me to mold.
But we're over it already, and here it is, just Saturday.
Out of the ground beef, and since I don't spend much time downstairs, I figured I'd better do it. So I'll wait for you guys to come on. I'm going to make my skinny tea in a minute, and then we'll pray.
Skinny tea. You need another dose.
Some deep dives tonight. Like I really want to go into. Well, first of all, like I said, we'll go through some news on Telegram, and then we'll go through some. I can't even remember what I wrote. Getting free of the corporation on Anna von Reitz. We'll see the newest thing that Melissa put up because she said she was going to be going through all of that.
This filter is supposed to make me bald, but it's struggling with my hat.
Really, 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 really different deep dives like
trying though.
Trump travel series. And then I want to go down and find out more about Project Pegasus. Last night we covered some stuff about Project Montauk. We know that.
No, I didn't, and you're just making that up so you can annoy me with the fucking improper pronunciation of Sunday and Saturday. Babe, that's the way the world says it. I don't know what ears you're listening with, but that's the way it works.
According to Project Looking Glass, they've been manipulating the timeline.
It's Snapchat.
And this is all stuff we never.
It's called Snap Camera.
A zillion years would have thought was real in any way, shape.
Download it on your computer.
Hi Sandra, hi Marianne, hi Judith, hi Terry. So why don't we just go out on a few limbs tonight? What do you think?
Yeah, that was pretty mean. It doesn't look like a retired porn star. It looks like a porn star who didn't start till her late 50s.
But not right off the beginning. We'll wait till everybody gets tired that doesn't think they can handle it, and then
let's skip ahead. I can't keep doing this. Say something.
Dickie Fuller. Of course, it's not going to be in the same form, so that doesn't. Like I said, we always need that.
It should work with every screen recording program. It becomes a camera. So like whatever your webcam is, it'll show up like your Logitech, blah blah blah. But it'll also say Snap Camera underneath that, and you can select it.
Ginger rhizome, apple fruit pectin,
I truly despise you. I don't know, babe. It's Sunday. Act Christian-like.
Bark extract, peppermint leaf, beet juice, dandelion. I know that.
I still would. No judging, please.
Milk thistle. That's why it's for the liver. Uva ursi, aloe vera leaf.
Uva ursi, skinny tea.
Oh my God. But I got to take you guys down the really
my God.
easy, like, are you sure you're not pulling my leg kind of like place, you know? And because you got to have a little bit of a base, you know what I'm saying? And so, like I said, don't believe anything I tell you or show you. You want to go down the deep dives yourself. But even if you don't go down the deep dives yourself, when somebody else says something that sounds like
the heart sister that had no musical talent,
shocked and say, oh, it's not true. but don't believe that person either, or that piece of information. Just file it and go, okay, And then, when you get to about 5 different unrelated sources of information from 5 different places that make no sense and cannot be connected, that's when you begin to go, okay. You know what I'm saying?
Ann and Nancy Wilson. This is Breed Wilson. She had no talent, so they left her to streaming.
You ever, here's some of the stuff I show you.
I'll be right back, guys.
That's
Love
okay.
you. Love you.
Hey. I hadn't really had the rosé one. It's really tasty.
She's doing deep dives and deep penetration.
That's when you at least have a base, so you're not so shocked. It's kind of like what's going to come to people realizing what's really been happening to kids. Oh my God, God forbid the people who have had their kids go missing. If they hear it one time, then it's not going to seem so crazy. Okay, so you're going to go to my website. You'll go to onlineketocoach.com. It's going to take you to my specific website, pick 2, pick 3, and will give you up to 50% off. You can shop by category and go through the categories, or you can find out what a daily weight loss system is. You can actually put it.
By the way, sorry it takes me so long to take a piss break sometimes. I was told by a friend of mine who does not trust the government that if you don't taste your own urine, how do you know it's really urine and not government chemicals leaving your body? So keep that in mind.
And, shop by solution.
She's selling It Works. Get out of here.
To answer, depending when you call, my phone may be somewhere else. I may be in the middle of something. I may be doing a live.
So she does. Why does every grifter that we personally cover in depth part of a pyramid scheme? What is going on? Mariah, I told you about that Thursday.
But if you call, it's going to appear on my phone, or call on Telegram, and then type a message to me so that I can go in and look. That's how you can catch my attention. Because if I showed you how many, I don't want you to stop messaging me, but I will tell you, I have probably, oh my God, I got over 100 or 200 messages back there in Messenger. And I have such a hard time going through them, because like I was telling Linda, I'm actually taking a bunch of videos and I'm chopping them up and creating a narrative to
okay, babe. See you Sunday. Today's Sunday. I'll see you later.
Family member, which I still want you to keep in your prayers, that this family member wakes up.
I'll just start calling it government chemicals.
And so I'm putting together a video. I'm going to upload it. I'll make it accessible to everybody, but I'm putting together a narrative. And a very big important piece of this narrative is the damage people show, the ones that are shaking. But in addition to that, the one that I played where Del Bigtree plays a pro-vaxxer creator of vaccines that worked for Gavi and Bill Gates.
Okay. The Who. The Who, the band, or the World Health Organization? Wait. Who are you? Who? The Who, the band, or the I don't know. When you say the Who, who are we talking about?
I'm putting this together, and I'm also going to weave into that. I need to find that CBN. You guys asked me for what I had shared that day, and I deleted it off my wall. So I've got to go watch my video again and figure out where it was, or maybe we can figure it out together. I don't know. I know it's late. I'm so sorry. Let's pray.
Is this a picture of Trump or Jesus? Because I need to know whose team you're on, okay? I already don't like this.
From all the evil as well as from those who would like to harm us.
She's blinking. Is she reading a prayer?
Guard us and protect us from all the evil that surrounds our lives. We hope you give us your cars and anywhere we are.
Okay, that prayer's over. Put it back in my prayer Rolodex. Jesus. I think you meant treasonous.
Glorious Prince of the heavenly host, Saint Michael the Archangel, waging our days with the hosts of the holy angels, the battles of the Lord. As you once fought victoriously against Lucifer and the rebellious angels, mercies against the technologies and all else that exists that do not have the highest interest to possess or cohabitate in all time. And last, but never least, the light of God surround us.
God, how many prayers do we have?
Understand what is happening and that they are not alone. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Okay. Get started.
She's a band ambassador. A band ambassador for the Who.
A whole lot, guys. So you guys, oh my God, look at this. So human remains.
Saint Gene Decode Sarge from Icons.
Oh, let's go there first. Oh, guys, please. No, maybe we shouldn't go there first. I want to go there so bad. Look. But I want you guys to be able to handle it. Okay, let's go here.
First of all, right off the bat, I can see you're using a MacBook, just like that douchebag Tony from the Veritas machine, and I do not trust you. Either buy a PC or get off my internet.
I played that yesterday. Do not let your kids be tested, because they have toxic elements in those tests. The PCR
that's the same Brad grift.
Sending to the students is a small amount. If you didn't see this yesterday, ethylene oxide.
Have a good day, babe. I'll see you in a minute for a full body rub down. It's our Sunday. Oh, Saturday night, Sunday morning routine.
Causes cancer.
About to check them tonsils for swelling.
Leukemia, lymphoma, breast, stomach cancer. Do not let them test your kids. Okay. Look at this.
What? Come on now.
Crisis actors. It looks absolutely horrifically gross. But look. And it will make the group inaccessible forever. And also, this is a huge group. Imagine sending thousands of media at the same time. No promotion, self-promotion, hate speech.
Just because it looks like a baby's arm holding an apple doesn't mean we can call it my hand, right? Damn. Oh.
Add all your patriotic friends to the group. Okay. Team Trump TV.
Trump Team TV. Treasus.
When the door is latched, you need a key. The world is watching. Pray.
He was supposed to be a crisis actor.
Righteousness, and will hold thine hand, and will keep thee, and give thee for a covenant of the people, for a light of the Gentiles, to open the blind eyes, to bring out the prisoners from the prison, and them that sit in darkness out of the prison house.
Ships, press conferences, and borders. It's all appearing more than ever that we are watching something similar to WWE. And the biblical show, the Red Sea, is appearing and unfolding. Stand by. A lost hiker was found after police say they spotted the man's dying cell phone light from their search helicopter. The man called 911 after finding himself stranded. So he used the
He called 911 or he called 911? 911 or 911?
Backup solar bank and that.
Oh, that's probably copywritten then, isn't it? Oh, no. Is Joe playing Plinko?
You know? Okay, he's an actor, but is everybody acting? No. I came up with a thought. Is it right or wrong? I don't know. But you know what?
I doubt it's right, lady. I've met you.
But there's an actor. So the actor, God, he's about to be pretty brave, has all of these CCP around him. All of these criminals around him. And he's doing what they want him to do, except when he's not, right? Because didn't he do something? Wasn't he saying something? I think Kristen W. said he was saying something like seven days or seven something, and there were the 7 shootings. So he was like, the actor was kind of going, I'm going to get off script and act like I'm just so forgetful and I'm the real Biden.
I'm going to get off script and act like I'm just so forgetful and I'm the real Biden. Well, who says words like this?
Right? That's probably what he did.
So much meth.
So I think we have an actor, but we probably have all these other people around him telling him what to do that are not actors. Right? Put a comment if you think I'm right. All right, let's keep watching. I'm gonna stop my video just so that I don't interrupt a lot of this. Okay, so I mean I know I make too many faces.
I, the Lord, have called thee in
Oh
righteousness.
wait, explain again. I'm so sorry, but you know I want to hear it again.
Thine hand, and will keep thee and give thee for a covenant of the people, for a light of the Gentiles, to open the blind eyes, to bring out the prisoners from the prison, and them that sit in darkness out of the prison house.
Yeah, actually, those people that do that shit are not cheap either. The people who do the whatever you call it, the people who do the sign language or whatever. We actually employ one here, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, to interpret all of our shit. And he is not cheap. And actually, I typically have him running in the background right now. There he is. His name is Joe. He's a pretty good one, but no one actually speaks. No one actually uses him. So I'm just paying. It's just like a money pit at this point. But I guess we could leave him up for a while. Yeah, Joe, just keep doing your thing. No curse words. Thank you.
Watch the water. One of you told me that. Watch the water. That's it.
Ships, press conferences, and borders. It's all appearing more than ever that we are watching something similar to WWE. And the biblical show of the Red Sea is appearing and unfolding. Stand by. A lost hiker was found after police say they spotted the man's dying cell phone light from their search helicopter. The man called 911 after finding himself stranded. Biden had a cheat sheet of all.
People don't call 911, okay? People call 911, not 911. I know you know that.
I gotta let him do a little bit of advertising, guys. Sorry.
God damn it. Stop.
We know the attacks would be on. And also, if the media definitely had a hold of something like this from President Trump, man, they wouldn't nonstop talk about this for 4-5 years. Talk about how his mind wouldn't work, and he has to, select the actual media person that he needs to pick. And if you zoom in on this right here, you can see that they're numbered, and they have a picture of each reporter with the name and who he's supposed to call first and who he's supposed to call.
He does have a reporter cheat sheet. He also has a set of rough notes that he's supposed to stay on, that he's supposed to address the reporters on with those numbers. And if he doesn't know about it, he'll circle back to it with Jen Psaki.
second, and who's supposed to call, third. And so how do you feel
Should
being
we all
numbered
say
there,
that?
journalists? Oh, well, they're probably okay with it because they're part of the script. They all know that this whole thing's playing out the way it is. Connie's Corner said, once a cheater, always a cheater. Biden had a cheat sheet of all the reporters with numbered circles by the ones he was supposed to call on. So interesting. And let's see what President Trump had to say with the Laura Ingraham person who actually put President Trump under the bus during the election from November to January 20th.
Well, they were strange questions, and they were asked in a very interesting way. It was like softballs, like you're throwing softballs up, and it's just a different world. It's nobody's seen anything like it. You know it. You know it better than anybody. You cover it so well, and it's very sad to watch. Actually, they're feeding him questions. They're easy questions. I noticed Peter Doocy didn't get to ask a question today, and there could be no difficult questions. And they're ready to rip the microphone away if somebody did get a little bit testy.
I wouldn't doubt it, Joe.
Is ridiculous. You know it, and so do I.
So yeah, interesting because he brought up Peter Doocy. Remember, Peter Doocy was the one that asked Biden, "What about that press conference tomorrow? Looking forward to it." And Biden turned around and said, "What press conference?" And then Doocy talked about that on Fox News. Of course, they don't want to give him any time on that. And Doocy said he had a whole book, I believe, of questions to ask, but he never was asked. So interesting that President Trump stays on board with all this, calls in, has a chat, and keeps us going for sure. So New York Post put Michael Goodwin stumbling Biden lies and media swoons, glazed and confused. Ghost Ezra said there's two ways you view everything. White hat's in control or the deep state is still in control. What you believe will determine your view on every news story and event. Some say if good guys are in control, why do bad things still happen? Is God in control? Do bad things still happen? It's war good versus evil. Bad things will still happen. Be educated and alert so they don't happen to you. So good and so true. Ghost Ezra definitely puts out great information for all of us. Well, this little meme dropped in, created by Yo Sniper. Let's check it out. See how things are going on the forefront.
No, I haven't taken the test. Why the hell would I take a test? Come on, man.
Can somebody create a game? Somebody should create a game. Oh, that's definitely an actor having fun.
Definitely an actor having fun.
That don't realize it's an actor are literally going crazy, aren't they?
Oh, so good to have some humor and great memes created by patriots out there. Connie's Corner released that one on Twitter for us to see. And here's another.
To be fair, I mean, a lot of people are listening to Doug too, and he came up to the word coincidence while reading a sentence and said, "I'm sorry, guys, I don't know that name." And then his friend said, "Spell it," and he said, "Coin, INCDENCE." Coincidence, guys. I'm sorry, I don't know that name. You guys know I don't read names good.
Another one, maybe based off of old Biden forgetting, that maybe he said something about being in the Senate for 120 years.
I'm Buddy the Elf.
You look hilarious. Who sent you?
Papa Elf.
Papa Elf?
From the North Pole.
From the North Pole?
Yes. So you...
Oh, Papa Elf from the North Pole, it's just been there for a while. They put that big American flag there in the background also. Very interesting. So the heart of this subject matter today is going to be on that Red Sea gathering. Very interesting because Christina Wilson from Twitter put this out with a snapshot from freedomforce.live. When is Passover?
Melissa doesn't get enough attention. She is absolutely amazing. And one of the first people that helped me when I was scared in the beginning, if I try to make myself public, not public, but my picture again, I'll end up at the very beginning again. So sorry, guys. But Melissa's been on the forefront for a long time. She needs to break into the big, everybody's attention. So I want all of you who have listened to her on freedomforce.live, I want you to start sharing her platform. She's been taken off YouTube 2 or 3 times. She's had a large followings, but she needs to break even bigger than that because she brings a lot of hope.
She's so crazy. She's more much more crazier than Brad.
To Melanie McFarland, who
For
told
sure.
me about her in the very beginning, because I was so scared and panicking.
I'm trying to make my camera look like an old school TV, a CRT TV. How's it look so far? You see the lines going through it and shit?
Having her on my show a couple times was really amazing because I think she gave a lot of you a lot of information. I think we
Oh, it isn't on this one. Never mind.
So share her platform as much as you can. And she is the one. I had already learned about Anna von Reitz from a friend of mine, but I didn't pay as much attention to it until Melissa brought it up and showed a few things. And then I took the lead and I went through a whole bunch of stuff with you guys. Unfortunately, because of the music on one of the videos on Anna von Reitz's site, it blocked it. So I've screen captured it, and I need to screen capture the other half because it was a really long broadcast, which is why I need to start making my broadcast shorter, or maybe like close out and then come
I
back
agree.
on again, which I may do tonight so we don't keep them so long. And people.
The one good situation is we ended up with a Mr. Magoo type president who just like wanders around aimlessly. No one really knows what's going on, not even he. And he's always out of the loop. He has no idea what's happening. He's in, he's out. He's left, he's right. I hope that soon they start to several attempts at making Joe no mo, if you know what I mean. And he just miraculously survives car wrecks and being shoved down flights of stairs and explosions and whatnot, all in video games, and comes wandering out just licking a vanilla ice cream cone. Like, hey, guys, did you see that the White House crumbled down on top of me? Also, the freezer's out of vanilla ice cream. Can I get some more?
People can digest them better. But I have an entire video where we went through the entire website of Anna von Reitz.
Idiot on the left can't come up with his own material for a show. Pathetic. Sorry, I don't know that name at the end there, but I tried. Oh, this is my show, proving that these people are douchebags, that these people are lying, that these people are making money because you're so goddamn dumb, John David Carter, that you believe them. You are the amalgamation of genetic inbreeding through centuries to delay your development of any type of logic or fact-finding skills to where you believe people who tell you that there are deep underground military bases that start at a level 10 times that no human has ever been in the center of the earth. Aliens, baby breeding farms, all the good shit. And you're just like, yep, these guys are factual. Oh, this guy who says they're wrong? No, he can't make up his own stuff because he's an idiot and we're all right. Okay.
And so I'm following Melissa. I messaged Melissa, but because I've been like the last couple of days so busy and so anxious, I haven't been able to really go back and see what she said. I would
smooth brain piece of shit.
I would like to join forces with as many people as we can. I'm going to contact Spiritually Raw as well and see if we can't.
I'm going to contact Spiritually Roswell and see if I can't get some people to help us. Okay, perfect.
You couldn't hear me?
I would use a phone, but if you got to use the spiritual phone book and telephone booth, whatever, I'll just text some people. Okay.
Things work together for good to those who love the Lord.
Everybody seems to be around this and we know guy. And again, he is he's I mean, like he did like press release and broadcast for the Marine Corps. He's non-combat, not some type of. Scott will try to talk him up like he's special forces or something crazy. There's some people on the Facebook page that personally know who he is. Torres was his name. It's Marine Corps public relations officer. To
those who are the called according to his purpose. We're at andweknow.com. That's where you can find us. Thank you for the donations there. And you can see the Patriot pins show up also on that site. Thank you for visiting that site. It's got even a place where you can subscribe to receive notifications when videos are placed out through your email. Also, you know that our supplies are all done locally now from Angie and Jamie. They're doing a great job getting great products. They're testing the products. They're making sure they're printed correctly. They're putting them personally into bags and mailing them out.
Good deal.
So proud of them.
Some And We Know merch. That's what I'm talking about, baby.
If you go to andweknow.tv, it's also in the description box below. Gab TV. We're on MeWe, BitChute, man. Every time I try to upload, I get this ninja thing that says something's not working, and then I have to go back later and try to upload again. It's terrible. Anyway, it's got even a place where you can subscribe to receive notifications when videos are. We've been knocked off all kinds of platforms, but also being knocked off in the Suez Canal is this big old ship. Here's a nice video clip to get us going.
There's a traffic jam of epic proportion in the Suez Canal. The Ever Given, the ship that's stuck there, is causing a massive backlog.
No.
Backup really is, though. If we
You're not looking. I hope this is your clone, John David Carter. You are you. Okay.
look at satellite imagery, you can see that a week ago, there were only about 50 ships waiting to cross. Those are all those little blue dots there. Fast forward to today, and 300 vessels are waiting, carrying billions of dollars worth of oil.
You know how God took the rib of man and made woman? Imagine if God took a scrotum and made a man.
And consumer goods. The Suez Canal is a critical link between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans and is also the fastest link between the Indian and Atlantic. All that waiting around, though, is a costly delay. So to avoid that, ships are being diverted. Here you see 2 ships taking off from the Americas, starting to head towards the Mediterranean, but then doing a sharp right turn in order to go around the coast of Africa. This is a journey that will take twice as long, all to avoid that ship stuck in the middle of the Suez Canal.
So Bloomberg News, Dana Baker, I think is her name. She did a great job pointing this out, showing all of the congestion now. You can see that in this particular point from March 26th. Look at this.
Lots of congestion.
And then
that's right.
When do you call a plumber? Isn't this all kind of strange how it's all matching? Now, again, I try not to get too excited, but boy, folks, look at that congestion. I mean, they definitely need a plumber to fix this one. Watch the water, right? And Evergreen. I mean, there's just so many things we've talked about for the past few years that seem to be somehow coming together in this one spot that the whole world is going to be watching. Why? Because the whole world is affected with their shipping.
You know what else? The news cannot avoid this. They can. Okay, it's 11:41. I got it. I'm sorry. I got to get off. I gotta show my picture. Hang on, let me go ahead.
They said, if I may interject, that's in mailing them in the red. Supplies are
the traffic.
She did a great job pointing this. List everything that I can. Boy, folks, look at that congestion. I mean, they definitely need a plumber to fix this one. Watch the water, right? And Evergreen. I mean, there's just so many things we've talked about for the past few years that seem to be somehow coming together in this one spot that the whole world is going to be watching. Why? Because the whole world is affected with their shipping. So we had
that makes sense. The whole world's affected with the shipping. Okay.
How I do this. I go in, and every time I find a story, I list it in my notes section. I list everything that I can, and you can go in there in that description box below the channel and you'll see that I have a lot of these articles linked for you to read yourself. You can do your own research. We try to put things together.
Am I in the end we know? No, they shared his video. So here's the thing, guys. The news refuses to share anything that is going to rock the boat.
Okay.
Because
that makes sense, I guess.
The CIA doesn't want to reveal themselves, right? But guess what? In my heart of hearts, in my bones, I know the White Hats did that to the ship, Hillary's Evergreen ship. And yesterday I showed where Melissa shared images, a video actually, of what these shipping containers.
So you won't really get a high tide, low tide enough to mess with that. The Suez Canal is very long inland, so tides affect it less. You know what I'm saying? And technically, you would need a high tide on both sides of the canal. That would be in the Mediterranean and the Persian Gulf at the same time, which I don't know how often that happens, but you would need a high tide of both of those at the same time. And yeah, I don't think the tides are going to help. I think their best bet is to keep digging and keep pulling like hell. They're only digging on one side that'll bring her bow back in the direction that she was traveling originally, and float her free. Even the rudder had gotten marred up and some shit. They broke the rudder loose, so it's got rudder now. But on the front of that ship, it's a they call it a bulbous ball hole. I haven't heard "Hey Beer Man" all night. Ever given ball hole. I gotta move it over here in case something pops up. Like I don't know. Ever given ball hole. I'll show you what's on the front of the ship that's actually buried, which is not great. If there's a picture of it, it's a big ass round ball, like a round, almost like a pontoon, that like the start of a pontoon. All that. Oh, right here. This is what's actually buried in the mud. See this over here on the right? That's what's buried. So we see this part. Hold on, I'll show you. We see this part, and it looks like it's almost out. It looks like it's barely touching, but all of this is buried. And like the mud's in behind it. It's got suction on it. Like it's in a tight spot for sure. If we donate the cargo to Somali pirates, they'll probably dig it out in an hour tops. Oh, yeah, you're talking about it has to go around to them now. That's true.
Have in them. Which, by the way, Ghislaine Maxwell's sister's husband in Russia.
Her name's Ghislaine. Em told me, and he's British.
Owned a company with shipping containers. Actually, Yandex. I think it was the owner of Yandex. Sister was sisters with Ghislaine Maxwell. I don't know, but it's some connection that's as close.
You've been watching this crazy bitch a while, and you just now suggested it. Well, you keeping her to yourself?
And guess what
Mark?
The shipping containers have, right? We know that the shipping containers have kids in them. We've seen that on Wayfair. It's awful. It's horrible. So what better way for them to cover it than if you create something so big that they can't not cover it, that it stops every single trade ship behind it. They have to cover it. How can they not cover it? They may not even know at this point that the white hats are behind it. In fact, I'm pretty sure they don't. They may now, but that's too late because everybody knows about the Evergreen, right? So I think it's close, guys. I honestly think it's close. So any of you who aren't taking care of somebody in your home, or it's not going to really hurt someone for you to jump in the game, you need to jump in the game, whether it's to share videos, whether it's
get in that game. If it isn't hurting you to be at home with somebody you're taking care of, jump in the game.
Because I'm being shadow banned. So even if you've shared my live
Patriots,
because Facebook
mount up. I'm just kidding.
So you may want to start sending it not
Dale
only
Earnhardt fan.
groups, because I don't think they shadow
Number
ban
one.
groups.
And
But
number
they
3.
do shadow ban your page many times. If you're sharing a lot of lives or a lot of truth on your page, they're going to shadow ban what you share. So maybe better to do it through Messenger sometimes. Whatever you have to do to get the truth out. If you have to screen capture my videos or download them to your computer and re-upload them somewhere else, and just
Does anybody that watch me have a camera for sale? I've been trying to buy a camera for fucking ever. I can't afford like a new one I want, so I'm trying to find a used one. Something that works with the Canon webcam utility, or at least has clean HDMI out. I've got cam links.
tell them where to go to find me, like what my page is on Facebook. Do that. Whatever you have.
Let's see if she gets more crazy later.
Been made manifest, neither anything hid that shall not be known and come abroad.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we come to you now.
My ideal camera would be an A5100, a Sony A5100. But
just hoping.
I haven't found one yet. I have to check if it has clean HDMI out.
Guidance and our eyes to be.
Even an EOS, even the first Canon EOS R, which should be down to like $200. Should be down to like $200 right now. People want an arm and a leg because everybody's working from home, but those work. An EOS R, the original EOS from Canon, that's like 10 years old, works.
Be open to what's going on and help us with our friends, our loved ones. We've seen so much evidence, even from the mainstream media over the past many years, of things that have happened to those that you've created. The cries have been called out. Many, many millions around the world have cried out for freedom. We come to you now asking, as this continues to play out, that you protect those that are doing this, to expose the enemy. We ask that they would be arrested quickly.
Nikon does technically have some clean HDMI out, but only recently. I was at a trade show once. Don't ask me why. I was at an electronics trade show once, and I asked Nikon what which cameras they had that had clean HDMI out for $500 or less, and they told me that nobody in the market offered clean HDMI out for under $1,000. That was a year and a half ago. Just recently, they came out with their own webcam utility.
That this horror show that we're living under would end soon. That we'd enjoy our freedom once again, freedom to hug each other, hold each other, love each other.
I live the high life, brother.
Oh, how we long.
Basically, if you're just looking for clean HDMI out, Sony is the king. The A5000 only has date and timestamp at the bottom. You can crop it out. A5100, clean. A6000, clean. A6400, clean. All the way up their line. But Canon has, no, I put that in there. It's like an old CRTV. Canon has a program, and Nikon have a program called the Webcam Utility that they've recently put out since COVID, that you plug your cameras in and it gives you clean HDMI out on certain models. And you don't even need a cam link. You just hook it up through USB. But I'm working on it. I put it on there like a CRTV. I thought it looked cool. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't.
That which you've given us, which is love. We ask all these things in Jesus' name. Amen. If you like this video, please hit the like button and rumble or share, and also share, please, with others to get the word out as social media continues to.
The problem with everybody working at home, an A5100 should be much less than $300 right now. An A5100 should, one of her normal shows, should be much less than $300 right now, and they're selling for $500 because everybody's working from home, and a bunch of YouTubers made videos on how you plug this up with a $100 cam link or even a $15 knockoff cam link from Amazon, and you can use it for your shit.
Shut us down. Thank you for
which one is it?
Below with love and support.
Do you know which Nikon it is? Hold on, I'll just send you something. Hold on.
It brings tears to my eyes because it's just so awful.
It's not awful because it's not true. Right, so it's not awful because it's not true. People ask me all the time, how can you just sit back and drink beer and laugh about what's going on with all these kids underground? It's because they don't exist. It's because you've made them up to get votes. Wasn't enough. And now we're at the point to where you've made them up to make money. And that's where we stand. I'm sending you a link right now. Rusky, these are all the Nikons that work with it. There's a list in there. Because not all of them will. But a lot of them will. And if you can get... oh, that's Canon. Never mind. Canon has a program that you can run, a different firmware called Magic Lantern, and it'll give you, if you have a Canon camera and upload Magic Lantern on it, you can get basically new firmware for it. It's almost like jailbreaking an iPhone, and that shit's awesome. You can get clean HDMI from that too.
Frazzle drip is right.
Frazzle drip is supposed to be Uma Abedin and Hillary Clinton with doing their thing with a child, but it's not real. It's not.
This is what Uma Abedin and Hillary did to a little 10-year-old's face. And if you know what adrenochrome is, and the pineal gland, the pineal gland is what connects us to God. Something that Jean shared recently was that we are not separate from our soul. We are souls having a human experience. We are not human beings with a soul. And the reason that's important is because the
original Wonder Bread
and all of the infiltration they've done in religions. And I've heard this many times, that we are souls having a human experience. It just made more sense when I heard it the most recent time, I guess because of everything I've learned. But that pineal gland is what they want in these demonic things they're doing. Now, knowing what you know now about, I'm going to share something with you. So now you know, apparently Tom Hanks is one of the most evil of all. Okay? One of the most evil, which is hard to believe. And unfortunately, many of us really liked him. But I'm going to show you something. Wilson shipwrecked. They are such filthy, dirty. I don't even have the words for
filthy and dirty.
So they made us be so upset when Shipwrecked lost Wilson the ball. And and the picture on it is the picture on that ball that he has at a basketball game. See that? You remember this? He got a bloody hand, And supposedly that bloody hand on this wall that floated abroad, whatever, created this. But that's the same face on the shirt that Ellen DeGeneres has. It's also the same picture where you will.
Oh, that makes sense.
So he's like doing this big deal and shipwrecked, messes up his hand, touches a stupid ball. I'm sorry.
A stupid ball.
Truth, it's really upsetting me. So here's something else. This, y'all know about Wayfair, and you know about the shipping containers that have all of those kids in them. The Wayfair, the actual, not just pillows, but they have armoires that they sell for $20,000, and it's got the name of missing kids on them. I found this on Etsy. $11,438. Only one available.
Somebody selling artwork?
Yeah. Fine art illustration.
How awful.
Look at this one. I'm going to play this for you guys. I screen captured this. That's an art piece. Excuse me? Jobs Not Cheese? Hand signed and numbered vintage poster? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Oh, it can't be that, can it, lady?
Piece of art?
I believe you already.
No. Hand signed and numbered? Are you kidding me? With the head of a pizza? Now we all know what that means now, don't we?
Staggeringly.
The poster was published by the campaign to elect Senator Toby Moffett, probably involved also. I don't know. Cheesehead.
What's crazy is, we know that Anthony Weiner was, messing around and doing his thing. But they don't even want to talk about that. They've got to go above and beyond and as deep and as horrible as possible instantly. It's so strange.
Wait till you get to the picture. This particular picture was on the movie scene of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood that Tom Hanks acted in. Let me go. Okay, this one. Contemporary frame, $16,000. I don't think so. That one. That's Frazzle Drip, guys. Look, I think it even says Frazzle Drip.
No.
Look at that.
That literally says DPKHSCHILLE and then an R up here. What?
That. You're going to charge $16,000 for this. I don't think so. Probably has the name of whoever. Dritch Schill? $16,000? That's Frazzle Drip. I wasn't meaning to get so mad. I wasn't meaning to go down this, but, unfortunately, sometimes I did pray for God to take me down the road he wanted me to go, right? Check it out. Check it out. Armando Friedrich. No. I'm sorry. No. All right. With that said, I'm going to take you down Leadville Road. Now, after you've seen that,
Only pay for what you need with Liberty Mutual.
Oh, God.
Does that not look like it? Hang on. Does that
Does
not
what look like it?
This to me looks a lot like it. Wait a minute. I thought that was a rabbit. Okay. Let's stop here on this stuff.
We better stop right here. I agree.
I don't think people find the mutilated face so fascinating, Marianne. It's the sick people that do. It's Ellen DeGeneres.
But you cover it every night. That makes sense.
It's the sick people that find it that way. All right, let's look at this. So now that we're going down the, if you can't handle it, come back about 15 minutes. How's that? Shipping containers. Let's look at what, but what if I don't want to log in? Can I watch it without logging in? I don't want to. Yeah, we're not supposed to watch it. I don't think it's going to let me look at it. Human remains. Okay, here's what we're going to do.
This is, oh God, it's Fraggle Rock. No, Frazzle Drip is something else. That's funny though. Very funny comment.
Let's see if we can find it without having to go in there. Human remains.
So Frazzle Drip was supposedly, it's like a dark web. It seems like a fake snuff film. It's only a few seconds long, but it's set up like a snuff film, which if you don't know what snuff films are on the dark web, there's actually films of like people getting killed basically in a video game. But it's set up like a snuff film. It's like two masked figures. And then like these internet scientists started measuring the width of eyeballs and the mask and the this and that and blah blah blah, and then instantly claimed that it was Hillary and Uma Abedin because it's two females. It's basically from what I remember, it's hard to find now. What I remember is it showed two masked figures. They were going back and forth, and one of them's like shh, and the other one like makes a face and blah blah blah. And I don't even think they really say anything. Then it flashes to like what looks like a child. And then it just goes off. And there's a claim that there's a full film, and this is only the teaser, but there's never been a full film anywhere. But instantly the internet's like, oh, this is Uma Abedin and Hillary Clinton, and you could tell from here, and you could tell from there, and you could tell from here. But honestly, I think the whole thing was faked.
It's found in 100 containers exported. What is that?
That's humans packed into a cube.
Are you really searching human remains in shipping containers? Come on.
Container from a particular ferry. Victims are believed to have been trapped in the box for at least 12 hours overnight before they were discovered. Taken into consideration, police can't confirm yet how the dead man was killed.
There used to be this website when I was young and growing up, and the internet was new and precious and full of horrible things that'll scar you for life. There was a website called The Faces of Death, or it was a movie series, I think, like a DVD series, but you could watch it for free on the internet. Now that was fucked up.
Death is currently being treated as a homicide. After the horrifying discovery, they continued to investigate the other 50 containers on the ship. At least there's some good news. And one of the few bright sides of the story, no other refugees were found. They haven't revealed their knowledge. Oh, but it looks like they did save some kids, guys. So this is, oh, look at that. Does that not?
Yeah, it wasn't nowhere near as bad as those. Rotten.com. Yeah. It wasn't near as bad as the Faces of Death, because those are actually, some of those are actually real, like suicides and police victims, car crash victims. And some of those are actually real. I'm not saying they were all real, but a lot of those were real. I found them on the internet when I was young, of course, scarred for fucking life. But this wasn't nowhere near as bad as that. It's just like flashes of stuff, and you can't even tell if it's real because weird shit. And this wasn't nowhere near as bad as that.
Not look like the ship. Ha ha. They're not.
Does that not look like the ship? Well, considering most cargo ships look the same, and considering this is a center, the center captain's quarters and console, and that is a rear captain's quarters and console, no, it does not look like the ship.
To be able to get away. Oh, it's too fun. Okay, so much for being a short video tonight. I should probably close out and start back up.
Probably. I agree.
The same.
All right, guys. I don't know. It's in the water, so yes, they're both the same. I don't know. Do you guys? I think the filter that makes me look like a CRTV looks good. I don't know. It's funny, I guess. It's got the small bands, plus it's got a white and black band that travels through. What do you guys think? You think I should just fix it because it looks stupid? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Filters, I can turn it back off like that. Anyways, thank you for joining us tonight. I appreciate it. Thank you for the donations. We just had a couple, but still, we got donations. Hell, I've had shows where I didn't get any, so that's better. It's better than nothing. I am thinking I've got one or two paths I'm going to take. Either I'm going to find a new camera that'll put some bokeh, like blurry the background behind me, kinda, like a DSLR camera or mirrorless. Or I'm going to get a Rodecaster Pro, and that way I have better audio mic inputs and buttons I can push and shit that make sound effects again, and just better audio. But honestly, I think my audio sounds pretty good. I would like to upgrade the camera. I've also thought about upgrading the background. I can't decide. I can either do camera, or I can do audio, or I can do background. I can't do them all. And the only thing that stops me from just buying a used camera is I really want to start showing the desk like a full TV show. And for that, I need a PTZ camera, and I cannot afford one. They start at a decent one start at like $1,000 and go up to like $2,000. From $1,000 to $2,000, there's no way I can afford one. But we'll see. Yeah, I know the A5000 5100 have an overheating issue, but if you leave the battery door open and flip the screen up, you usually can get away with it. But thank you. I appreciate you letting me know. But I don't know. I really want a PTZ optics camera. So what I plan on doing is, like, when the show starts, there'll be like a desk. And you all will be out there, and you can see the front of the desk, me at the desk, and the wall behind me. And the wall behind me will be a green screen, so I can put up videos or whatever. And then if I zoom in on me, because me and you are talking, it'll be like this, like what you're looking at now. And if I say, let's look at the chat, it'll zoom in. There's going to be this TV is going to be in the front of the desk. It'll have just chat on it to where you guys can read it and I can respond. And then, of course, the wall behind me have a green screen playing. And if I have a guest on, then we'll both be sitting kind of off to the side like this, and the videos will be playing right here behind us. But the PTZ camera, them sons of bitches are expensive. I can't afford one right now. So that's what stopped me from buying any camera, because if I buy a DSLR and then I decide later on I can get a PTZ, it kind of sucks. You know what I mean? Like I've already spent money on a camera. So I thought about doing audio, but I watched the video all from last night after I messed with the equalizer and shit. I think my audio sounds really good. I don't know. The only other thing is to add lights or something. Like I like those tube lights. They're just like tubes of LG or of RGB lights. I like those. Those are pretty cool, but I don't know. We just have to see what we're going to do, guys. But thank you for joining us tonight. I'm still thinking I want to improve something. I just don't know what yet. So thank you for joining us tonight. Thank you for the donations. I do appreciate it. We'll see you guys on the next one. Thanks for hanging out with me. Everybody have a good night. We will be back tomorrow. I'm trying to get a garage stream together for the day and then maybe something else at night. If you haven't seen the video I posted right before this one, it's a response to Brad calling out Rita in his car. Go check that out. It's literally on this channel right before I went live. And other than that, guys, we'll see you on the next one. Have a good night. Appreciate it.
I used to find clues too when I was high on shrooms. I found myself a tunnel that led to Jason Q's bedroom. Opened his closet, I found some of his meat rockets. I strapped them to my shoes and then I flew through the roof. I found myself in orbit strapped to an F-16. High on amphetamine with Trump in between. Put on a light coat of baby oil and saluted the troops. He tapped me on the shoulder and said, "This is gonna be it." Wait. Stop. What? I'll get my files. Wait, what are you doing? Stop. Hold on. Fucking stop. Dude, come on. Seriously. My mom's an alcoholic. Oh, give me a... Oh, my God. Damn it. Here we go. I think I started some shit. Piss them off. It's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets. You know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go. I think I started some shit. Piss them off. It's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets. You know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Round 3. Down goes Nino. Please say it isn't so. Got him backed up on the ropes, trying to ram it down his throat. Now things are getting rocking, he was doing so well. It's all over, hands on his shoulders, they ringing his bell. You got Frog News Network doing no damn research. They rework and copy on Cox that came first. 9th inning, second.
Yeah, I might be able to do the just do the desk and put the chat TV in it. I might just be able to take this desk and just change it around to make it, because this is already a sturdy desk. I just need to add stuff to make it look different, and maybe that, and then I'll just use an artificial zoom. If I want to zoom in on chat, I'll just use an artificial, like an electronic zoom, and if I want to bring it up to me, I'll just bring it up to me, and we'll still watch videos the same way. Maybe that's the best way to go until I can afford a fucking $1,000 camera. There is one that's called the PTZ Pro 2 from LG, or I can't remember who it's from, but it's only about $500, but I just don't know. I don't know how good it is. Usually when churches upgrade their live streaming capabilities, they have good cameras cheap. That's where I've been trying to look, but we'll see. Thank you for listening to me rant about nerdy electronic shit. Have a good night, guys.
About if this douchebag happens to see this particular show, you don't have the forking balls to call out the people on this planet by name and tell them exactly who they are and tell them the rest of the world who they are. You don't have the forking balls. You don't have the balls.
Okay, Scott. Here we go. I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. And they say that I'm a lunatic. Well listen bitch, I came equipped with a quick wit and a 6th sense for the stupid shit. Where my true believer? Y'all need Jesus. Praise the Lord, head to the extreme. All these false fucking prophets who profit off of gossip, worshiping drums, cocking, begging for a throat deposit, swinging fucking meat hammers like fool in a thong. He's strapped to the shaft, eating his chest like he's King Kong. Starving for attention, I'ma make your gut burst. I'll be your huckleberry, I can quench that thirst. Baby eating lizard people, alien sex. What's next? Trump in a dress, fucking Flynn on his desk. A retard in a vest, climbing up 5G towers, cause you told him if he did, he'd get fucking superpowers. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. I used to find clues too when I was high on shrooms. I found myself a tunnel that led to Jason Q's bedroom. Open his closet, I found some of his meat rockets. I strapped him to my shoes and then I flew through the roof. I found myself in orbit strapped to an F-16. High on amphetamine, with Trump in between. Put on a light coat of baby oil and saluted the troops. He tapped me on the shoulder and said, "This is gonna be it." Whoa, wait. Stop. What? I'll get my files. What are you doing? Stop. Hold on. Fucking stop. Dude, come on. Seriously. This is arms and alcohol. Give me oh my God. Damn it. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Round 3. Down goes Nino. Please say it isn't so. Got him backed up on the ropes, trying to ram it down his throat. Now things are getting rocking, he was doing so well. It's all over, hands on his shoulders, they ringing his bell. You got Frog News Network doing no damn research. They rework and copy on cocks that came first. 9th and 2nd string, and they acting like they know hitters. Assholes throwing bullshit, sending bronze to the shitter. All this nonsense on my conscience, it's hard to sleep at night. Who the fuck is in my window with this time of the night? These parasites, these leeches, with all their secret meetings, teaching all you fucking cretins about baby-eating heathens. Believing in reasons with no meaning is bullshit. Will Bird motherfuckers out here busting the grifts. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit.